He can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. Half and blow the house down.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
We've come down to the player lounge with a couple of Rainbow Six pros to find out if they are as good at driving their drones in game as they are actually in real life as well. This is, if anything, going to be quite embarrassing. Okay, so basically the plan is we have 3 items hidden around the player lounge. 2 of them are game related, not that way, don't worry. 2 of them are game related. 1 of them is France related, so this is where you have the upper hand. You've got to try and find them. First one to find 2 wins.
Okay, items.
2 of the items.
Like, can be everywhere.
Just here. But all you have is the controllers, which are very responsive, and your screens in front of you to see how you get on. And
You cooked.
oh no, you're in trouble. You're in a lot of trouble.
Alright, let's go.
Go.
Oh my god.
It is not easy.
Oh my.
Wait, it's not very responsive. Hold on.
What is that? What is that?
What's that?
I have something. I have something. No, me, I have something.
No.
That is a power cable, my dude.
Yeah,
okay.
you're stupid, bro. I have something.
What do you have?
I have.
That is also a power cable.
Oh, shit.
I mean, I don't know if we're going that deep in it. I'd imagine there are power cables in game, yes.
Attack!
Where did you hide this, bro? Oh, there is power cable everywhere. I'm getting trolled. Oh, it's me. Did you find anything?
I found a suitcase. Bro, they gotta be like master hiders. I have no clue where they put it.
I found something.
Oh, he's got one. He's got one.
I got one. What is that?
That is a hammer.
Okay, I found one hammer.
So that is the in-game
1-0, 1-0. Oh, it's not far.
Where's that? Oh, the power cable, isn't it?
There's one really easy one.
Yeah, how is it responsive? It's not.
Don't go past the cones.
I try, bro.
I'm really trying to turn right here.
Oh my god.
SWAT! I found Monty's helmet.
1-1. There is the French-oriented, well, Paris-oriented item still to find.
Oh, I'm so
I don't know where it is.
You're just cheating the game for Mowgli. Nice.
Where am I going?
I can move the cross.
What are we doing? Oh, they're both so close. The big, tall idiot. Find him.
Yeah.
It's over here. It's over here.
I see him.
Bro, this is a waste of time.
I'm stuck.
Where is the French thing? Where?
Right, I'm giving you no more help. It's here. It's here somewhere.
Oh, there is a croissant.
I found it. It's a croissant.
I found a croissant. There.
I found it. It's a monument. It's a French monument.
No.
It was the croissant.
He found a croissant. That's a French thing. Oh my god, that took so long.
Oh, what is the name?
What
is Arc de Triomphe. I found it.
No, bro,
you didn't find shit, bro. I found it.
Arc de Triomphe.
I found the monument.
I don't want to mark you down because you said you found the croissant. That's a picture on the wall, bro.
You found a picture on the wall.
Look, bro. There. Somewhere. There is a croissant.
I know who else you can see. Apart from this random guy. Is your teammate?
No.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, you're gonna die.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move. We booked Esports World Cup.
Je suis prêt, c'est parti, voir où m'emmène la vie. Chrome sur mon green, tu m'entends quand je respire. Top le veston, jamais dit, jamais fine. Gros pas, big plan, j'ai fait changer toute la piste. Regarde ma pêche, je pense pas, j'attire. Je coupe la line, laisse la qui laisse frémir. Nouvel état, new name, toujours fluide dans le move. Main en l'air quand je rentre dans le groove. Garde ce regard, je suis déjà posé. Deux pas, je tourne, glace dans mes yeux figés. Vite encore, puis je prends tout ce qui est à moi. Trop vite, trop fort.
Chris, what are you doing?
Oh. I'm watching for the eclipse. Oh.
No, the eclipse was yesterday, and besides, we already went dark. Dark Zero already won. They're in the semifinals, but we have the El Clasico today.
Oh, don't you mean Le Clasico?
No, we have the big boys. We have FaZe, we have Liquid, and the best thing about it is we have twin brothers playing against each other on the main stage. Here. Can you tell these guys apart?
Honestly, I can't say a thing.
Okay, we'll get you inside. It's fine. We'll get you inside. Let's go.
Sorry.
Welcome to the battlefield.
Remember, we are the hunters, they are the prey.
A real hunter always watches where he steps.
Come closer, I dare you.
They said it could not be done. They were wrong.
I trust my teammates, and they trust me too.
Let's get to work.
Welcome back to Rainbow Six Siege here in Paris, France at EWC 2026. It was a great day yesterday, but today, as Ann mentioned earlier, and Chris, I hope you could see better, buddy. That must not have been good if you stared too long at the eclipse. It is El Clasico, FaZe and Liquid later on in this afternoon. If you saw our matches yesterday, you know the drums will be beating from Brazil. The fans will be here. But for now, we kick it off with an all EML battle, and that should get us started. One team moving through for sure for the region, one team going home. All those stories to unfold here live on the stage here at the Paris Expo Porte Versailles, and I'm glad you're with us. My name's Rain Day. I'm joined by two amazing gentlemen here ready to talk game. Of course, it's iconic and Alphama best dressed desk so far, fellas. I mean, 2 days, two really fantastic outfit choices.
I mean, we're in a city of fashion, so
Come on.
like we got to bring it.
I'm in Paris, you know. I need to live up to the expectations here. Also, being surrounded by
You're
Americans,
French, too.
I'm French. I have to, put in a little bit of effort into our dress.
I mean, we got the group chat going. I like it, man. I'm like, these guys taking it serious. It reminds me of my dad, actually. He won't ever go out. He's got to get his outfit exactly right, but that's a 70s thing. Right now we're coming in. I like that we're bringing that back. Bring style back, baby. These two definitely doing. All right, let's take a look at what happened yesterday for our STC Rewind, because it was a day that began as potentially a story for Wildcard coming out, a team that looked the favorite going up against the drums of Furia. Dark Zero also had their chance to play against Weibo Gaming. Gentlemen, walk me through just the takes from yesterday's action here on the stage.
I think we could have noticed the first big upset, and that could have been Weibo against Dark Zero. I think like overall they had such a strong showing. Looking at some of these guys, Reaps absolutely tearing the major champions apart. But really the discipline, the meditation, you see it on the screen right there, made DZ stand out. I think they're so cool, calm, and collected. Despite being the one team that was the favorite, I don't think they ever let the pressure get to them. Despite being on the back foot and going all three maps, really, they never gave up. And in the end, I think that discipline, that system, iconic, it seems to pay off.
Yeah, and of course you see too a great showing from Weibo, really pushing it to the limit. We saw the best of them really in this tournament, and I feel like I can hope for them to really come off the back of that, get back into their APL season, have a great season, and show up in the Osaka Major, hopefully going deeper into the tournament.
People get excited to play in Japan, and Osaka's a beautiful place. I mean, Coldplay sings about it. It's got to be one of those places you need to visit. But I think also going back to our second match as well, this was a match that felt to me like a three map, but it was really only two because of how intense it was each and every time we went out for a round, and of how dominant Furia's kind of unexpected performance was in that first map.
I feel like you'll say Furia was unexpected, but knowing the players on that side, how experienced and how calm they are, they really do have a great coaching staff plus great experience with also great young players. So I feel like they really can just show up, and they were really struggling internationally, but you see this tournament, they're really finding that footing with their play style, and they're looking really dangerous.
Arguably, I would argue that Furia struggling a little bit earlier on in the season when Wildcat went flawless actually helped them, because when they reached the first map, Furia was kicking on full straight on. Like the first map was actually super impressive. They were full of momentum. You see Furia getting hyped up between the rounds there, and Wildcat, I felt like we're frozen in time and only started playing on the last map. It was too late for them. Eventually going 8-7 loss. That's a hard one to lose. And Furia, great story for them. They reached top 4 once again.
But I feel like if you're a wildcard fan too, you have to be proud of your team.
Yeah.
They're obviously a new team, learning constantly, talking to Bay too. It's one of the hardest losses, he said. And I feel like that just shows, they're still at the beginning of this journey of their career. And I feel like this loss will fuel them for this next stage and then for the next major. And hopefully we'll see them lifting a trophy one day.
Leads to one of the interesting conversations we'll ping on a little bit later, but the fact that Adrian, a winner of last year with Team Secret, now out again. Those Team Secret members kind of fallen by the wayside here, except for the ones that are still on Team Secret as well. Noah and Mowgli. GK Esports going to be their competition here coming in, as we had talked about earlier. Alphama, get your thoughts with that, but maybe stronger on paper in terms of the way things might go. However, FaZe Clan, Liquid Alienware, many of you have your eyes on that matchup. El Clasico here in R6 Siege. Iconic, this is going to be a great day for Rainbow Six.
I mean, just the current champions going up against underdog story, and then just El Clasico. I mean, I know Brazil's going to be livid. They call Liquid the Cavalry, so we have to see if they can ride in full action tonight.
It's going to be amazing, and I know that there are a lot of things on the line as well. The stakes are high, whether it's at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, where we are here in Paris, or across the entire EWC. Chris Tunn is standing by with an update on the Club Championship to let you know where every organization stands with just a couple weeks remaining.
CC update here from the Siege Splitfire booth. You can come down and play some of the new stuff that's coming to Siege right here at EWC, but we're not necessarily talking about that right this second. We're talking about Falcons closing the gap. It has been inevitable that it would happen this week with multiple participants in chess, how well they're going to likely do in Rocket League, and ag.al's lack of participation this week means that their lead has been cut down from 350 to only 50 points. That has literally happened within the last hour or so. Whilst Rocket League has been going on, they have made progress through the tournament and things are starting to change. This is probably the pivotal week for Falcons. I mean, that's an easy thing to say. We're into the second to last week. We only have one more week for ag.al to potentially get something going. However, some of the games next week are potentially leaning in their favor, but they will need Falcons to have themselves a bad week. Other teams who we can potentially speak about, virtus.pro, Vitality, may well have more participation coming next week as well, where they can potentially get some points, but they need a lot of them. Some of these teams are well and truly behind, but Falcons closing that gap significantly over the last 24 hours. We'll be keeping you up to date throughout the rest of the day, how they are doing.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you to Aramco, powers our Club Championship rankings and the leaderboard, 50 points. It's been a week and a half or so where ag.al have been at the top, thanks to some action we had on this stage, but now Falcons closing in. I mean, it's incredible, Alfama, because they've had some upsets, even in Rainbow Six Siege, a team with Joom that you thought, you know, one of the highest paid rosters here, thinking they would make it. They're not here, and yet they're still almost first again.
Absolutely. I mean, it's the team that historically used to succeed. Before EWC was there at Gamers 8, they won 2, and they also won the first EWC, and then as soon as they join Falcons, then they disappear. It must be rough for Falcons, but I think of teams like FaZe, of Team Liquid, for example, that were doing so well in the Club Championship last year and are struggling behind right now. It's a big week for them. They've got Magnus Carlsen at chess. Right. They've got their team at Siege still performing here. So maybe, you know what, if there is a miracle to happen, they could gain 2,000 points here.
That story is actually going to be pivotal. We'll know a lot of the answers of at least 50% of it after today's last match. And if you think you know right now who is going to take the edge, whether it will be FaZe, a battle of family members, a battle of El Clasico, a battle of Brazil, let us know in your pick'ems. You can earn your share of $300,000, letting us know who you think is going to win. We'll show those results before the matchup, so you got a few more minutes. Go scan that QR code that was on your screen just a second ago and join us for the pick'ems. A little too early to ask you your pick'em. I'm not going to ask you your pick'em. I'm gonna say I'm not gonna ask you your pick'em, so that means you start thinking about your pick'em. But I mean, FaZe does come in as the last 6 invitational winner.
Yeah, and speaking to some of the other players from Brazil, it feels like there's a mental block too for Team Liquid going up against FaZe, but even though they found regional success this last season actually to qualify for this tournament, it is the big dog. It's FaZe Clan. You're going to have to bring your all game, and you're going to look at KZ to really feel his team to really get those kills through.
All right, well, that will be, again, our second matchup of the day, so stay tuned for that. To kick us off, though, it is a EML matchup, a team that comes in, like I said, stronger on paper in Geek Esports. Why? It's because Team Secret, despite being EWC champions from last year, have almost a completely different roster and showed up last, Alfama, in their EML split. So the fact that they're even in this top 8 for many can be surprising.
From grand finalists at SI, from being the runner-up, from being the vice world champions, to being the dead last of their own region, it was a rough stage for these guys. They needed to learn everything. They had lost 3 players. You see them on the screen. You see Noah and Mugli coming in here at EWC. Obviously, they know the space. They won it last year. But most importantly, they had to change multiple players, adapt to that. And that's maybe one example and one explainer of their lack of success, I guess, in the last few months.
What do you think it is?
I feel like you never let your mind set the stage for life. I feel like it ought to be a limitation. I feel like both of these teams are really underdogs because I feel like who would have thought that these teams would be playing up here against each other at the main stage going to a semifinal? And I feel like right now they both have the chance to go and claim that, and both teams shouldn't really be putting too much pressure on them, because I was speaking to Twister before this tournament and he was just mainly focused on the process of actually enjoying the tournament and not going out there for the results. And I feel like that's led to them finding this success And we see on screen too, just 2 of these teammates they were 4 before with Team Heretics going to the Invitational, finding success together, one of the only teams to qualify from the LCQ, amazing run, and they end up here from friends to enemies here.
Ren, it's a crazy story. You know, if you look at these players back then, they were not even professionals. They were not playing at the tier 1 level.
Wow.
They came up, played the biggest, most prestigious event we have, 6 Invitational in our league, in our game, and they impressed. And now 4 of these players are in this matchup. And what's funny is Flexi is the ag.al of Team Secret, Grubby is the ag.al of Geeky, Oscar is the backline of Secret, Upor is the backline of Geeky. These guys will be playing role for roles where brothers are not rivals. It will be an interesting matchup, not only to gain semi-final spot, but also emotionally to play their brothers in arms.
I've been watching too many short form videos at night trying to relax for a second, and somebody's always telling me that one number when you divide it by 9 always ends up being 9 or something, and you're like, okay, why am I needing this? Well, it reminds me of this, where somehow, some way, these 2 teams, these 2 players end up having similar formations, yet even though against each other, have this same narrative that they're both pushing. So will it be the same again after this afternoon? Of course, something will finally shake up, and that's why it's exciting TV, so you want to make sure that you're watching. Heading into it, let's introduce GK Esports, who come in as a team with Grubby, as he mentioned, who wants to showcase that there is a lot more room for them to run in this tournament. A lot of people thinking of FaZe. You were thinking of Wildcard even prior. Furia had a great performance, and so did Dark Zero. But where's GK on that list to not only get to the semifinals, but maybe steal EWC? We had a chance to talk with Grubby before the match and talk about his expectations.
We're speaking to Groovy ahead of his game against Secret. Groovy, we're in a pretty cool car with like stars on the ceiling. I guess we had to give you the special treatment for your birthday yesterday. Did you have a good birthday?
I had a good birthday. I didn't celebrate it yet. I'm waiting after the EWC. We're gonna maybe go out for some clubbing or any party, but for now we are fully focused on the game and we'll see how it's going. And yeah, the car looks nice, pretty nice.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, you picked Secret before this game. What was the main reason why you picked Secret as a fellow EML team?
I mean, we picked Secret basically pretty much because I think like they are looking like the weakest team for now. We didn't really want to pick them. Like we thought Cyclops will beat Liquid and wanted to pick Cyclops, but sadly Liquid beat Cyclops, so we had to pick our friends from Secret, which is Flexi and Oscar and the others. I mean, it's nice to play against your friends. Yeah. The ex-Heretic score is here, so it's gonna be a banger game for us, and I think this is one of the reasons why we picked them, you know?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about that because you played with those players in your last international event, made it pretty far. How is it like to play against your friends on such an important match?
To be fair, I don't really look at that in that way. For me, they're my friends outside of the game, but in game I have to beat them and I will do everything that I can to beat them, you know. I don't look at the stuff, you know, like for me it's another day in the office. I need to win, I need to go through, play against FaZe, so we'll see how it's gonna go.
I mean, that's fair. You played against quite recently as the last day of EML, 7-3 for you guys. Do you feel like this is a different Secret that you're going up against now that you've had some time together with this roster?
I think it can be a different team a bit. I think they have nothing to lose. So basically, like, they're just gonna play like they have nothing to lose, so they're gonna play with the confidence, you know, they're gonna do their stuff, which might work or might not work. I don't think it's the same Secret as it was before with Savage. I think it's the same team as we played in EML, maybe with a little bit of improvement, but I think they're still like pretty like mid to beat, you know, like compared to the other teams, of course, but they are still they understand how to play the game. So I'm not saying the game will be easy, you know, it makes the game hard, but it's like they just play like they have nothing to lose, you know.
So how do you prepare for a game like that if you're going up against a team that has nothing to lose?
Well, how do you prepare? I think you just need to remember to not lose your mental in the first round of the game and just do your job, you know. You need to read them, you need to understand what they're doing, make it work for you, and just understand that the game won't be easy. You can only make it easy if you read it and play according to what they do, you know. Like, you cannot overswing and everything like this. You just need to take it easy.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, you two are the last EML representatives, and I think in fairness, if you would have asked some people if it was you two to be the last EML representatives, they would have said, no, that's probably not going to happen. What do you want to say to the doubters out there that didn't believe in you guys?
Well, GK is going for the champion, so see you there, guys. That's all I have to say.
All right, awesome. Thank you for your time, and good luck against Secret.
Thank you.
So that's why Ann wasn't on my bus. She was in the back of one of those. Okay, I get it, Ann. All right, she got the special treatment. Grubby also getting a little interview there. I love the conversation. Again, mentions that we're the champion. We're looking to be the champion of this Iconic, and they feel they believe they can.
No, of course, you see also too not knowing it's going to be easy. I feel like that's a really key mentality, especially going up against a team who's really going out there with nothing to lose, because they're going to be playing aggressive, they're going to be attacking you. So you really have to make sure, like you said, you don't let them get into your mentality and make sure you can actually just play to counter them, because that's the only way the game's going to become easier, if you make them very uncomfortable and you make them sort of doubt themselves here.
The most important or impressive stuff, I guess, on the side of DK, I think, is where they come from. If you look at Sox, he came from Fnatic. You look at 2 players that came from Heretics. You look at 1 player, Ask, that came from Brazil. You look at Yoga, he came from NA. It's a patchwork of 3 different regions of players that maybe were let down by their rosters and that somehow have a wealth of experience and needed to not have too many cooks in the kitchen and instead align on one playstyle. That playstyle is lurking around, it's poking around, finding a gap, and then eventually they will all funnel through it. It's a very special one, very annoying one, and talking with the Secret guys, they're well aware of that playstyle, obviously having played them in EML.
Well, it's going to be an interesting transition for these 2 teams to be friends, to have been former teammates, and now to be enemies where only 1 spot is available moving on into the semifinals. But we believe they can do it, and they certainly believe in themselves. Team Secret, you know those 2 teams at the top of the Club Championship leaderboard, ag.al and Falcons? Team Secret actually just recently beat both of them, and they're the reason Falcons aren't in this quarterfinal as well. So talk about a team that is on a run. Despite having won this championship at EWC just a year ago, this team is completely different, yet Noah and Mowgli remain on their Qiddiya City championship defense.
In a world where nothing is granted and everything is earned, it takes courage to rise above and carve your name in history. Let's go! Your CJX at the Esports World Cup 2025 champions is Team Secret!
Amazing feeling, it was my first win, as a player. It worked for me, after all these years, so yeah, it was incredible. So we won EWC, and after just everyone just disappeared. Jum went to Falcons and Adrian went to Wildcard, so it was hard, but it's okay.
Coming to Team Secret was a surprise. I came from Tier 2, so it's a big jump from the competition level. They had a history of winning, or at least coming close to winning, so I knew I'd join a winning culture.
The time between the season and EWC, we did some changes into the team, onto how we see the game, and we played less structured to play more this style that we were playing before, and I think it's working better.
We're playing more loose, and we're not really worried about the results.
Of course I want to win, but you need to be realistic as well, I'm just going to take match 1 by 1 and do my best as a player, and obviously try to bring the team with me. I think we can do a lot of upsets into the tournament.
I've come to win, yeah. I'm ready to win.
Team Secret, your Qiddiya City title defenders, and Grubby and Flexi, former teammates on Heretics, Alphama, and now going head-to-head.
Yeah, both IGLs on each teams, obviously very different expectations. On the side of Team Secret, you must think, the 2 guys that were left on the ship, abandoned by everyone, are, in the end, the only 2 remaining players for Team Secret in this tournament. For Flexi, he wants to prove there was just not a unwanted replacement, 2 guys that left the roster when the others wanted to keep them. No, he's someone that can improve the roster and maybe keep on going and eventually win EWC. For Grubby, he wants to make this recipe work with multiple players from other regions. They chose him as the IGL. Ask could have been the IGL. Yoga, you know him, he could have been the IGL as well. They chose Grubby. He needs to prove them they were right, basically.
Jum's out, Adrian's out. Jum was partly Team Secret's, they beat him, right, on Falcons. Adrian, obviously, wildcard. A lot of people knew they could lose, but maybe didn't expect it so early. And now you've got Noah and Mowgli. And to me, the way I heard Mowgli speak about them leaving, it felt like kind of a knife in the back. The energy was that, whether he said it publicly or not, disappointed. And what do you think is behind that? How do you think he's feeling now going up into this moment, being the last remaining members of that old team?
I feel like he's feeling good about it, because obviously anytime your teammates leave you, you're going to be upset, but obviously it's business. You can't take it too personally. And if they're leaving for better opportunities, that's good on them. But right now, they're here. And I remember going into that game before Falcons, he said in his interview, he said, if we lose, it's another day in the office. But if they lose, you know, it's a lot of pressure. So he's really just using this opportunity to see the light in it and really going for it again. And you see them here on the stage confident. Yeah. You see he's finding a way to give that fuel to his teammates, to drills, to very young players, making sure he can really provide that expertise, because he's been a player, I remember since I was starting out, that's when he came into the scene too, into the pro scene, and we were butting heads at the Charlotte Major, and I've loved to see him grow as his career. He's a lovely guy.
You know, I love the way that we've set this up, because there's players who are fighting for something much bigger than just this matchup, and also fighting to prove coming in here that it's not just a fluke, that it's not just, hey, we had a couple of good maps, a couple of good series. We can actually do this thing. Team Secret actually on a title defense. The map bans coming up, and the map pick here, Lair, first off for GK Esports. How do you feel about that?
Not surprised to see this pick coming from GK. It really suits their playstyle. I've mentioned before, they like to poke around and go around the map and find a gap. Lair is perfect for this. They've looked amazing on it, and they did beat Furia on that map.
Wow.
On the side of Secret, it's a 5-loss streak. Obviously a weak map on their side, so very, very obvious why GK picked it.
Yesterday's story was we had this map that was picked. Furia had banned it 22 times in a row. They left it open. They fell for the trap. It was a loss on their first map pick. Do you expect it to be a little bit more contested here, as now we see GK and this other pick coming out from Nighthaven Labs from Secret? Do you expect it to be as contested?
I feel like it's hard because we've actually seen Secret play this map recently, both maps, and a little bit questioning seeing the Labs pick come out against GK, because I feel like that is one of GK's better maps, especially beating good opponents on it. So I feel like if Secret lose this first map, it could be a 2-0 in their favor, but it's going to be an uphill battle for Secret.
Okay.
It's a surprising map pool. I would say overall the map veto favors GK on paper. If you look at Fortress as well, it's a map that both teams kind of played a lot during EML, and GK found the most success on. And actually, the last time these two teams played each other was in EML, and the map was Fortress, and it was a clean 7-3 victory for the side of GK. Everything indicates GK is the favorite. But pressure then is on them, because they pick Secret.
Yeah.
Play this matchup. Secret have no pressure whatsoever.
Like Leo said too, they like to poke around and prod for gaps. So I feel like all three of these maps are extremely open, where they can actually put their pressure down and find the gaps and isolate these gunfights. So Team Secret have to be on their toes, ready to solve these problems that GK are going to throw at them, and vice versa for them here too.
It feels like GK are aware that Secret might do something unorthodox, maybe something unexpected intentionally to try to throw off GK. How do you handle that coming into this map so you don't get caught off guard?
I mean, that's the expectation when you're two underdogs, and you know that no one is expecting to win this one, so no one has pressure. So when you have nothing to lose, you're gonna go and throw some crazy stuff. They know Mowgli on the other side. They know how crazy this guy can get. They're gonna expect some guy to just jump out of a window at 250 in the round and somehow get a spawn kill. Best way to deal with this, Iconic. I'm picking your brains here, but in my opinion, crowd control operators, Grim, Deimos, Solid Snake, Shields. There's a lot of things you can do to try and control aggression.
And the best way too is to punish it. You know, if they keep getting away with it, they're gonna keep going for it. But early on, shutting down this aggression, making sure you have the information on them is going to be key. But if they keep finding that success within that aggression, it's going to be such a hard game to manage.
These GK Esports players come together in June and put together a run that leads them into the quarterfinals. But they're against the title defenders, their counterparts in Europe from the EML, who are looking to do just that and move on to have a chance to reclaim that trophy sitting center stage at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. It's a battle of Europe to kick off our day 2 at R6 at EWC.
Where is Milos? Where is he? I can't do this show without him, and it's starting any second. He's the yin to my yang. He's the pot to my kettle, the salt to my pepper. Wait a second. I know exactly what to do. Hold on. Put that there on the floor. Great. Perfect. Then put this out here, and bada bing, bada boom. There we go. Take off, my friend. Take flight. Find the most handsome man in Paris. Go on. Fly, my friend. He's got to be around here somewhere. He can't be too far. That's it. Watch out. Watch out. Don't crash into anything. He's got to be maybe around the corner just down here. There's a corridor coming up. He's got to be down here perhaps. Where is he? Where is he? Find Milos. Find the most beautiful man. Oh, we found him. Yes.
Hey there, beautiful. I think you and I are going to have a great day together. Let's go. Yes, my friends, hello and welcome back to day 2 of Rainbow Six Siege at the Esports World Cup 2026. Yeah, I love it. That's the energy. tell you, is this Siege or what? It's always good to be back home with all of you here with us today. Yesterday, it was excitement, right? Two teams have already been sent into the semifinals. That's, of course, Dark Zero and Furia, but their match will not be set until tomorrow. Today's decision is who plays that semi on the other side of the bracket. We're here to bring you all the action. mibr.los, and by my side, the one and only Adam Savage. Did you know that my man over here was in a Hollywood movie? Starred in it, too.
Thank you very much for saying that. It's absolutely true, you know. You may think this 6'4" fridge, can he do anything else? He was in a Hollywood film. I'll give you a clue what it was, okay? Milos on your left. Technically, I'm on your right. For the sake of the purpose of the... Yeah, you get it. Let's reset it for a second. Let's remind ourselves where we're here and what we're doing here right now as well, Milos. Obviously, as Milos said, 22 teams went down to 8, and now it's down to 6. But we need to go to the semi-finals with just 4. So there's 2 more quarterfinals coming your way. Don't forget a $2 million prize pool to boot as well, not to mention a place in the 6th Invitational 2027. I'm ready to meet those teams. Paris, are you ready to meet the next teams? Love that.
I think
c'est magnifique.
They're all set for it. Let's introduce our first one. Please welcome GK Esports! Boo all you want, Paris, because GK have been on the up-and-up trajectory this entire year. Dark horses in EML, and here on the main stage, they have made it. They proved to everybody that they can achieve what is impossible. International team in more ways than one. And they're here to make sure that they have a handle on the future of not just Europe, but the entire world of Rainbow Six.
And to face them, the current EWC champions, please welcome Team Secret! Oh, yes, Paris! Last year's champions here to defend their title. Can Coach Twister bring the funnel and the thunder as they try and whirlwind their way into the semi-finals? Paris seem to be with them. They are ready to see them compete. But can they ensure that the calm before the storm becomes something far, far greater?
Adam, it's crazy in the sense that last year Secret stood where GK were in the same sense, even as competitors. So how about if we just bring them out and have a little head-to-head chat?
I like that. Gentlemen, please go to your seats, but our key bearers, please come forward for this final face-to-face, a final chance to share your feelings, your thoughts, before we really get down to business.
Noah, I know you're a man of theater. Anything you'd like to say to Groovy?
Well, you guys have done probably a lot of prep, but we have no clue what we're going to do until we get in the server, so good luck.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Ruby, anything you'd like to say in response?
Well, just good luck, because they need it, and that's all.
All right, here we go. I meant a very few words. Shake hands, please. Thank you very much. Your chairs, please, gentlemen. The battle of the blondes here right now. This is huge. Who will be the victors, though? We're about to find out as we go into that next matchup. We can't wait. Paris, are you ready for this too? All right, let's get this show on the road.
8 teams remain. The competition heats up here on the main stage. So let's get it all started right here.
The first map versus Weibo, we started off pretty hot. We got a read of them on the defensive side. We were very capable of like a 4-2 half. Didn't end up working out. We got like a 3-3, I believe. And then going into the attack side, I think they showed us a lot of stuff we're not used to seeing in North America, at least. A lot of like weird consolidations, and we didn't deal with it well. We started to adapt faster than them after that first map, where I think they kept playing the same game. We slowly caught up to them as the series went on. Being in the semifinals of EWC feels normal for us. We're used to these situations, we're confident, and we have the tools for the job. It's just about going out there and applying it.
It was a pretty good game. We kind of expected the maps that we would play, so we were prepared for it. I think we played so good as a team today, and that's the reason we are now going to the semifinals. I played twice in EWC. Last time I went to the final, and this time is even a better feeling, so it's always great.
Team Liquid versus FaZe Clan, El Clasico. All of it on the line, all of it to be gained. One of the best matches you'll ever see. Team Secret versus Geek, reigning champions versus the underdogs. Who will come out on top?
Reigning champion versus the underdogs. However, it's GK Esports who actually have the higher seed coming into this and have picked Team Secret to play against Alphama. But Noah saying, we don't even know what we're going to do, so you pick something that not even we know about.
He just likes to play the mental game.
I like it.
They all know each other. They've been playing ranked together for the longest time. I mean, it's just a mental game for these guys. It's unfortunate that we get a double EML quarterfinals.
No, I love it, man. Just one.
I know you're gonna say, guarantees that one.
Iconic was jumping up and down.
He was jumping at my throat. I saw him coming. No, but the main thing is, like you said, I think for GK, it's gonna be all about handling the pressure because they're the favorites. They were the one that had the momentum in the EML. They were the ones that had a 6-win streak in the EML. When the other team, they were dead last. They were struggling. No one expected them not only to make it to EWC and beat AG, but to beat Falcons, to beat Joom, their former teammates that left them, to make it to the main stage. Secret, they have nothing to lose. GK, they have a little bit more, and I think that will play into the game.
You know, we talked about a lot of these players at the top of the broadcast, but I want to know, in your eyes, Iconic, who's a player we haven't talked about that you think might sway this?
I think the man from Iowa, Yaga, he's just coming out of NA talent on an EML team. I know Alphama's going to say something about that.
He finds a way. He finds a way.
He does
They're
find
everywhere.
a way.
They're taking over.
And I feel like he's a really experienced player just in this, for this matchup, being able to just really throw off Team Secret and just give them that aggression that they need. And I'm looking towards him.
Alphama, I'll raise that question to you. Who's somebody that maybe we haven't highlighted as well? This gentleman right here?
Yeah, I think Oscar is a super important backline player. I think he was a big name in Tier 2. He was given a couple of chances at the Tier 1 level, and he's already proved that he has what it takes. It's really big shoes to fill to come in when Adrian has left, when Savage has left, when Joom has left the roster. And I think he's delivered so far here at EWC as we're looking at the bans coming through here on Lair. We've mentioned two play styles. One side, it's going to be GK that are going to be attacking and prodding around. On the other side, Secret, they're trying to force them to problem solve utility. Because if you problem solve utility on the side of GK, you're not playing your own play style. And that starts by removing one hard breacher and one utility-based operator here.
And you see the denial bands coming out, making sure they can actually get those walls open, apply that pressure for their split attacks here.
This is going to be a good one, guys. We've got a battle of EML too. Much to the chagrin of Alphama, but much to the joy here of Iconic. We'll see which team ends up being the better. Will the Qiddiya City title defenders continue their title defense of Team Secret heading off to the semifinals? I'm sure the fans here would love to see it, but GK Esports has another plan in mind. Let's send it over to our casters, Dev and Pengu, to kick off our first series of the day.
Thank you very much, Rainday. Yeah, it's a big chance for us to finally get to see a return to the main stage. For last year's champions, they were underdogs then, they were dark horses, and they very much are again today. However, they go up against another very unlikely contender in GK.
We started with a story that was two men left behind, Noah and Mowgli. Now the story is the only two left standing between that former roster of EWC last year. And Mowgli said himself on social media, I cannot believe, I did not expect that we would be the last squad standing from that previous victory last year.
That's right, defending champions poached to pieces by Falcons, by Amati, by Wildcard. The two left behind are now the only two left standing. Of course, on the flip side of that, we have the great schism of the Heretics. Schism. The Six Invitational, last chance qualifier from Europe, Project Zero, which played at SI as Team Heretics, a Tier 2 team plucked up to the highest level, and of course now Grubby and Upor on the GK side, Flexi and Oscar on the Team Secret side. They played their last international S-tier event together on the same roster. Now they meet in opposition in the server.
I know Alphama and Des said that Noah's playing the mind game, saying that they don't know what they're doing. Of course they know. I don't know if they really do. I think they have entered the delusional era for Team Secret, where they're saying, we're not supposed to win. We're not going to win if we play the Secret style. We're going to play just randomness, chaos in the server. Drill C4 early here, takes down Sarks on the Nomad. That's supposed to kind of compartmentalize the map and stop them from aggressing back as the defending team of Secret. They also have Ass doubling down with the Monty. So this is GK saying, we're expecting aggression. We're going to play very passive, very step-by-step, very methodical siege, which is very predictable, but it's also harder to lash out against. So that C4 getting tossed out, getting a kill, it puts Secret in a perfect position for this first round.
And it does deadly C4. Deadly Vert, though, as well, on this bomb side here for Grubby, but it will fail if the Mute Jammers protect these defenders, and especially if Noah sneaks on down. Grubby, though, gets the better of him. Shotgun meets shotgun. And now it's a massive chance for GK to march their way forward. Drills peak solo, and Secret are falling to pieces. After that initial pick onto Sarks, they haven't found anything, and GK have so much time to look for an execute.
Doing two things right now. Mowgli was playing very passive by the bomb side, surrendering that hallway control, which also was blocked by the Sense Protector walls there. Meanwhile, Noah looking for a fight downstairs. They fall to pieces. Playing from behind, C4 and Sacrifice still in pockets of planting. Not really going to be a possibility here for GK. They still have to go for that one more pick. Meanwhile, Flexi looking for a flank. There is a drone downstairs. I'm not sure if it sees it though, but never mind. Robbie's watching about his gun.
Yeah, the big chance here for Secret hinges on Mowgli, the Frenchman, to lash out as Oscar has fallen as well. That fire will not deny the plan. Another gnarly shot here from the Frenchman. As Ask looks to finish planting that diffuser. It's Grubby with gun up, shotgun in hand. Surely no way Mowgli wins this gunfight in close quarters. Little bit of damage, almost finds him. Out comes the Deagle, but Grubby shuts him down to claim the first round for GK.
So close. And I love what they're doing there. The Monty unextending the shield, ready for a trade, because in case of the Grubby and Deimos falls to pieces, you just don't want to, lose in a 1v1. So instead, you get into an aggro spot with the pistol, with the melee possibility. The shield then doesn't work out because the Monty gets punched first, but then Grubby swings back and they support each other. A very good first round for GK, saying that we can control the aggression with some of our own aggression to counter.
And yet, you just can never count out fraggers like Mowgli. Individual prowess has always been a strength of Team Secret, even as their team did get poached to pieces. But I am loving seeing Grubby get to really show his more performative side on the main stage. He's quite a character, that one.
And I think, honestly, it benefits him as an individual that he's up against an enemy that he recognizes, that he can have a bit of banter with and have a bit of a joke mentality about. Because, we talk about pressure on the big stage and the pressure of a foreign enemy like Brazilian team that you don't scrim very often, that you hear so much about, destroying it on the international stage. This is just his friends he's up against. And I really think that someone like Grubby, when he gets the confidence in the server to make the plays and just seize those opportunities, like we saw in the first round, he's going to be a dangerous player. So there could be a point with Secret, they have to start when they get on the attacking side later, try and shut him down. Take those targeting operators like your Dokkaebi, your Deimos, your Solid Snake, and just say, wherever Grubby goes, we're going to fight him. But when you're on the defensive side, that's much more challenging because Grubby now will choose where that fight will happen.
Sure, look, it's one thing to play some video games against your friends. It's another thing to do it while competing for a $2 million prize pool.
Oh, yeah.
Here at the Esports World Cup. It's a whole new ball game for Grubby. It's actually playing on the main stage as well. He's been to now actually quite a number of international events across the old Team Secret, Fnatic, but this is his first time really having a big chance. Same can be said for Sarks and Upor, of course. That Team Heretics roster did not make it to the main stage at SI.
I mean, Drills, Nova, Flexi, right? There's a lot of kind of first-timers or early in their career sort of players in that regard. I believe it's Drill's first ever proper LAN event. Might have been some tier 2s, of course, but...
Dude has only been in tier 1 for 2 months, and he's already playing EWC.
It's a pretty wild start to your career, but Drill's had a pretty good tournament. There's been some individual moments for him on certain maps. And I think that's the best you can ask for as an up-and-coming player, is you have a good start to it. You don't have to because Noah himself had a really rough start to pro play. He was one of the lowest rated players of all time in his EML stage debut, and now he's recognized one of the greater players in Europe and also internationally. A lot of different teams of interest in teaming up with him, but he's been with Secret. He's still there today. One of the 2 players that were not picked up by bigger, if you will, organizations / teams in the Rainbow Six Siege space.
If anything, it was a bit of a surprise that we didn't see Noah get picked up.
Yeah.
Offers. I like this push, though, from GK. They've used the Rayora upstairs to prevent the flanks, while the Hibana gets to work on the Vert with the secondary breaching charges. Out comes the shotty from Grubby, but he will fall in close range. The Vector will win that without that flash going off.
Yeah. Bit of a missed opportunity. Flexi swings against Jogga as well, while they're also pressuring the flank at the same time, so Secret finally striking back and to get a third.
Yeah, this is perfect. Now the pressure is on as the Rayora has been opened up. Ask needs to win this fight. Never mind, he can just close that up again. Don't worry about your flanks. He just wants to worry about the bomb side. There are far too many players on the objective here for Secret, for just Ask and Upor to take down. They need something a little bit more, but they don't have much utility. Out come the Bs from Upor. That might give some information, but doesn't matter when Mowgli is dashing out on the bomb site. And for another one.
He's floating.
Quite a response there from Secret. They might lose the first, but the second is a flawless round in their favor.
And a very big stylistic change there from Team Secret. In the first round, there was a kind of early aggression on main staircase, a flanking downstairs, kind of all over the place. That second round, surrender their home control, fall back very early, and then lash out 3-2-1 together. Obviously, it was Grobby trying to start the action again. Fletcher shuts him down. The Candela didn't really flash him whatsoever, so a bit of an unfair gunfight, if you will. And I think we see the big side there from Grubby saying, that was a mistake. Bad play.
Definitely. Missed Candela. I mean, had that flash come out, that's a free kill with the shotgun. Big double from Mowgli at the end. Good energy from Secret. That's the magic of Team Secret. Let's not forget, last year they took down the defending champions in Falcons, knocked them from the tournament. This year they defeated Falcons again. Now they come in as the defending champions, and I wonder if a new Dark Horse could come chasing for this spot. The GK storyline this year is not too dissimilar to where Team Secret found themselves last year.
Not at all.
Well, the one thing that makes this GK roster really unique, of course, they are historically a mid to bottom pack EU team, but they made massive roster changes 2 months ago. They brought on Grubby, Upor, and Yoga, and even Ask and Sark's only been around on this roster for about 4 months. Ask and Yoga, fun fact, have both played so many S-tier international Siege events. Ask mostly on Team Liquid, a little bit on Black Dragons. He's played 8. Yoga has played on 11, all for different North American teams. This is the first time both of them are playing for an EU team at an international event.
Quite a big investment for both the org and the players, right? Kind of uproot your whole life, move to Europe, pack your bags. You might not even know that many of the European players because, again, these aren't the big names that are there alongside.
Sometimes it's only a matter of weeks. You get the offer, you get pulled out, you do your trial, you vibe with the team. Okay, pack a bag and book a one-way ticket.
Yeah, see what happens. Go win some finals. Maybe don't qualify at all. You don't know what your future has in store for you until you're right there in the middle of it.
And GK were not looking good in the group stage. It was a big upset that they managed to break through Rebels and Fnatic to make it to this event.
This area is hostile.
Sarks will scan 2 different defenders and fall right on back. Just applying a bit of pressure mentally in the server. GK has been very reliant on Grobby to start the action for them. Right now he's on Ibana with a lot of spare util in pocket, so he probably can't do it this time around. So the question arrives, who will step up for GK? It will be Ash taking down drills on that Omai.
Big opening kill there for the Brazilian on the striker. Strikes first for GK. Oscar in a bit of an off position. If he gets revealed though, oh, never mind. He can find the kill and get away before the Bees will reveal his position as well. That's a big pick onto Yogg. Upor quickly making his way forward, looking to try and bring back the advantage for GK, but thankfully Sarks will do so. A flank from Noah, a little bit too premature. The read is there, perhaps from the Solid Snakes gadget.
And they lose bomb site control as well, because now all the last 3 defenders are going to be upstairs looking down the vert. So either someone has to give up that position, fall back to fortify the bomb site, or you just say, guys, there's going to be a gap. We have to go for fish. But there it is. Sets up the bait, gets the kill, and the second.
Double pre-fire for Mowgli. And maybe it doesn't matter that Secret are all upstairs above the bomb site, because GK now will not be able to plant without some kind of pressure up above as they go for that defuser. Upor will need to try and make things difficult for Secret on this top floor, but it's going to be a tall task. Doesn't have full info. He's all alone in this position.
It's time to plant right now, try and bait it out for a kill for Upor.
There's no way this works.
I don't think they know. The bomb is going to go down, James.
This will have to be a retake here for Secret with Upor upstairs. Mowgli takes a lot of damage. Grubby on the bomb side. After he takes down the plant, he finds all 3. He does it all himself.
Do you think Secret forgot where the bomb site was? Did they think it was upstairs? Because no sound cue of plant going down. No intel by the bomb site. No one who's playing Solids flanked early again and was shot down right here by Sarks. That's going to be the guy figuring out when and where the plant will happen. When you lose that sort of player, that's what I was saying earlier. You ideally want one defender to fall back towards the bomb site, which weakens the hold above. But Team Secret, they're playing for the fights, more so from the strats, and Grobby figured that out perfectly.
Yeah.
A great gap created. They were planting while going for backstep, and Secret will call their tactical timeout. Let's listen in.
They're basically just giving the read of what they're going to do into the round, so you guys are reading it quite well. What I need you guys to do is to use these flanks more for baity situation, because they are full worried about you guys flanking all the time. You guys saw that. But you guys, once you guys are facing them, you guys actually facing them on the front attack, you know, like for example, now going on control, you guys fight them, or going into main stairs as Momo did, you know, this kind of plays, and you guys can either bait that you guys are flanking or not, but just bring the operators onto this, you know. They will tell what they're gonna do. Don't let them execute, okay? Just to go for them, and you guys are playing amazing, guys. That's it. It's just details.
I think for these next couple of rounds, we just sack off flanking in total, and we just play like very aggressive on them.
It's all about reading into the flanks here. Team Secret have been going for flanks, and GK have been very avidly watching them. Notably, Noah was the one that died trying to flank the main stairs. Funnily enough, Noah was the one playing the Solus, the perfect operator that would have helped them deny the plant in the late round had he stayed alive. So in my mind, I'm thinking, well, maybe Noah don't flank if you're the win condition in the late round, but Twister was saying do go for the flanks.
Yeah, he was saying like, do it, but in a different manner, right? Like, they want to do that disruptive flow of gameplay, but I do have a bit of an extra point to it. They're in a 4 versus 4, 4 versus 3 winning position. Then Noah goes for a flame. Like, they weren't going to execute. They lost a couple of bodies, you know, they didn't really progress the map. They never got control of the top floor, which gives them the bomb side. So while fighting and disrupting should be a high priority, I do think a round can get to a point where we can just kind of sit back and watch, because GK have to problem solve the impossible. And if you take those 50-50 gunfights, go for a risky flank, you're giving them the solution if they were to find the kill.
Sometimes you have to have the confidence in your strat to just sit back and wait for the attack to make the first move. Dark Zero were really good at that yesterday against Weibo, especially on Clubhouse. But that's the problem.
Still heartbroken.
Yeah, I haven't gotten over it yet. But if Secret want to play a really loosey-goosey, aggressive playstyle, then they need to be careful, because sometimes that gets read into. You get caught off guard going for those flanks. GK, they like to execute. Secret don't want to let them, but sometimes that means losing the round before the execute even becomes a possibility.
Again, high risk, high reward. The lifestyle of Team Secret. Mowgli swings for a drone, finds a gun, gets shot down. That's going to be a Sami with that gadget that's going to regenerate throughout the round. That's gone. It's your ops room defender gone. So you're spending a ton of map control. You're playing 4 versus 5, and we saw how this played out previously. The top floor hold from Secret didn't feel super strong in the opening round either.
It's top fragger gone as well. Mowgli is the only one that made that first round close. As the smoke comes out from Ask, wow, the boost allows him to peek over the deployable shield and get the angle onto Oscar. The Tachanka going down. That's your late round plant denial and time delay. Secret are in a very poor position.
And it's solo fighting. And one thing is that you want to make the nut go for executes, but ideally you do it together. But the big thing is, Grobby is downstairs this entire time with Sophia. He's watching the vertical C4 possibility where Joe's got a kill previously. So this is GK saying, these were the weaknesses of the previous attack. Let's fix them and do the exact same thing. Then they get 5 guns, no Monty, but they get the glass. That's going to be their next good win condition. So the big booms downstairs, doesn't find their target, doesn't even do any bit of damage. He's good for a second, gets a 1-tip onto drills, and will then not breach open that default wall.
Yeah, time to go for that breach. There's a player just on the other side of it, but never mind. Execute quickly comes through from GK. Bit of a slow clap.
He's at 2 1-taps.
Ask, yeah, very big round from Uport. GK looking most convincing that we've seen from them so far.
He said, hold that 1-tap, both of ya. And they will. Now, Lair is a map where if you're really peeking together, like all of you, also didn't he just... Oh, he did boost. I was going to say, it looked like he stood up behind the shield, but no, he did boost it up. If you want to fight together, you can, but this round in particular was just individual fighting. Mowgli solo swings, Tachanka and dies behind the shield thinking that they were safe, they weren't. 1-tap from the hallway in towards deep side. Nobody had a fighting chance. This wasn't Secret being explosive where they're fighting from 2-3 different angles, vertically, horizontally, and whatnot. It was just them getting shot down and obliterated. And Lair can play out this way sometimes. It is a case of if the attackers want to go 5 people from one angle off the map and over, it's very hard to fight back against. That's why we see a lot of teams on defense. They'll play the intel operators, whether it's going to be your Valkyrie, your Pulse, your Echo, whatever, to get an idea of where the attackers are. you get trap operators that when they enter certain areas of the map, they get weakened and you get intel from the gadgetry itself, right? You can then take some gunfights, or you play a ton of utility or plant denial so that you kind of let them get into the map and then you shut them out. Secret are playing Tashanga, but fighting them early, playing traps, but peeking outside the building.
It's a contradiction.
They're not getting to utilize the tools that they're picking, and it's by design, and perhaps the wrong one. If you're gonna play the traps, play around them. If you're gonna play the plant denial, play further back.
They've just been read quite well here by GK. This is GK's map pick after all. Nighthaven's where we go up next.
Yeah, and not even N-Forge, it's a much more open maps, if you will. If you saw Furia, Manhandle, Wildcard yesterday, you can see just how explosive Fortress can become. Lair is the exception in this BO3.
Yeah. But of course, Secret have to weather that storm, and if this is a very dominant score from GK, especially as they start on their attacking side, which, you know, Secret chose to start here on defense, and they can no longer win this half. The best they can do is an even 3-3. I expect that they really need a few more rounds in this half. Otherwise, this just would be a write-off.
Just gonna wall up into it, get no on the scoreboard. We need every single player from Secret to work together and be enabled, because I think they're one of the few teams that is actually dependent on every single player being very active in the server, rather than having one particular stop fragger. Often it's gonna be Mowgli and Noah, but it's so rare that we see a player missing in the server from them.
Yeah, I mean, Mowgli and Noah both taking a lot of damage now. Flexi tries to hold on for as long as he can. Noah finished off. Mowgli at least finds one. It's only the Grim, though. I don't think that that is endgame util. As Mowgli tries to make his way back, he's very low on HP. Flexi doesn't have any util to support his position, but of course he can pop that gas pipe. Yogg, the most experienced player on this team, can make his way forward on that Monty.
It's a little bit behind the curve now with 1 minute and 15 seconds left, but because they got the Montane, like you mentioned, they can just storm down the staircase, see, hey guys, it's somewhat clear. And there is an open wall here to the left-hand side of Flexi, but the issue is no spare reinforcement left in pocket, so they can't close up that wall. The Verts were against them. A lot of shots being missed here from Ask, unfortunately. But hatch open in lobby for backstab potential. Mowgli goes down to the track stingers, or a gas pipe, I suppose, actually. And now it's all down to Flexi. He finds a kill or two here that can change the round.
There's no way that he should be able to beat these players when Yogg is there on the Monty. Grub finds a third kill. 4v2 now. GK surely can't lose this one unless the flank is big here. Trills finds one on site. It buys enough space and enough time for Oscar to go for the flank. Trills needs to stay alive for as long as possible. Retake is potentially on the cards here, especially with one Razor Bloom. The plank goes down. A lot of damage, but no kill as of yet. On to Drills. In the post plant, though, Oscar cannot find his mark as Drills tries to harass this Monty, but Yogg is playing it perfectly. 3v1. There's just no shot in the world where Drills makes this happen. He can continue trying to get the guard break on, but he's going to be fighting the player up above. And Sark's on the bomb site. Another round. It's 4 for GK. They have well and truly come into form on Lair.
I'm still not sold here from the side of Team Secret. Maybe it's a bit of fear on the younger player's side, not certain, but Flexi is fighting for his life infiltration. Meanwhile, let a player upstairs go for a flank, but Drills is AFK in the very back of the bomb site, being afraid of the verticality. And I'm just thinking there, if Flexi's gonna 2v1 and Monty and Socks on a gun, surely Drills has to try and get in there and help it, because that is the all or nothing play. You're not supposed to win the round once Flexi goes down. 2v4, they got the Monty, they got the Vert, and while they are flanking, you can't wait for that, because Flexi doesn't have time left available to him. So I want to see Secret get on the same page. And ideally, maybe Noah try and actually make it to the end round. He's a very smart player, but he's been dead first every single time.
0-4, by the way.
Yeah.
Not a good look for Noah. After June left the roster, after Adrian left the roster, we really did look at Noah to be like that next generation talent. He owned Border CCTV at the Six Invitational, so much so that, like, I call that Noah spot now. Like, at the shelf with the Ella, he's insane, right? But sadly, yeah, hasn't been so present today. It's a very young team. I mean, Noah is only 22. The veteran of Secret is Mowgli, and he's only 23 years old. Of course, he's had a very long career as well. So many different international events. Back in the Wolves days, he was a star player.
Makes every event, but doesn't make it past the group stage. That was the curse that they had.
The curse that he finally lifted when he raised the championship a year ago in Riyadh. And now he remains the only French player here in Paris. And I've noticed a lot of energy for him in the crowd, though he's been silenced these last couple of rounds.
Yeah. You know, he's still going for his Grobby. He's 9-1 now. has not slowed down. Had a weak second round on the Ying, got shot down early, but since then, just changed his operator pool. Played some Ibana, now playing the Monty.
And he's been playing Siege since he was 18, like in a comp setting.
I was gonna say he was 12 probably, but yeah.
Probably, but like in terms of his like career time, like he's 23 right now. He's been playing the game for 5 years.
Started in tier 3, then tier 2, and then of course now here in at the highest level. Also GK, very flexible lineup, but starts to caught off guard.
There we go.
Takes the scanner out, sees a red dot, thinking, oh no, I'm in trouble. And gets shot immediately straight to the face. Flexi fighting again against the Monty. This time he's victorious.
Oh my god. Grubby taking a bit of damage there, but Flexi doesn't want to overextend. Surely, Grubby, you don't go for the aim down sights fight here.
And I have to at the same time.
Flexi, you have to just fall back, consolidate the advantage. This is a split bomb site, a spray to the wall.
Good that they fall back, right? They disrupted the round. Now they can play 5v3 and AFK. They don't need to take any risk, not force any gunfights, because GK quite literally cannot go for execute. The only way they can is, again, if they go fishing. They find that kill or two, they even up the manpower, and then they can play a stable round. With the Monty Blackbeard right now, that's not gonna happen.
Yogg needs to find some kills. Little pre-fire. The win condition here for Secret is just simply denying the plant. In a post-plant, GK actually might have a shot, but it's so unlikely they get to that position. There's the damage onto Grubby. He goes down. Ask needs to refrag. Up he goes with the Bailiff, doesn't find anything. Yogg's the last one standing. Mowgli finds all of them. Another big round from him to find a second round in the half. A much-needed one for Team Secret.
So you guys are banned? Monty Demos? Monty Demos, right?
Yeah, I think Monty Demos can be a thing. I don't think they are able to actually like bring heavy utility. Like probably like only one thing annoying is Solid Snake, and in case I actually think like Solid Snake might be a like better problem on this map.
But you think it's better if you ban Snake than Demos?
No, just ban Monty Solid Snake, no?
Instead of Demos, right?
Yeah. I think it should be better, unless like
I mean,
you really...
they will play fast, which
yeah, the thing is, this Snake they cannot play fast, yeah.
Yeah,
so should I just run the mute then instead of the Warden to counter the Demos?
Depends.
No?
Like
I don't think so.
Yeah, you can just see like see the.
Because I don't think these guys are actually gonna play like the
main site. We call when to play.
Yeah, I just want no hesitation. I see too much hesitation on this defense comp. Yeah. On attack, I want to see zero hesitation. You want to do display? Yes or no? Instant, you know, like no, yeah, maybe, okay, yeah, okay. You know?
Let's do it.
Yes,
yes,
commit. No, commit to it, okay?
Yeah,
yes. Fucking show something, even if it's not the best. Fuck it. At least we don't hesitate and we don't have this kind of problem, okay?
Yes, yeah.
Let's go, guys.
Yes, sir. Yes, come on.
But let's fix the game, guys. Let's fix the game. They're terrible. They're shitting themselves. No one is fucking.
Great to hear the input from the coaches during the halftime timeout. Also great to hear Shepard, of course, legend of the game, now coaching GK, spent most of his career with Team Empire, where he was a major champion, a Pro League champion, 2-time Six Invitational finalist against you, of course, his first one. Good times. Great to see him in the coaching role, and really interesting to see his insight, especially as back in that era, back in the Team Empire playstyle, very different kind of game. They were such a strategic team. The game has sped up a lot since then.
Oh, 100%. And it was very curious to me to see like what kind of coach Shepard he is, because he's very new to that role, and I think it was a surprise to everybody, and himself even, when he was offered that position. Not as a player, but wanted to coach for us. He's like, coach? What?
He was a legendary ig.al in his time.
Support player as well, right? Very, very much his own playstyle kind of player in the server. And he's also very hands-off approach, it looks like, from GK. And I was going to say, the playstyle they had me attack, they kept taking turns. Who was playing Ibana, who was playing Monty, who was playing Solid Snake. And when it came to operator ban decisions, Shepard said, let's ban the Monty and the Demos. That was the game plan. And then everyone kind of tuned in. What about the Solid Snake? That could be a bigger problem. He says, yeah, actually, that could be the case. Then, okay, leave Demos open, stop playing mute. And it's kind of built it together. Where we go the other side, it wasn't Twister saying a ton of stuff, actually, because I probably missed that first bit. But Mowgli saying, guys, just commit. We have to make a play and commit to the play. No being scared. And then at the very end, he goes, it's better to have a bad plan on the same page than no plan at all.
Yeah.
And that was something that Fabian always said back when I played with him as an ig.al. It's better that you have 5 idiots following a bad plan than no plan at all.
Yeah, and Mowgli has a lot of experience of playing at these events and being like the loose cannon in a disjointed team. Like, to be frank, like that was what was always the problem with Wolves. They had so many great plans, but they could never sync it together, and then Mowgli would end up doing his own thing, having incredible stats, but the team wasn't operating like a unit. When he came to Secret, we finally saw him in an environment where they're playing the kind of game that he wants to play.
Yes.
And now he's passing that knowledge on to the young generation who are at their debut, right? Like, yeah, Drills, Flexi, Oscar, like they haven't played a lot of these events before. Drills never has. No. Noah, of course, he has his experience, but still a very young player. Mowgli, yeah, like I said, 23 years old. He's actually a dad, though. Like, he has a lot of maturity for his age. He's been playing this game for a long time. He would have grown up a lot from that young, toxic player that he once was. And now he's really leading Secret as much as he can. I mean, certainly is in the kill department, but they need to come back on the attack.
And I think, like, you know, we're watching Oscar and Drills just being very passive when they're on the defensive side. This is the first game for them on the main stage. This is the quarterfinal. That's a very big shift from being your very comfortable kind of... It wasn't backstage, it was still like a smaller area, but they got comfortable in the previous setup. This is a whole different story. Where the lights are, the screens, where the crowd is from, how loud the crowd can be as well. And it can really affect younger players. I myself, in my very first debut, was more worried about the camera when it kept looking at me than the game itself. I'm like, that's the wrong mentality to have, right? Screw the camera. It's all about the game, the screen right in front of you. And if you reach that zen state where you're so locked in, you don't even realize as a crowd. You don't realize the cameras. You only see that box in front of you. And if you get into that zone, you probably can't even recall half the things you did in the server afterwards because you were so focused.
Yeah.
That's the state that Drills and Oscar in particular really have to dig towards and try and achieve. But also so far as Noah, with a slow start, he has to find his own as well.
That's top floor attack here for Team Secret. No opening picks as of yet, half the round done. Wow, nice pre-fire there from Ask, one of the most prolific smoke players back in his heyday on Team Liquid. And he actually manages also to deny the second explosion from that Selma, so that will not be a crouchable breach. We will not be able to enter there for Secret to look for a plant.
Small detail, right? But Oscar took that gunfight crouched, and the Selma charge was also at a crouch level, so he was shooting the get through and hit the headshot. If you're gonna put the Selma charge at a crouch level, you can't want to be standing when you take that gunfight. And I actually know that somebody like Mowgli spends a lot of time theory craft. Oh, he's on the table actually. Survives to get shot down immediately after. Mowgli spends a lot of time analyzing how to take those fights. Look the wrong way, Mowgli finds that kill as well.
Well done. Very nice from Team Secret, but GK looked to hold on. Nitro now from Grubby as he hits 10 kills. Needs to make it 13 to clutch up the round. But on the other side, Mowgli's coming for him yet again. Flexi, here's Mowgli, isn't it? The backstab with the pistol. A fiery explosion from Team Secret, fighting from a man down. But there's one thing we can count on that team. It's to go deep on the attack.
They commit to the play. It was going to be about that bathroom angle, up the main staircase, in the window itself. And I was saying Mowgli's a player who spends a lot of time going inside custom games and looking at how to peek certain angles. You know, you're standing, you're crouched, you're proning. And I know him and Noah spoke to depths about when you want to take those sort of fights. So Oscar right here, going to, you see it right there, he goes into a crouch angle right before going for the peak, exactly the same head level as the Selma charge. That's a mistake. It's a very, very brutal mistake to point out, but if he was standing up, that would have been a belly tap rather than a headshot. That gives him a fighting chance. And it's those teeny tiny details that can affect the younger rookie players. Mowgli wouldn't have made that mistake because he's spent so much time perfecting the kind of entry playstyle.
Yeah. I mean, for Oscar, it is actually his main stage debut. He's, of course, played at a couple of international events now. Manchester, EWC last year, both of those for ITB, and then SI 26 in Paris 6 months ago, but never made it to main stage. There's actually 3 players on the Secret side who have never played in front of a crowd before at an event. For GK, it's just 2 players. And we're really seeing that, the leadership figures on the team stepping up and saying, guys, it's okay. We really need to sync up. We need to make sure that we have the grit and conviction to go for these. Look at this from Mowgli, though. A rush with the shotgun, but it has been read. And that Ella mine will slow him down.
I guess Noah missed it. It's going to be hard to find that throwable gadgetry. You know, Jaeger DS is going to be on the floor, on the wall, but those throwable ones can be anywhere else. Blitz Flash goes out, follows.
Oh my god!
The peak was good, but it's a 1-4 at the end there, but well played from Sarks finding that first kill.
Little bit scary there. The fact that he's able to steal a kill on the drills does damage a lot of the util here. Set up from Secret. They do have Vert on Mowgli, but now he is more responsible for getting that vertical game, because there's no longer a Ram on the board.
Yep, it changes who's going to do what job in the server, and Mowgli no longer being an injured player, is now playing a useful role. That means more pressure onto Flexi, playing the Blitz operator. More pressure onto Noah once he's done with his final Twitch drone and getting a final bit of value. He's looking for roamers, just getting a bit of info on the map layout, saying, okay, this half of the map is clear, we can now get on in. That's why Flexi is top green. Looking to walk further and further down the staircase with Mowgli shotgun. This is why you pick it up. Shotgun the staircase. Oh, Mowgli was too close to Kenneth as he pops. It takes a fair bit of damage there. And also, because they want to take the staircase first and do the vertical later, Mowgli were to die here, they'd lose the Vert operator entirely.
Yeah, that's dangerous. And Mowgli honestly could go down to this Nitro Cell. Even if it's targeted at Flexi, there's a big possibility that he cops it as well, low HP. Mowgli needs to have an impact in all of these rounds for Secret. That's the commonality we've seen in the 7 rounds we've seen so far.
Yeah. The problem here is going to be, do they know that bottom filtration here is actually not clear? Yawk is waiting for them on the Warden with Ask on Capital, on the Shanka rather, raining fire from deep within the bomb site. He's behind the shield on the rotate. Feels like we gotta get Flexi in the mix of things here. Just sprint on down, take the risk. Oscar, he's a madman.
He's a 1 HP madman.
Was it worth it?
It'll be worth it if he can find a kill on the back of it, but how does he do that when the rest of his team is dropping around him? 1 HP on both the final Secret players as GK look to recompose. Oscar finds one, but Upor will finally finish off that deadly blitz. Oscar has to have a big clutch, but safely behind the shield. Upor cannot be targeted. Grubby on the long angle. GK back in form, a 5th round on the board.
And very good job there falling back from filtration, playing on the deployable shield. It's Shanka for default plant denial. Understand that they cannot go for a plant, so we're gonna make them just try and attempt it. Or go into an unfavorable gunfight, dropping down a hatch, walking in the bomb site door. I mean, Oscar getting so much damage trying to into the bomb site in the first place. Puts them in an awkward spot, but this right here, Sarks managed to find that 1 kill for the trade. The Blitz Flash missing the first time around. And then Mowgli doing a lot of self-damage there on the explosive pipe. Those are, again, the small things of Secret not working out.
GK have really dominated the early game in these rounds. I mean, there's only 3 rounds where they've lost the opening pick. They've won at the other 5. They actually are the 2nd highest entry percentage team at the tournament, behind FaZe Clan and above Team Liquid Alienware. That is a huge stat for a team that really was never regarded as a favorite in the EML, let alone at the Esports World Cup.
I did not expect that at all.
No.
5 seconds remaining.
Of course, GK have been one of the few teams at this event that have been nigh flawless. I mean, they haven't actually dropped a map so far. 2-0 against Furia and a very tight 8-7 against Enterprise in their first match of the group stage. They also won on a hell of a streak. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games in a row. They won in EML after losing their first 3. Of course, in the stage finals, it's a bit of a different case. They lost to VP twice.
I could see that VP playstyle though. That's a hard one to fight against.
Also a fun little Shepard versus virtus.pro.
It is. The old teammates on that roster, yep. Let's see it here from Oscar. Lion scan with the breach kind of sells the story. They're going for a push. Sarks takes damage and falls on back, but this right here cuts the bomb set in half. If he has the confidence to go for it, he can just look in towards that server rotate and maybe get a freebie. But he's also quite exposed in the hallway. If not, he does get the kill.
Yeah, big player to take down as well. That's Grubby, the top fragger for GK. Also a C4 off the board. But Flexi would otherwise be very exposed to. Not a lot of explosives now or tick damage to take down the Blackbeard in the late round. Just that Nitro from Yogg, who in fact uses it, but does not land anything. The last gas goes out from us. This is a very early util expenditure from GK.
It is. They feel that pressure. Green bees are coming out. Grenades are also tossed on in. And Flakes in a great spot, finds the player top stairs and forces Sarks back and also takes down Ask. Oscar is there, good for 2 in the round.
This is perfect, isn't it? From Team Secret. 1 by 1, GK dropping to the floor. Flexi could perhaps be revived. Uport feels the need to
what
get
a
aggressive,
flashbang.
gets flashed. He actually has 2 keepers in pocket. He might be able to use to go for something. An off-piece position from Sarks finds nothing. Secret just restabilizing. It's a flawless round for the defending champs. Not done yet. And once again within touching distance of their opponents.
Really big round for Oscar, finding 3 kills. Also helped with the 4th there, but Noah did get the credit in the end. Operator band's coming out. I'm not entirely certain on what you're going to be targeting here. Let's see it. Could be Tashanka, could be the Mira for defense. The attack, I actually have no clue.
To get rid of his shield, or is that a waste? No,
Oh, the
interesting.
Grim Beast in Asami.
I like the Azami, even though it perhaps wasn't played perfectly.
Just works every bomb side, right?
A tactical timeout called by GK as they look to try and finish it here.
Don't stress about the top floor. You just dip a little bit like different strat. You actually don't need to fight with it. If you're gonna go for the basement again, I mean not for the basement, for top floor, just do your simple strat. Even you have the mirror, I think try to...
I think we just, if we need to go top again, I think we just do the mirror tab, right? Make the main bridge close because we are fucked up 2 rounds on main bridge.
Play with Tachanka, play with the rotation, probably Buffram because Grim is banned right now. For basement, I think they have like absolutely no clue. Maybe instead of Warden Yoga, you play Goyo to like slow the damage.
Slow down more, yeah.
Just don't lose your heads, like guys. The game is simple. You know what to do. Just do our strats. Don't fuck up on the ops. That's it.
You guys want me to? I'm gonna play the Goyo, right?
Yeah, let's go, guys.
Yeah. No, we're gonna go banks, right?
Yeah.
Again, you know what to do. Don't mess up the operator picks, and also don't mess around that breach top floor. Grubby saying it's twice in a row now that we made up that particular mistake. So it seems like for GK, it is the micro that they're concerned about, not the macro. The strat is good, but they're mis-executing that strat.
Yeah, and it really just, I can't help but listen to Shepard and think about Team Empire. The plan is simple, but it's perfect.
Yeah.
We have done it 100 times. All you have to do is the game plan that's written down on your piece of paper. And to be fair, when you're going up against a team like Secret, which is very much go with the flow, very inconsistent, very deadly at breaking apart things and sweeping you off your feet, you just need to win more often than you don't, and you'll take the map, right? Especially at a 5-4 advantage on a defensive side. On paper, GK, they stick to their guns. Secret might win a round or 2 because Mowgli gets a 4K, but that's not going to happen enough for Secret to come back to OT.
That's exactly it. If you can just win every round where a star player doesn't pop off, you'll be flying throughout this series in a BO3 fashion. So GK, all about finding out for every bomb site what strat works the best. And I feel like when you play the first 3 rounds of defense, you're kind of feeling out, okay, this is how Secret are attacking against us. Now you make your micro adjustments for the second rotation, and this should net you a better result. Secret got to adapt on the fly in the server. That's a much more difficult task. But they got some possibilities here. Most notably, they're playing the Thatcher with a shield and with Capital. This almost always means a direct bomb site approach, where the goal here is, in a perfect world, you EMP the Solus, so they cannot see when and where the plant is going down. You smoke the bomb site, counter fire, and plant in the smoke. And then the bomb just goes down. That's your win condition. And then, of course, Thatcher after that can watch those C4s being tossed out, of which 3 are in the server here.
Another big win condition here for the attack on this tertiary bomb site is having numbers advantage and baiting the defense into extending because they think you're planning, right? Thatcher is great for that. You actually have a lot of ammo with that EMPs. If you get into position, you throw out some of your smokes, this could be it. Is this going to be a bait or is this the real deal? It looks like it's serious. The Solus EMP'd. Arse cannot find where that plan's going down, but he might be able to impact the default position. One of his impacts misses, lands on himself. Flexi eventually goes down, but the plan has already been confirmed for Team Secret. They have the numbers as advantage, but they've got that defuse on the ground. GK are the ones that have to make the next move.
You wish that Mowgli wasn't inside the bombs. He has 2 fires and probably stuck in the corner, and Noah goes down first as well.
But piece by piece, GK will start to make their way back into its Secret. All they have to do is hold down the lines as the rookie of drills finds 2 kills with the AK-12. Grubby and Yoga have to have a big moment here into the 2v2. Mowgli still has some fire left, but he's not able to use it. Oscar just has to prevent Grubby from getting on the defuse. He's got to stick it from now. Oscar can clutch up the 1v1 for Team Secrets. We're tied up. It's 5-5.
Conviction, committed to the plan, and believing in the right result right there. There was one moment where I thought, oh my god, imagine that Mowgli found himself outside the bomb site. 2 capital fires, denying 15 seconds each of plant for defusing. That could win you the round single-handedly, but Mowgli sprinted deep to cover Flexi. He was stuck in the bomb site the entire time, hiding, waiting for the chance to strike out, and he did find that 1 kill.
He could have used his fire while, like, where in his position, he still could have fired the plant.
That's true.
Even if he died for it, it would have bought 15 seconds, which was enough to guarantee the round win.
But Mowgli is a fighter, that's the thing. I mean, he's in that prime state of like hunting for his prey.
Oh my God.
He's not gonna think that deep about it, getting caught with the bad timing. But that's also where I love that second layer. Oscar going upstairs, knowing the defenders fell back to go for retake, using the vert against him. That was not vertical made by the attackers. That was the defenders impacting the floor, C4ing, being desperate, and Oscar utilizing it to get a 1v2 clutch.
Great post plan from Team Secret. GK did most of that right. I have to wonder, with that missed impact from Ask, was that the crucial moment, or was it the fact that the C4 from Flexi just wasn't in position?
It's hard to say.
There's no question that the Thatcher EMPing the Solus played a part into it because it bought Team Secret an extra 1 or 2 seconds. GK didn't know the plant was going down in that position. They guessed it.
Yeah. I mean, they see the smoke grenades and go, well, either he's planning in the safe position or middle of the room, and we're gonna just assume it's a safer position. Either way, like Mowgli said, just commit to the plan. When you're going for that, I mean, mind you, Secret down 4-5. They lose that rush. It's match point against them. This brings them to a tied score.
You've got to go deep. You've got to go all the way, give it everything you've got, because if you hesitate for even a second, you lose. You can't be thinking about, look, if we lose this round, then it's over pretty much. I mean, we've got match point against us. You can't be thinking about that. Ooh, nice work. The ADS actually coming into play, supporting that defense. Flexi makes his way forward regardless with the Blackbeard, but Grubby is keen to fight it. He doesn't have any util to help him out, but he has Upor, who takes down Noah, who's been unusually quiet for the Swede. Can Grubby get a little bit onto the Blackbeard now, up close and personal. Looks for the second player, good swing from Drills, and Flexi will finish him off. Team Secret back into it again, and the top fragger from GK is down.
They're back and forth right now, exchange of bullets there between Mowgli and Upor, both so low on health. Again, look towards Flexi as the Black beginning from
he goes deep.
Pushing forward past the fire.
Guard break comes through, but Drills, who find one, traded himself out by the Ask. Fire, but it doesn't matter. Now Flexi in the 1v1 after Yoga and Sarks do their best to try and bring it back for GK. Into the 1v1! Sarks can't afford to let this one go by him. They were in the lead for most of this game. Team Secret had been chasing GK down, as Flexi now needs to chase down Sarks. How does he play it? On the Blackbeard, he makes his way forward, can't afford to do much damage onto the feet, can't afford to expose himself for too long.
Such a
if he
hard
gets up close and personal, he might be able to win the melee engagement onto Sarks, who continues dogging back and forth. The bulletproof camera finished off. There's less info now for GK, but Flexi, all the time in the world, he just needs to buy his time, make the right decision. It's a bait. It's a Mexican standoff. Flexi goes for the ADS, needs to time the fight, but look at Sarks. He's just running away again. We're playing a game of Ring Around the Rosie on the basement on Lair, and now Secret finally have to make a decision. It's up to Flexi. Does he go for the plant? He baits it out for a second. Sarks once again, explosive position! Baits him into the fire extinguisher, detonates it, and takes down the Blackbeard to get GK that elusive match point.
It's all about the small things right there. You saw Flexi, he saw the canister earlier, but kind of lost track of where it was on the map. One more fast play question mark in the chat from Ask. The thing is, right, it was looking really good for Secret. They had numbers advantage, good trading here. Drills getting targeted there by the fire. A little bit unlucky, but I think a worthwhile play. Flexi, though, cannot go for a plant in the 1v1. It takes 7 full seconds. The best you can do, put the shield on his back, stop planting, bait in the last defender, get off the plant, go for pre-fire. But that's a super risky play. And the issue is, he had so much time to work with, but it vanished very quickly. We're talking 25 seconds left at the end there when he was forced to take in the fight.
Bomb located by attacker.
Yeah, wow. But one thing that's true for GK is exactly what Ars said in the old chat, which one more fast play from Team Secret.
I mean, it's been working pretty well.
Yeah, they're really good at the fast plays, but just because GK know it's coming doesn't mean you can do anything to stop it.
10 seconds remaining.
Also, mind you, when playing operators like your Goyo and your Tachanka, it's quite effective. You get to pop the fires before the push comes in. But think about the opposition of like Thorn, Ella, Melusi, Fenrir, when they're in those hallways, they will get negatively impacted automatically by the gadget.
That's
the Shangan Goya
thing.
Requires action.
Even the smoke, even the nitro on Grubby and the impacts from Sarks, like there has to be a reaction from GK to think, okay, I'm going to activate my gadget now to slow them down. But you're right, I think traps like the Ella are almost more impactful here against the Team Secret playstyle. We'll see.
Oh, he's drifting.
Drills on the Deimos. GK considered banning it out, elected to ban out the Solid Snake instead. And then the Grim. So I wonder how much this Deimos could have an impact.
They did mention from Shepard earlier that with the Grim being banned away, Bathroom is much more playable. And that's why we see Ask play inside a Bathroom rather than on the staircase itself. Really wanting Noah to have his moment though on this map because it's been a quiet map for him. 3 to 8.
Uncharacteristic.
Often dirt early, very uncharacteristic. Never lasts alive for a clutch moment where he's so effective usually. But now he's on the Ying that he could become the difference maker. It could be the entry, it could be the late round, it could be the push.
It was the first one dead last round as well. Drills down below with the Deimos, needs to look to target Grubby. As that mirror window, in that spot you would usually look for a breach, makes things a little bit more awkward.
I think it has to be Noah. The main breach is challenging.
The vert from down below from Drills, and the push up the stairs from Noah as the Incandela goes out, buys him some space. Can he make his way towards Bathroom though? It's a sacrifice from GK. They decide to just give up the ground and let Secret have this map control because they want to play Plant Denial and bleed away at that clock.
So they're inside a Bathroom, they got the main staircase, they're also still working by the main breach. The issue is planting default is not going to be impossible, right? Shanga Fire, 11 in pocket, Smoke as well, 2 of those, with only 60 seconds to go. Joseph Deimos, though, from downstairs could find a ton of value, but has to be cautious because he's getting flanked and
no.
Sarks gets the kill instead, so now the vert is gone.
Uncharacteristically slow from Team Secret. One more fast play, not to be. Time to go deep for Flexi. Can he weave his way between these two players? Not to be. Grubby goes down after he finds one. Big from Mowgli. That's the win condition now for Secret. Somebody has to have their moment. The Plant Denial has been nullified now as Mowgli looks for it. It's up to Oscar to cover. Can he trust his young teammate? No, he can't! Because Sarks will find him. It's up to the Frenchman to clutch 1v2 to try and save the map. Bit of damage onto Sarks, bit of damage onto U4 as well. Out comes a pistol. This one does not pack a punch. He'll have to land some headshots. He'll have to find both of them. Upor has to cover while Sarks commits to it. Mowgli can't get it done! GK finally step over the finish line on Lair. The first map in the books, and the defending champions find themselves staring down the barrel of elimination.
Stop the push, they stop the rush. GK, they figured out the playstyle, they're ready for it. Early util expended, they weren't worried about a default plan position, was fighting to the very end. In a 2v2, that's when you can figure we can try and go for a plant. And GK has stayed patient throughout the entirety of that, waiting for the right angle and the right moment to swing together and get the pick.
So dominant for GK on the attacking side. Now when they switch to defense, they cruise on through it. Secret showed us a little bit of life, but it wasn't enough. GK's map pick goes to themselves, and Team Secret next up will look to try and battle it on Nighthaven Labs. But from a deficit once again. But I gotta say, there's no more dangerous Team Secret than one that is backed up into a corner, backs against the wall.
That's it, nothing to lose, and a much more chaotic open map where those instant fast plays in the attack can really work out, and where in defense, going for solo plays is also much more favorable. Like I said earlier, I do think Lair is the outlier in this BO3. Statistically, stylistically, I think it's only gonna go better and better for Secret, so the question is the confidence. We saw Oscar and Drills really warm up into this game as it continued through, both ending about neutral or positive statistically. Oscar having a big 1v2 clutch. That they're gonna have to carry into map 2 and map 3 to get this victory.
Oh, you know, the player that I was very surprised to not see show up today was Noah, one of the stars. He has had a very rough EWC so far. He hasn't been in the top 50 players. I'm looking at his stats right now. He's been 54th rated with, actually, funnily enough, a negative KD. Very uncharacteristic of him after such a phenomenal last 12 months of his career. Peaking last year at the Esports World Cup, but he could find the next trough here at this year's EWC. We'll break down that map for you with the desk.
Thank you, Devin Pingu. It's a good start for GK Esports. That pick turns out exactly as they had hoped, as Team Secret goes down in the first map, but not without trying. A couple of nice clutches there from Oscar to close things, well, not quite out, but to get them in contention. And it's GK who pull away at the end. Rain Day here back on the panel with a little bit of a break. And inside alongside Iconic and Alphama, gentlemen, GK Esports, they get exactly what they wanted there. But it was tight. It was a very good match.
I feel like it's going to be a tight match, but we really saw GK's playstyle come to light, really spotting those gaps and identifying the weaknesses in their zones there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we saw that multiple times on a few rounds, especially. I have one example here to show you guys, and I can maybe let you help me after this. We're just looking at a couple of players here. Obviously, on their side, I think Mugli went absolutely crazy. Yeah. I think on the side of Secret, obviously, probably the last hope that we have here for French fans. But it's great to see him play at that level right now.
Yeah, I mean, I know you're going to break down some Telestrator. Let's just jump into it. We got some stuff to show, but let's get into it because I know you were talking about GK Esports and how well they played.
Yeah, so we mentioned that playstyle, right, about the lurking around, and that's starting in the round 3. I have a great example to show you guys, and we're going to start with paying attention here to the position of Secret. 3 players are upstairs. The bomb site here is on the ground floor, and most importantly, pay attention to the position of Grubby, who can go and maybe try to play aggressive here, and Upor. The two of them, they could choose to make that 2v3 a gunfight, and instead they're going to choose something way more interesting. Pay attention to what Grubby is doing. He's dropping downstairs and he's leaving Upor alone all the way on the first floor here, and Upor is making noise. He's shooting towards that first doorway, he's sending a call towards the smoke, and these guys, they're panicking a little bit. They're worried about Upor. They don't know how many players are facing them, so one is watching the rotate, the other one is watching the door, and we pay attention here. Iconic, we don't see any Vert on that side, and that's going to be an opportunity on the side of Grubby, who's lurking downstairs. Mugli joined his teammate, and here they're going to have to make a decision. During this time, Grubby is planting the diffuser. They're completely clueless, and here, with only 18 seconds left, they can make a decision. Do we go for a fight on the guy above, or do we drop out? And they chose to drop toward the side. They thought it was clear. They thought it was safe. But during this time, Grubby was planting safely behind the pillar. He had found the gap that we mentioned before, and so they jump into a trap. Grubby gets the 2 free kills here, and after that, he switches on the bearing and finally gets one of the easiest triple kills of his career and a nice save from a 2v3. We've mentioned before that they're so good at opportunity seeking. So good at finding those gaps. Most importantly, we thought it was going to be good in the early round. Also so good in the late round.
Yeah, you said that Mowgli also played pretty well in that one. Iconic, what was Mowgli's strength here on the side of Secret? Obviously one of the remaining members trying to go and defend this title, but unable to do it in map 1.
I feel like his real strength is just staying with the flow. You see him just getting insane multi-kills, always being able to snap around back and forth. There was almost an insane clutch in the 2v1 with the Monty Damos in that first round. I feel like if he would have won that, it would have given him some huge momentum in that map. But obviously the last Frenchman standing, just one of the best players on his team, really showing up when they need him most.
The last Frenchman standing. I mean, Alphama, is that just ignoring the fact that you're here? I guess you are sitting, so maybe that's why. That's why.
I guess the last one succeed, and the last one with families, friends, fans in the crowd. I mean, he already had that French aura boost at Six Invitational 6 months ago in Paris. It's showing already in this game.
So now we've got this kind of turnaround potential where, you know, they don't take the first map, but that doesn't mean it's over. What needs to happen here as we go into our second map of this series for them to start making a comeback?
I think we need to see a step up from the overall team. I think a couple of players are lagging behind on the side of Secret. It's really in the details. I think we've mentioned it before. It's very clear the way that GK is going to play.
Yeah.
Yes, it's annoying. Yes, they're always going to poke around. And yes, you know that you never should leave your guard behind you. But maybe playing a little bit tighter to each other in defense especially. Put as much utility as you can in front of them. Because if you force GK to try and problem solve that utility, they can be played around the map. They need 2-3 players to problem solve. I don't know. Wall denial, for example. Or trying to burn some OMI or Jaeger gadgets, right?
Yeah.
Try to force utility in a way that they have to be close to each other. Because GK right now, they're playing way too spread, and you could punish them that way.
What do you think, Iconic?
Like you said, the team, I feel like you kind of saw a little bit of the nerves coming out that first map.
Yeah.
Players being a little bit slow. Of course, the more notable players on that team, the more experienced players coming out. But you really need the whole team making sure you're reacting together, because GK, like Alphama said, they're going to test those gaps. So if one person's not reacting, you're going to be losing these rounds really closely. And you see how tight of a series it is. It makes a difference one kill between the other. And I feel like they got out to that slow start on the defensive side, not putting enough aggression and pressure onto GK.
Yeah.
It just made them really comfortable there. So I feel like look on the
defense side to really get in their face, make them aggressive, start making the rounds more dirty here.
You know, I'll have a question about that in a second, because as someone enjoying watching some CG sports, it's great to see the differences between attack, between defense, who sets the tone, who sets the pace. I know it's matchup dependent, but I'm curious as to who's got to do it heading into our second map of the day. But the question is, can they do it? Team Secret come into this tournament in France trying to lift the title yet again, but there have been doubters, there have been questions. Some of those will be answered hopefully shortly here on the stage.
Of course I want to win, but you need to be realistic as well, you know. I'm just gonna take match one by one and do my best.
What were my thoughts on Team Secret pre-event? I mean, that they were going to be the first ones to be knocked out. Didn't have much of a leg to stand on. I mean, that entire roster got gutted after the 6th Invitational.
If we did, I think it would be hilarious. I think being able to obviously lift the trophy would mean a lot. But if we were able to, you know, compete against all these teams that are qualified and supposed to be here, and then, you know, we as title defenders come in and actually just swoop it up, that would be pretty funny.
Position, he's got the better weaponry, pre-fires the angle. Team Secret 7-0ing all gamers.
After the first game against like the Chinese team, we started very bad, and I had like kind of a political speech like to motivate the team.
He motivated everyone to play more aggressive and play faster. And once we got into the second map, we were able to understand the game better and read against them, and then it became easier.
I just said, guys, we are playing one of the best competition in the world. We shouldn't be there. So just play, guys, just have fun. Show you guys are good in streams, just show it. Show it to everyone, and we did it really good. And since this moment, we just like all over everything, and it was perfect. Like before the match, I was saying, guys, if we win, it's gonna be so funny. Because for me, like if Falcon lose this match, it's like a professional mistake, you know, like it's impossible to be like one of the favorites of the competition and you lose like against the bottom of the EML who shouldn't be there at all.
League Effect, shoddy in hand, waiting for the close range engagement.
When we started the game against Falcons, I just saw that, we could maybe win. We could maybe go to playoffs.
We were down 4-2, but then once that attack split came, I remember saying in the halftime, for 2 minutes, I said, guys, if we get 2 rounds, we'll be able to bring like the momentum back on our side and be able to shift the game. I think as well as when you see 5-5, I think as a team like Falcons, you're probably thinking, how are we in this situation against a team like Secret?
I think there was something for Mowgli and Noah to just really prove, and you could see it in their gameplay. You could see it in the performance that they wanted that win. They wanted to prove to Joom that he made the mistake of leaving them, that they should have stuck together.
Secret are here to dial back time and will return to the playoffs.
Beating them 2-0, we have something, you know, it can't be luck, you know. Yeah, I'm full confident, I think it's gonna be crazy.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Raw energy. Half a puff and blow the house down.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Well, one more map, and we could be seeing a guaranteed new EWC champion here at Rainbow Six Siege. France, known for upsets, and the last French player standing in the tournament, Mowgli, hoping to get his crowd behind him. You see the Secret fans in their seats ready to go, but GK, that man Grubby, have a plan, and they want to execute it as well. We talked about so many of these stories, gentlemen, but I kind of want to talk about strategy, the tempo. You said defense, and on the side of Secret, not really setting, I'll use the word tempo, you guys can use whatever word fits better, but allowing GK to play their game. If you're Secret now and going to this next map, I think it's Nighthaven Labs, right?
Yep.
What do you do? What do you do to kind of get things towards your preference style of play? How do you approach it?
So it's obviously with the nature of the map. Labs, you have to be contesting the wall. So the IT wall is going to be a big staple, making sure you can really make the attack have to work to get that wall open. And that's going to depend on the bans you throw at them. Also, too, on the E-box side, it's a major position on the top floor, making sure you can have your C4 over the top, making sure you can deal with the person below. Just making them extremely uncomfortable because you see they're going to go for these set plays where they can put the util in and put the guns in. You're going to have to try to break that before it actually happens. But if the util, if you allow that displacement to come through from below, you're going to be on the back foot the whole round on the defensive side and allowing the attack to just kind of get into their comfortable plays where they're going to be these more advantageous fights they can take. So on the defensive side, you really have to make them work in the early rounds so you can kind of have some early aggression fakes, and then you can just throw them off here.
So you have to be disruptive. Try to stop out what these attackers are doing, because if they get to execute their set plays, they're going to be very hard to remove, very hard to stall later on.
Exactly.
Okay, well, let's see if they can take it. Picks and bans coming up as well here for Secret. The crowd already getting excited. GK as well, looking to go 2-0.
I actually like the fact that Secret is going to start attack here. Denial, and at this point that means that they can go and breach things more easily. You mentioned it before, right? IT wall getting that breach, connector wall being breached as well. This is the kind of things that we want, getting in the building quickly and starting by being proactive. Bring the pace to their playstyle. They can be more proactive in attack than they were in defense, and that's a good sign for them. It all depends on these first 6 rounds, right? The first half.
Yeah, well, trying to now be on the flip side of that, set their pace, set that tone, get in those attacking positions, as you mentioned, Iconic. It is up to Team Secret now to do it. Fellas, before we send it over, what are the chances here? You think we're going to a third map?
I would like to believe so. I think that we're here for upset. Secret was a team of upset.
I think it's going to be a 2-0 GK.
Okay, 2-0 GK. Going to a third map potentially. We'll send it back over to Devin Pingu as we begin our second map of this series.
Thank you very much, Rain Day. Look, yes, Team Secret have been stirring the water ever since last year. If there's any team to ever go for an upset, it would be our bottom of the ladder in the EML, who got that invite and made it to the playoffs against all odds. But this could be the end of the line. What do you reckon, Pengu? GK looking very hot on left.
I think a third map is going to be required. I think that was Secret starting off kind of scared, getting settled onto the stage, having a couple of players not be on the same page as the main command there from Mowgli. And I do think that they figured out those issues at the tail end of the first map. But now we're starting a map that, again, their map pick, much more comfortable on it. They won this last year, although being a different roster, against G2 in a dominant fashion in the grand finals. When Stompin had a huge clutch against them, they were super unfazed by it. So I genuinely believe that Nighthaven is heavily favoring Team Secret, but it will always come down to the performance in the server. I like that they just touch about the operator bans here, the Kaid, the Bandit, making that step one of hard breaching a lot more easy and simple for Team Secret to give them more attacking flexibility, not having to problem solve around it, but also to enable them to fast into the map, start off the round, start the fighting, and this is going to make GK fall closer and closer back towards the bomb side until they're piled up together, shoulder to shoulder. And that means the Secret can utilize the entire map control against them, and that is going to be a big win condition.
If there's anyone that needs to rock up now for Secret, it is Noah, but Mowgli is the first one to go down. He's been consistently their best player. Both him and Noah will be taken out by Upor. Huge start for GK. Team Secret, tie and drum straight in and immediately are shut down. It's Drills in a 1v5. What a terrible way to start the map for Secret.
Yeah, I was gonna say I would love to see some verticality here from the attack inside, and it's the last man standing who's downstairs, isn't tracking people, finds an exit frag, but being called out in the chat. I mean, Yupa wasn't able to fight back. It was not fair, right? Well played.
Well played.
Ideally, if you know that there's a C4 waiting on that warden, you get a tracker from Deimos, force them to fall back, then make the entry. That felt like Secret skipping a step.
Good nade, but Ask is quick to fall back.
Just got a shoddy.
Yeah, you're right. He'll just play the close crossfire.
4-man crossfire, by the way.
Yeah, there's no way that he can tap every single one of these headshots as long as GK play it right and swing on contact. Sarks goes down. This would be a 1v5 for the ages. I've seen a 1v5 on this map at an EWC before, but not to be. Ask takes him down. Drills, unfortunately, not able to aura farm quite enough there after he gets called out in the chat for being last alive. Classic Drills.
So let's rewind the clock about 2 minutes, okay? I wanted Secret to use this to use the entire map against him. There are 3 people in a singular window. Drills downstairs, not using the Demos tracker, and Oscar was outside the building when this triple kill happened from GK. They could have been in Aqua. They could have gone in Meeting Connector. They could have gotten more pressure on Cattle Rafters. They could have started tracking people with Demos downstairs and then made that play. So it feels like they had all the options, they had all the map to work with, and they chose a singular window of doom.
Yeah.
A little bit too simplified.
Very simple there for Secret. Look, they have been better on their attack than their defenses in this map. Remember, they only won 2 defenses on less. So I expect that here on Labs, we need to see this first half show a little bit more promise for Secret. Otherwise, if this is a 4-2 split, just like the first map was, then I don't really think Secret will be able to come back in the second. I have to admit, I've been hoping for a 3-mapper. I really think that this series deserves it. Of course, GK might have beaten Secret in the EML, but this isn't Kansas anymore, right? We might still be technically in Europe, but playing in front of a main stage is a whole different ball game. And Team Secret know what it's like to win at an EWC. They know what it's like to play on that stage, and while we do have plenty of experience on the GK players, mostly on Ask and Yogg, this is still a very young roster, a very new roster, and I just think Secret have a little bit of magic to them when it comes to the Esports World Cup.
There are 2 ways that you can go for an attack right now. The first playstyle is you find the isolated roamers here from GK because they are playing quite far apart, like the disc was saying. That's your first playstyle. The second option is you want to attack from 3 separate areas, on the basement, on the top floor bomb site, on the tertiary bomb site as well. It's a matter of figuring out what style suits our enemy the best. And if you're gonna go hunting for roamers, don't have people make risky plays all across the map, just look for that one roamer. If you're gonna look for a split attack on the bomb site, you need to make sure to get an even spread and not attack from one singular angle. Right now, I think Secret is still in the discovery phase. They're trying to see where the gap is. They got single breach open up, Mowgli dies for some demos. They pressure the bomb site with the diffuser in pocket, but they can't quite make the push in and try and go for a plant.
Yeah, Ask is really being targeted here by the Deimos and now by the Dokkaebi as well. He just tanks the damage. Secret can't quite sink their teeth into the bomb site like they wanted to. They wanted to go for a bit of a fast play. It was red. They need to commit a little bit to that roam clear, but Upor's Mute Jammers will make that a challenge.
This round is kind of cooked strategically. It's still winnable by all means, but it's going to be a scrappy one. We're going in, no droning, dry peeking all the corners, and we're not even using the scanner from Solid Snake because Mute Jammers are in great effect upstairs for the roam game to be enabled. So Secret, desperate for a kill or 2, maybe even 3 required here. But at least because they're getting inside the building, they can go for that split pressure on the bomb side.
Wow.
Drills falls over, finds one, but they got to attack from different angles at once.
Flank opportunity here for Sarks, if Secret aren't aware of it.
Specchio looking out.
He actually decides not to go for it as of yet. No commitment here from Sarks. Secret, oh wow, he's gonna go all the way upstairs.
There is time, it's okay.
In theory, but if Secret quickly get on the bomb site, find a pick, then Sarks might be caught way out of position. He needs to be faster here. He has impacts to make Vert in the late game. But Secret are at least a little bit aware of some kind of a flank.
I like how they've played this. Secret sending in 1 player deep into pressure the bomb site. Noah just finds all the kills. The rest is just waiting for to say what path is clear. Noah's actually on the Vert above, actually. I was mistaken. Now they're going to go down that cargo staircase, looking to it to the side.
Yeah, and they've droned out the final player as well. Upor's the last one left. From the 4v5, Team Secret do what they do best. Piece by piece, they get those picks back. A little bit of explosivity is the perfect recipe for Team Secret.
Shout out to Drills, just vaulting over the railing, going for the pick through the toxic bait when his teammates were kind of stuck and taking the fight with him. That is that no hesitation performance that Mowgli spoke about. Commit to the play, send it, show what we can do in scrim, show how good you are when you're not on a big stage. Because Drills has been regarded as a great screamy hero, a term they use for a player who will pop off in practice but cannot usually convert that onto a big stage game.
And Drills has been playing in Tier 2 for 4 years. It's only 3 months since he joined Tier 1. He's not one of those ex-Heretics players like Grubby and Flexi and Oscar. He hasn't played at the Six Invitational. This is his first ever event, and it's first ever time on the main stage. in the online stage in the last couple of months, Flexi debuted with a 116 rating. That is unbelievable. His EPS is through the roof. He's fragging out like crazy, which is great for a young up-and-comer. But what can he do on the main stage when the white lights are on him? Well, apparently he can dig deep under the leadership of Mowgli, telling him, look, I was there, I was you once, and all you have to do is believe. Anything is possible for Secret when they believe. They proved that last year.
Tertiary bomb site is quite a tricky task. It's kind of easy to defend, kind of easy to attack, but also hard at the same time. It really comes down to the initial kill. If you find that one anchor by the side because he oversteps or swings the wrong angle, you get that kill, opens up the whole round. Likewise, if you get top floor control with the roam clear, same story. You do a very usual top down, get the vert, set up for a plan, go for it late round. Just gotta worry about the C4 and basement, which in this round there's none of. This does feel like a bit like a GK that wants to take fights, right? The Ella, the Asami, the Denari. It's not going to be a late round plan denial. It's going to be probably for the roam.
Mowgli with the CAG charm. That's a classic. I love to see it. Perhaps he can embody a little bit of that aggression that we see the Japanese bring to the table. Mowgli's been the first dead in the last 2 rounds here. So hopefully he has a little bit more guts to him this round. It looks like he might backstab Blue while the execute from the rest of Secret happens on Rafters and IT here. Flexi to try and take down that tripwire from the Denari before he can make his way forward.
Tricky spot here if you're Flexi. A lot of pressure on his shoulders. Good effort. Second nade went down, clears the keep, and now can try and check the fight.
Careful about the close range engagement there. It's up to Mowgli to go for the backstab, but he gets read by Sarks. However, Flexi has won his battle, and Noah comes in to support. Great to see Noah back in form again, 5-1. As Flexi continues on, marching forward, Ask will claim Noah's life and then retreat back towards the bomb site. A little bit of damage onto Oscar as well. Secret struggling after that initial exchange. They thought they had won, but no, not to be. The Brazilian tearing them a new one. 2 kills now with the UMP. Flexi worried about running into this crossfire, needs drills to have the same impact he did last round.
Tricky situation. He was so good at it, supporting Flexi with guns, but he's all alone in a 1v3 downstairs. Has the diffuser as well the entire time, but no bombs are to be found just yet. Grismart's going out as well. You know exactly where he is. Plenty of time to work with though, but not to be. Yaga from far away lands the shot with the Scorpion from Ella. And another shotgun there from GK saying, you know what, they might be attacking from all the right angles with the exact right timings, but we're just going to send body after body up that aqua staircase until it works.
That's right. I mean, a lot of flanking there from Team Secret, from GK onto Team Secret, particularly the Ask, on the castle. That was really the instrumental moment, was when Ask got those 2 picks and then fell back. Even though Team Secret are pretty good at heavy hitting and rushing, the fast plays, GK are starting to read into it. Even little things, like Mowgli shouldn't be dying just dry peeking a shield. That should just never be happening. He's playing the striker. He's got nades, he's got flashes.
Theoretically, it's that when they get the kill with Blackbeard on the frontal push, the guy in Aqua Hallway should be looking behind him because he's afraid of the flank, but he just stuck his guns. Like, Sarks never looked behind him fearing Flexi. He was waiting for Mowgli saying, I will go 1-for-1.
It's also a deployable shield, so even if he did peek towards the Blackbeard, he could be somewhat safe to the player behind him, sitting behind that shield.
It's a tough spot. You can maybe make the argument that if that Flexi is successful in the first initial push, Mowgli can just stay outside the Aqua door, watch the staircase for the run back. They know Sarks is stuck in Aqua Hallway, and then you make Flexi go in for the kill, then Mowgli gets enabled. But Secret, they love to get explosive with it. And I think the initial plan was, you go in, 3-2-1 together. They didn't do the, you go in first, if you get the kill, I'm gonna hold, and if you don't get the kill, I will push. So maybe a plan A that should have been changed around, but never was, because it's so fast in the server.
And ideally, you don't have to communicate that. Ideally, that just comes down to the experience and the team chemistry, just knowing your teammates. But, of course, Team Secret have had to make constant roster changes on account of them getting 2 players poached after SI, 1 poached after SLC as well. This roster's only really been together for, what, 3 months?
Yeah, for just stage 1 for the full 5. No, am I trolling?
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, exactly. Drills joined just 3 months ago. Flexi and Oscar just prior to that.
Time flies. Yeah. 3 months, I mean, longer than I thought, honestly, but yeah, that's the nature of a stage into a little bit of off-season into a LAN final.
Yeah.
That's how it goes. Now, Secret have changed the pacing a little bit slower in this round. Backside pressure from Oscar. That's one of the 3 spears that I mentioned, right? So IT is a pressure point. Backside here in meeting is a second pressure point. And then you ideally want the third at some point in the round. That's going to be either Aqua Flank, where we saw Mokti die last round, or Garrett's Catwalk Rafters. You get 3 of those 4 in position. Now you have a great attack for an execute later on. And it's very important that you don't funnel, 4, 5 attackers from the same portion of the map. You gotta get that split pressure.
Final Selma goes out there. Oh, Sarks trying to back out of that corner. Mowgli finally gets himself onto the scoreboard after 3 opening deaths for his team.
There's the Garros Rafters. That's the 3, and that's IT. That's 3 out of 3.
Oh, big chance now for Flexi. Can't get too close unless if he goes for the dash, but no. Doesn't actually use the gadget in time. Grubby will take him out and then look to retreat. The defuse is cold on the Rafters floor, but Oscar has managed to trade back Yogg. So Grubby is now caught out of position, retaking Rafters. Upor loses his fight to Mowgli. An attempted trade from Grubby. 1v2 now, but he has that defuse. Behind him on Rafters, he makes it a 1v1. 3k for Grubby. Mowgli needs to have his moment before the home crowd, but Grubby is just lying in wait. He's got the advantageous angle, got the info. Only one place Mowgli can come from. Little pre-fire, crossing it. 4 kills for Grubby. Mowgli can't get it done, and GK are stealing this lead on Labs.
I'm not sure if that was a mistake from Secret in communication, the timing, but Dros was on the roof right above the Blackbeard who had Diffuser jumping in. Before we dig into though, a tactical timeout called from Team Secret.
Just need to go use this time for you guys can mental reset, take a deep breath, and we can keep talking a little bit about the next rounds. For basement right there, if you guys want to do a fast play onto this guy in kitchen to isolate him, I think we might have a path to go deep into Soda and just push deep into side just to make it a little bit simpler, because we are losing ourselves a little bit into this mid round over there, despite the early being very good. So I wanted to simplify this stuff a little bit, You guys can even bait, maybe that's something for side to make people move or whatever, but the main play you guys can do there. Just isolate 3 guys onto kitchen over there to get that guy, and then we develop the round onto the stairs,
Yeah, guys, we're not losing these rounds based off what they're doing, guys. We're losing these rounds off of just not playing together, guys. We're playing together and we're going to be good. We're doing so good. Come on.
We need to keep the communication.
Good point there from Noise in there. We're not losing because of what they are doing, but our own shortcomings. That was going to my point that I was talking about before the tag timeout. Flexi jumps into Catwalk Rafters solo, which isn't a bad play per se, because that is that trifecta of the pressure point, but he had the diffuser. And I noticed that the moment he died, Drills and Dokkaebi was right outside the Catwalk window, who didn't ever jump in. He was on the roof. So maybe he was going for a Dokkaebi call, he was 3 seconds too late. Flexi didn't have his supportive backup, because look at this, external roof from Dokkaebi, right when Flexi died. That means, in a different world, Drills is there with him. Asami walks up for the melee, Asami dies for free from the window. So, teeny tiny mistake, the entire round falls apart because Secret had the bomb site, but they never had the case. You play that round 5 times again, probably gonna get around victory 4 of those 5 times.
Yeah. And look, we talked about this at the start of this map. GK went 4-2 split on their attack on Lair and then managed to convert it with 3 rounds of defense. If they get 3 rounds of defense here, which they have already done, I mean, their attack should be very powerful. Secret cannot afford to lose any more rounds in this half. Realistically, they need to come away with the 3-3. Otherwise, they'll be on defense against those very tough GK attacks.
Yeah. So, Choice mentioned, if you want to try and play the fast take on the solo player inside of Kitchen, I'm looking at the defending positions right now. No one's in Kitchen. No one is in that isolated spot on an island for a fast clear, but that foundation of going Kitchen can still work. You can convert this into a soda machine, down the Expo stairs, work together with the main breach. The only question is, what about the verticality? What about stock? That's going to work against you. So I think Secret right now, they're communicating. Are we going to commit? Well, the entry of Noah is here, so this is going to be the main push. When they get to a certain point of soda machine, though, they have to contest with Grubby on the castle. He's playing an upstairs position, trying to lock down the hallway, protecting the vert player right behind him as well.
Oh, and Oscar's managed to find the pick onto us. That's a big one to take down. No more pulse, active util. Information denied from GK.
Side player. It means right now no one's in the bomb site.
And it looks like they might be converting already down into Exo.
Nobody's down here.
Noah is coming in, supported by Flexi on the blitz. Diffuser in pocket. Where are the players on the bomb site? They are vacant. There is nobody here, nobody home for GK. They will need to look for a retake and try and deny the plan through the vert, but drills will go down on the Docker B. How does Secret let that happen? Oh, a lot of damage on the Flexi as well. Be careful. Yog's also got info. He can use that Soulless. Another player spotted, rotating over him. Yoga trying to figure out where this plan is going down. He tries to go for the scan, as it looks like Secret have rotated into the other bomb site. This is a safe plant position here for Flexi. And the diffuser will go down there for Secret. Eventually he goes down into the post plant. Yog and Newport on for the retake. This has been such a peculiar round. The Team Secret need to convert it.
They have no on demos, so go for trackers, 2-line scan from mode. There's a ton of util here to enable Secret in this post plant, and timer's ticking away while the defenders are standing still.
Yog needs to have a big impact. Now he's on the bomb site. There's no one near him at the moment. Never mind. Noah is catching him from the long angle. Upor, with no keepers left, is trapped and finished off. A much-needed reprisal for Team Secret. One more round to tie up the half.
So very pausing round there from GK. It honestly looked like Yage forgot what operator he was playing. He was playing S211 with impacts. That's not a smoke, that's not a mute. He forgot about the gadget. He also saw Blitz sprint straight past his screen away from him, but he's still fishing for that kill, thinking, oh my god, the planet is going down. Oh my god, the planet is going down. Your gadget sees it. And it was recharged. I saw it with my own eyes. It was definitely a possibility to go for a scan, but it was too late. So Flexi goes deep towards Pillar, get the bomb down, and that's a great post-up position from Team Secret. He even had the possibility there of Mowgli going back upstairs, but instead thought, you know what, I'm gonna flank from single breach, help Noah, establish a crossfire, and just not risk that 1v1 position later on. So GK, they fought back well. Yubo got a couple of good kills from the vert. But once the bomb goes down strategically, that's going to be the attackers like 85% to 15% of defense.
Yeah, I do wonder how much GK were affected by Ask being the first one to go down. The Pulse had to do a lot of heavy lifting for the info gathering, and I can only assume Ask is doing a lot of the calling as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you're the sole anchor player in your Pulse, it's very important you don't expose yourself to any external areas, because Oscar found the kill from outside the building. You should be on your scanner, on a non-bangable surface, and just you have your players above you in the verticality, watch this double breach. The only threat is going to be the single walk-in, but that's what the Pulse scanner radius being buffed recently. It'll see any attackers in that area, so you're not the playmaker. If you're Ask in that case, you're AFK, you're just simply staying alive, because if you die, you give them full bomb site access, which is exactly what happened.
It's about to get hot!
Final round of the half. Team Secret sorely need it. And they look to attack the tertiary bomb site. It's control here for GK. No info from the Pulse, but last time around, GK won this because they won that roam on the top floor. Ask managed to fade away with 2 kills before forfeiting map control, but the shield play was good on that top floor as well. Secret now breaching. IT, what do they look for next? How do they actually sink their teeth into this building?
All about the opening, all about the pressure. I said before, bomb set is very rushable, if you will. But the moment this gate gets burned, it's going to show it that that's what the plan is. They want to go for direct attack.
There's no way you can go for a plant here. Come on, Yoga is trapped inside of the bomb site. He finds one on the 9-degree angle. The Candelas find nothing. This is too risky from Team Secret. They didn't do their due diligence. They cleared above the bomb site. They cleared below, but they didn't clear the bomb site itself.
It's too linear, it's too simple, it does not work out. Oscar falls, Drills falls as well. This could be a complete flawless lockout when one player standing. It's Noah.
Noah had to be the player to get in the building and take down that site defender, that anchor for GK, but instead he fails at his job and finds himself in a 1v5, which he'll quickly make into a 1v4. Not that it'll matter. GK look to find 4 rounds in their defensive half. One step closer to knocking the defending champions from the tournament.
With a screen peek there onto his teammate's drone, perhaps, to get a bit of intel. He got a yellow ping, but it's not exactly on the money, so he goes to a different location, expecting that boost spot by the chassis, but that's not where any defenders are hiding at. Jockey right beneath him, though. There's 40 seconds. Noah, you're wasting precious seconds, but we all know that this round is probably over. Little health to his bar, no real intel, and no teammates in the server. It's only a matter of time before he's going to die.
I mean, this round is dying a very slow death, just like Team Secret's chances of surviving this quarterfinal.
It's looking rough.
Fantastic half from GK on their defense. 4-2 split as we move into the halftime timeout. Let's hear from GK.
Each 6-7, 6-7. Yeah, I mean, you already know the setups, like for top floor default strat with Azami and Fenrir. Yeah, only one thing for top floor actually, that like Oscar might go for the clash hiding, so just make sure that you check if he's like watching the comms, you know, like the default trigger for like the guy hiding the op. For basement, they literally like, I think they kind of playing like our strat, but they more rely on the like kitchen side. They are extending like a full map, like kitchen, storage, Mowgli like playing always Warden, aggressive and storage, Fork with drills with Torn. Noah always likes to flank from the kitchen to main lobby, so make sure you know about that. And I think Flexi, like he's always like with the mute above, like with the mute jammers. He have like
how slow they were in the mid round of August.
Yeah,
we can play super safe, everything. I'm just gonna play the kid raptors. We just play on them.
Make sure that we guys make. I'm gonna start an IT with the C4. Okay, we're banning Ace and Thatcher. I need one of you guys to hold verts into storage. Okay, for the Sylphia below. That's right. Somebody, the pillar guy. They just need to hold the verts into storage. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
We got this shit, okay, guys? Two rounds, we're back in the game, and we're gonna fucking win this shit. Come on.
Yeah, let's go.
Remember, like, if you feel like the focus is on you, Oscar, on site over there for storage, for example, just communicate so we can try to either retake garage or retake rafters. Like, I don't care. I just want us.
Again, from Shepard, very specific, very particular. By saying you guys know this stuff, but there are some footnotes here, okay? This player, Noah, likes to go for a flank, Flexi plays to mute upstairs, etc. Just to give a general vibe of the usual setup is. And the reason why this is smart is that you're following your paper and your preparation, and you're giving them the notes of what's gonna prove that that prep is correct. If they then start seeing that Noah's never flanking, they're not playing mute anymore, and the play positions are off, now we know that the prep work, it's completely irrelevant, and the players have to adapt in the server on the fly. So this is a case of, if it goes according to plan, this is what you're gonna do, and then we'll see what happens if that's not gonna be the case. And that's where the attack timeout later from Shepard probably comes into action.
I also think it's a really interesting conversation when you talk about these teams that there's two mentalities, right? And we talk about it in you know, in film and storytelling, right? Like, do you show or do you tell, right? And Noah is telling Team Secret, guys, you know, we got to fire up, we got to do this. Shepard is showing the energy that he wants from his players. He's modeling it rather than saying, guys, I want you to calm down. He's just is calm. And I think it's a really interesting way because it allows Shepard to, as you say, talk about really specific things. Oh, they might try and hide the clash in this first round. If you see someone on cams, it's probably because they've got a player hiding on site. That's a default trigger for us, reminding you of a lot of the prep. And I know that Callout talked about this. He doesn't often, for DZ, doesn't often need to reiterate the prep for the upcoming half because that's in the piece of paper. We've already done that prep. But I do see the value in it, particularly for Shepard, with this as a newer team. Instead of relying on them, just a little reminder of maybe some last minute things that he didn't manage to print out for them this morning. These players like to have tendencies to do this. By the way, keep in mind they might do this.
So also again another point where, because the halftime check where on the side swap where you get that 2-minute tactical timeout for both teams, it's a very new system. In the past, coaches and players have to discuss both the attacking and defensive side before the game starts. And if you call a tag timeout, that one that you have, then you can figure out what the problem is. Now, you start defense, you can just do a ton of defense prep. And on the halftime, then you talk about the attacks in a more simple fashion, right? You still do your prep work, of course, but you'll focus more on one half and deal with the other one when you get there. So of course, if you're an old school style coach, not really Shepard, but most of the coaches, that's gonna have to be an adjustment from then to now in how you do your prep work and when you tell players which things. And every team works differently. Not everyone has a member on the roster that has so much spare freedom mentally to keep track of every other player on the server, what they should be doing, what I'm doing. Grubby downstairs takes down Flexi. What did they say? He likes to play the mute upstairs. Well, on the flip side, when we listen to Team Secret, Flex said, I want to play that C4 in the main breach of IT. Can I get someone watching the virtual stock window downstairs? I didn't see the cover, but to Grubby's side, he did wait almost full 50 seconds before going for that play.
Yeah, wow, that's clever. You know, also the breach was not open yet, by the way.
Nope.
So
it looked like they were going to do something else.
Yeah, no, Flexi gets read like a book. He's going down early, and as you said, I mean, that was called by Secret to watch for that play, and Grubby made it work anyway. Now he gets to work breaching the main IT wall, and Mowgli looks to try and respond. It was the C4 onto the mirror window.
Exactly.
I see how
that's why he wants to be watched vertically. So a big counterplay to open up the round for GK. And I feel a bit concerned now because just like on Nighthaven on Lair rather, the first map, it feels like Secret are just kind of falling apart step by step, and then they're gonna fight when his back's against the walls. But the further they go into towards the bomb site, the later in the round it gets, the worse it gets to take the gunfights, because that's gonna mean more GK members in close proximity, much more together, and after they've spent their valuable gadget to enforce themselves into a much stronger position. The air jabs are down for the flank watching, they've done the verticality, they've done the half reaching, and now against all of that, that's when Secret have to take the fights up against the Monty. It feels kind of unwinnable from the viewing perspective right now.
Yeah, it feels like Team Secret have good energy and good firepower, but they're lacking that substance.
Free kill right here
and this is going to be a freebie.
They're not even watching
Yoga is
They're not
go
watching
for
it.
Goodbye to Oscar.
How's that a
GK are storm rolling Secret at the moment. Drills needs to try and find this flank. Sarks looks away at just the wrong moment, and Secret find a lifeline. Quickly to follow now. Drills needs to get active.
1v1.
Makes it a 1v1.
Three smokes.
Ask can flash him out, but he does have 3 gases, as you say. The bomb site is still upstairs. Drills seems committing to this fight. He's got the shotgun in close range. Ask will look to double back, get that defuse, and look to try and plant. Drills will need to close this distance. He has the gas. Will be able to get a bit of damage onto Ask, force him back, but that's not going to be a kill. And the long angle as well from Ask. DMR with the hollow sight. Drills has his last gas babe, but he doesn't know the angle. Gets Akrip with the shotgun. Ask takes him down with the bearing 9. GK are just 2 steps away from knocking the defending champions from the tournament.
Again, a very small blunder. Literally misread there. Had the Toxic Babe for the counter. Shotgun acceleration to 11 for the first gunfight on far distance. What a read there onto Flexi. No yellow ping, no Monty to help him, just good knowledge. But this right here, leaving a gap on Aqua. What did I say in the first half? 3 pressure points, IT, Garage, and then you can do Aqua, you can do Meeting. It is such a common thing to attack, especially with a shield from that exterior Aqua door. And to make matters worse, Secret had 2 different defenders whose job it could have been to watch it. A player bottom of the staircase could have seen it, or the person that was playing prone in the middle of the bomb site could have done the same thing. But it's not communicating. No one has that, guys. What are the gaps? What are we watching? If no one says they're watching Aqua, someone's gotta get, guys, we need to watch Aqua.
Oh, yeah.
And on the other side, not really blaming Flexi here, but he did die first. If he's watching cams, not his problem. If he's spectating the different player positions, it should have clicked, guys, no one's watching Aqua. Hey, somebody has to watch it.
Yeah.
But nobody helped each other get there.
Yeah, I think Secret are starting to capitulate. They've been so close, and it's a miracle that they even made it to this main stage in the first place by taking down their longtime rivals of Falcons. The 2 last men standing from last year's champions are on the verge of elimination at the hands of a new rising star, a new underdog, the new dark horse. GK looking to supplant Secret and take their spot as the only European representative remaining at EWC.
Frag grenade out.
There is one thing to it, right? The closer you get to victory, the further away you can also get mentally, because you start feeling that success. You're back, oh my god, we're doing it, guys.
I'm reloading.
I always talk about risk assessment, and that's what I'm talking about here as well. When you start becoming afraid of making the play because you're so close to being the victor. GK have to keep up this pressure, the playmaking ability, shutting down the pushes, or in this case, shutting down the sit-ups. Just on the fire, don't get be called, Damos tracked. Not really applied pressure physically in the server, just with all the gadgetry. And he's going to be sticking around. Flexi supporting him from above. Noah from beneath. Only one gap, this window right here. Sees the shoulder of Ibana. Doesn't want to take the fight because he doesn't have to.
Dogaby call will be answered here by
Great
Flexi.
rotation.
Oh, wow, very close. Good coverage. However, Ask finds the gap, gets the double kill with the F2. I'm seeing Secret fall apart right now in slow motion, and it's only speeding up. The wheels begin to turn. Oscar will find one, try and stave off this defeat. The cams have been hacked there as well by GK. No one needs to find this kill. He knows he's being held from the window. Flashbang goes out, manages to cross, but it's unlikely he'll get back to site safely. Oscar is left all alone. A lot of damage on the Grubby, but he's finished off. No one now, 1v4. With the infamous Scorpion, his trademark weapon. But GK will not be baited into submission. He's gonna have to fight for this tooth and nail. Oh, he's not gonna get the chance. Yog from behind, ever so patient for GK. One more round, and they are through to their first semi-final.
Such an unfortunate way to lose the round again, right? They try to rotate who's going to hold which angles with the Dokkaebi call going out. So Flexi rotates over, gives up Aqua, flips it here with drills, and leaves a small moment of a gap where nobody was watching the flank behind them. Maybe you can argue that Noah didn't have a tight enough network because it works almost like a spider web. When I set up this kind of flank position, or the roaming position, so that you kind of have feelers everywhere on the entries where the fighting can happen. And there's a gap in games room, a gap by the window. Noah was only holding on to kitchen and main lobby. So that teeny tiny gap, especially operators like your Solid Snake, your Dokkaebi, your Deimos, they get so much free intel without the droning required. And Ask found it, he forced it. Secret are again, you look at them against Falcons. They are a hive mind. They are thinking the exact same thing. They're going for the exact same execution. They're all on the right timing. Right now, especially in Nighthaven, they are not. It's going to be some half-committed rushes on the attack inside that falls apart very quickly. Not doing the due diligence of respecting the player positions from GK. And now on defense, some people taking a fight, some people hiding, some people playing together, some people playing solo. They are all over the place. We saw Flexi there on the player cam showing his signs of frustration. He individually 0-7, started defense getting triple boomed by Grubby downstairs on Sophia, and has not found the kill or any bit of damage to any attacker since. This could very well be the end of Secret at this event.
And to make a comeback happen here would require something we just haven't seen from Secret all day long. Something we've barely seen from Secret this tournament. They might have had what it takes to knock out Falcons, but GK to be the team that steps above them.
They picked them, right? They said, we know how Secret play the game. We take the safe option here. We're going to counter them. We know exactly how to beat them, and they've proven that. 6-2 on the second map. Looking for the push here. Sark shotgun on the Deimos. Looking to into Aqua. There's a player waiting for him, and Noah finds it goes to Grubby.
One kill redeemed though by Ask as he breaks 10 desperately into the top floor, sneaking for Yog. It's time to start making moves towards that bomb site. One by one they push together. Good kill there from Sarks. Secret are dropping one by one. And their miracle run will come to a close. A year ago we saw an all EU final. But now Secret, after winning that, will have to bid farewell in the quarters. GK, the unlikely representative for Europe, will rise. The last remaining hope of a region that dominated the tournament a year ago will make their mark here at the Esports World Cup. And barely 6 months since their roster reboot, GK are through to the semi-finals.
A surprising way to qualify for the tournament domestically in EML, to a surprising fashion making it this far at the event. But they came in first seed. They picked their opponent in Secret, saying we know exactly how to beat them. I looked at the map Vito. Okay, Lair, it's a tough start for Secret, the defending champions, but Nighthaven. But Fortress, if they get to those maps, which they will, then they can turn the tide. Didn't happen. Ever since Sideswap, we saw Secret on defense. It didn't stand a chance. Great operator selection from GK, great aggression, and very synchronized at how they're playing the game in the server.
And GK, after being pushed 15 rounds by Enterprise in their first match of the tournament, remain undefeated, not dropping a single map. Not to EP, not to Furia, and not today to Team Secret. They came to play today, they came to make a statement. And for Team Secret, we must bid farewell to the two left behind, the final pieces of the puzzle, and the final two EWC champions from last year. None now remain, and we will have a new champion here at the Esports World Cup.
Oh, we will. And the thing is, right, with the current bracket, the way it looks, it's only going to get tougher and tougher, especially for GK, because they got the Brazilians waiting for them. They got more firepower coming their path. But I do think having this performance on the big stage to start things off, they're going to have the confidence and they believe in themselves to honestly think they can probably take that victory as well tomorrow.
The debut on the main stage for two of the players on this roster. The debut representing Europe for Ask and Yoga. And for Grubby to have a stellar performance like that, it means everything for GK. Let's go hear from him on the stage.
Thank you very much. You join us back here on the main stage. I'm joined now by Groovy, everyone, and an incredible victory there. The Dark Horses trot their way into the semi-finals. You must be ecstatic right now. How are the team feeling after that victory?
Well, I think the team feels amazing. I mean, we expected the win. We worked really hard for the win, and I think the whole team is happy. You know, like the hard work paid off again. Like we expected some crazy plays from Secret, and they did play a bit of crazy siege, but we played our style. We made it work, and we're all happy. You know, next round.
Well, we saw there as well, the 3 maps on offer there, quite defensive-based maps. But you chose Team Secret to play against. Did they play or perform as you expected? Did they bring anything particularly different, or was it just exactly what you thought they'd bring?
I think they tried to counter us a bit, like with the certain balance of operators, the certain playstyle, but we did expect it, like that's how they're gonna play the game, and that's exactly how they played the game, you know. Maybe on lair they changed a bit, they surprised us with the fast playstyle, like just rolling over certain positions on the map, but I think that's genuinely how we expected that they're gonna play that way, you know.
I mean, you are one step away from the grand final, the Esports World Cup, which is incredible. Being on the main stage, obviously, a lot of the audience very much on Team Secret's corner. But for you folks, I mean, for the team, how do you deal with this when you hear the audience cheering the other team? What does it take? The mental fortitude. How do you get past it and ensure that you stay focused?
Well, for me personally, I did not care at all. Like I was focused on one screen in front of me. I was focused to win the game, and that's only I was thinking. Like I heard some noises. Like I knew that the top is on the other side, but genuinely I did not care at all. Like I was happy that they cheered for them because I love to be the underdog. I love to feel more pressure on myself because then I play better and better. It did pay off, you know. But besides that, I didn't really care, you know. It's like I just had one screen in front of me, played the game, made it work, and that's what it matters.
Next up, the El Clasico. There's FaZe and Liquid, one of those teams you'll be playing against. Any predictions, and why do you think there'll be one team that might be joining you in the semi-final later this week?
Well, I think my prediction is that Liquid will beat FaZe. I would love to play Liquid, but to be fair, I would love to play both of the teams. So for me, it doesn't matter, but I think Liquid might beat FaZe this time, but we'll see.
We'll see. But one thing's for sure, though, we must crush a key. It's time for a key crushing. We're going to invite the rest of the team. GK, come over this way, fellas. You've got to actually choose, Groovy, one of your teammates to crush the key of the opposition. You doing it? Come on, let's go this way, fellas. Let's go this way. Come this way. We're going to go and crush the key. Come and crush the key for us. As the screen separates, the smoke goes wild. Team Secret knocked out of the competition, and it's time for the tradition here, which is crushing their key, officially knocking them out of the competition. I'll let you walk forward here and start to make preparations as you watch it, as Porte presses the button and gets that key crushed. We've got some waves, we've got some Cheerios, some bye-byes, and that's one more team out of the competition. It was 6 we started today, now it's down to 5. At the end of the day, there will only be 4 left going into the semi-finals. Who will join them? We're going to find out very, very soon. Well done there, fellas. Congratulations again to GK as we head back over to Rain Day and the rest of the crew and prepare ourselves what is going to be an epic, unbelievable last quarter-final here today.
Thank you so much, Adam. GK Esports moving on to the semis, earning an extra $55,000 to their name just for making it, and of course sending Team Secret home, which means the big headline, we will see a new champion at EWC this year for R6. No more title defenders, but Secret, they definitely put up a good fight. It was not enough. They had the shenanigans that I think GK Esports, specifically Iconic, mentioned they were ready for, and Grubby said they did play a little bit like that. However, they knew to play their game. They knew to be in a position to where they could control how Siege was played, and it worked in their favor. A 2-0 and very convincing win.
Yeah, I called it before going in. I felt like they just looked like the better team.
Yeah.
Looked more structured, and he really showed that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I expected a little bit more of a fight from Secret. I think the first map showed... the first map showed that they had the potential, that they still carried a little bit of the momentum that helped them take down Falcons. And I expected that if you can take down Falcons, you can also take down GK, at least on one map. And I clearly did not see that here on the map of Labs. I think that the team was not in control at all. They were super slow in attack. And when came the defense, I think overall the attack from GK was so good. The trading, the team play, absolutely amazing.
My thought is, was there something specific about what worked against Falcons that just didn't work against GK? What do you think?
I mean, the pressure handling. I'm not going to lie. Was it a story of Secret beating Falcons or Falcons losing to themselves?
Great point.
I think the story is somewhere there. I think Falcons, there is a lot of pressure on that organization, to perform well at the club championship. If I remember well, I think they won the club championship two years in a row.
Right.
That is a $7 million cash prize. That is huge for an organization to fund their ventures in multiple esports games, their facilities,
Absolutely.
and help perform. And so for an organization like this and a team that has so much pressure on the back of their head, ever since losing SI, not being able to go on the grand final, I think that meant a lot to them. To come to EWC, they had to perform. And I think the pressure got to their head. In front of them, Secret, you heard Mowgli say it in the interview. He said, it's a professional mistake to lose to us. And I think that clearly that was the statement. When they came into the game, Secret had zero pressure.
Yeah.
And today it was a different thing. They were playing an underdog, not a favorite.
And that lack of pressure sometimes works in your favor, sometimes it doesn't. And it felt like we did see a bit of a different team spirit. I know people in the chat as well, kind of excited to root for them, the underdog story, but they didn't give enough to have any real threat against GK Esports. I have somebody who's been watching as well. They've been here in the venue. We saw them at lunch. We saw them hanging out. You are very familiar with who they are. That's going to join our stream and talk a little bit about what they saw in this game. It's Bolo.
Bonjour, gentlemen. How's it going? That was hey, whoa, Iconic. Come on, slow down, man. Don't be oh my gosh. I mean, I just got on here. Let me take care of it, okay? Sit back for a little bit. That was a
we're
game.
not saying anything.
no, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, guys.
No, man. I mean, you host this thing, buddy. I mean, Bolo, I want to know what your thoughts were coming off. Obviously, Secret had a little bit of hype on them, but it was all GK today.
Yeah, it really was. I'm not going to lie. My predictions, I initially had GK, but I thought about it and I molded over and I looked at Secret's playoff path and I saw him take Falcons and I just kept holding on to that. And I was like, you know what? If they could do it back then, I'm sure they could do it now. Yaga's my boy, and so I had to vote against them a little bit, but they came out on top. It was an absolute stomp, which I think it was definitely a good matchup on paper. Secret to Geekgate, it made sense. It seemed like it was going to be a little bit of a harder fought match. I was thinking 3 maps, but Geekgate came out and played, so can't complain.
So you guys thought, I'm not surrounded by enough Americans.
Let's add one more.
We're going to bring one more.
That's right. I just wish he was on the other side, so it could be actually surrounding you.
I could come down there right now, guys.
I know, you're right behind us.
Yeah, I'm a little bit out of frame, but
listen,
I can run.
We saw you at lunch, but I know you've been here in Paris for a bit. You've been to multiple EWCs as well. What's been the experience so far, and how you feel about the tournament, how it's gone?
Bolo in Paris, indeed. I am loving this. I've been here, my 3rd time. Every single time is an absolute treat. And of course, Esports World Cup. Everybody from all corners of the globe, every esport, it is a blast. All for one thing of esports and who is the best. And I'm all for it, and I'm sure you guys are loving it. I'm sure, especially you, Alfama.
I mean, I get to be in my home country, 2 S-tier events in a row now. I mean, we're not going to talk about Salt Lake City. That's for you guys. But I've been having quite a lot of fun here. And you've got to say, right, the French crowd, it's really amazing.
I got pretty good noise canceling up here. I don't know. I haven't been hearing them too much, so you're gonna have to. You haven't sold me quite yet.
Just think back on when you went on that stage at SI to receive your commendation.
Oh yeah, middle of COVID with probably 10 people watching and clapping.
No, not that one. The one SI26 for the commendation.
That's what you said. Okay, my bad. Okay. Now you're talking. I'm starting to get you a little bit. I'm getting you a little bit. I bet if Falcons were here, I'd be hearing them roar.
That's true. Team Secret took them out though. That's the issue there. So no Secret, no Falcons. Now we're going to get a new champion. Speaking of how well they went down, it's obviously on the side of GK who were responsible for that. We have an MVP we want to get your reactions to as well. It was Grubby. We talked to him earlier on. Obviously now the MVP of this series, Iconic. I know this is your first time meeting Bolo as well, but you want to get his thoughts on Grubby, or what do you think about our MVP choice?
Talk to me, J-Dottie. What do you think?
Man, Grubby, he is really flourished on this roster, man. He is doing so good. He's putting the fingers up. He's showing them in the lobby and outside that he is the top dog. First map, it was a Mowgli Groovy show, but sadly, Mowgli could not keep that consistency up onto Labs, but lo and behold, Groovy, we're talking about him in both maps. He was there to play. Cannot complain. Great drip on this clutch right here on that Azami.
Yeah, and most importantly, if you want some drip in-game, don't forget to buy the Bolo bundle.
Oh, man, I was getting to that. Alfama, come on.
You getting a kickback, man?
The
That was
Bolo
nice.
Vigil MVP
That
bundle.
was
Yeah,
nice.
I might take him out to a croissant and like maybe like a cigarette or something. You know, I'll treat him.
You took him out to the one thing he's got all the time, man. The only thing you can definitely get in Paris
That's
is a
true.
croissant.
That's true. But you know, hey, you could have a croissant and a coffee and maybe a little ciggy, but nothing like having one with Bo, right? I'll see you later tomorrow morning, Alfama. We'll make it happen.
I'll show you the best spots in Paris.
Love
Bolo,
that.
thank you so much for joining us, man. Send the best to your chat, your viewers, and everybody. We appreciate having you here in Paris.
Thank you, gentlemen.
And we enjoy what we're going to be cooking up here over this El Clasico coming up soon. I'm
sir.
sure it'll be an exciting one on your stream. Thanks, man.
Take care, guys.
All right, Bolo here joining us. We've had the pleasure of some iconic faces, not just in the Siege scene, but across all of esports joining us. Content creators are one of the special signatures of EWC alongside the key crushing. We make sure to bring different voices, not just on the esports side, but the people who are of esports, but now maybe creating that bigger voice through what you could be in the creator program as well, joining and talking about content creation. There's an opportunity there, but iconic, always cool to chat with Bolo. Brings a great energy.
No, of course. I feel like he's been a staple of the scene. So many people look up to him. I remember being a rookie, going against him the first time when he was still on TSM. And I remember he dropped 20 the first map. You know, I'm a rookie, so I'm like, you know, next map, he's not doing it again. Then he comes back again, drops 20 again, 40 in 2 maps. And I'm like, okay, there's respect. And showed some love after my rookie season too, but always a great human being, really just being, you need that in the scene, really to just advocate for the youth and to really have people to look up to and aspire to be. So great seeing him here.
It's a beautiful thing, man. Of course, on the other side of this great victory is also a little bit of defeat. There's lessons to be learned, and standing by with Noah, who wanted to go and repeat with Team Secret. It won't be happening, but hopefully has some good insights here as to why and maybe what they can take away from this after their loss to GK.
We're speaking to Noah after his elimination at the Esports World Cup. Noah, talking about the second map, you guys as map pick labs, not the best start on it. What do you think happened there?
I think we took a long time to get into the game on the first map, and once we got into labs, we kind of gave them like too many opportunities to get back into the rounds, those first couple rounds, and then they were able to just roll off that momentum. Yeah.
You talked about the whole tournament kind of coming in as the underdogs here. Do you think knocking out Falcons was your best memory of the whole tournament, or was it something else?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, we overdid what we expected, so I'm still really happy with our performance. And even today, I'm happy that everyone, you know, played and tried their best, and that's all we can do.
That's awesome. I saw you talking to some of the fans at the end there. They were like praising you. Is there anything you want to say to them and everybody else supporting you at home?
Yeah, there's been a lot of support throughout this event, so thank you guys so much. It really means a lot to me, especially when I get off from all this high and am able to see the social media and everything. So just thank you guys. Hopefully you keep following me, and that's it.
It's awesome. And then in your eyes, who do you think is deserving of the Esports World Cup Championship title this year?
Remind me again, there's DZ, now Liquid FaZe, and then GK. I think I would really like to see like DZ keep going and see if they could do a back-to-back. I really like those guys, but I think I would imagine FaZe might be taking this one home. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for your time, Noah.
All right. Thank you.
Well, that's actually a pretty nice answer as well. The wish competitor, and no longer a competitor, as he's out of this tournament, a chance to go back-to-back. Alfama, that's the big question you raised in North America. We do have 2 North Americans here. You're going to have another one replacing one as well, so you are not able to get away from North America. And if they win this championship, if they win at EWC, it's going to be, I mean, your flight home, your last day here, the dinner out, it's going to be tough, man.
My flight home?
Oh,
man.
You know what?
I'm taking a train.
That's right. That's right. That's the beauty.
That's the only win I have.
I keep forgetting. You're so dang close. This is unbelievable. Guys, thoughts after this first series? An amazing showcase. GK Esports booked their spot in the semi.
I feel like it was a great series. Really proud to just see the new talent coming onto the scene, showing up on the stage. I feel like it's very hard to obviously translate that when you come into a crowd scenario with pressure on the line moving forward in the tournament. Yeah. And I feel like they really handled that really well, especially from Grubby being the ag.al too, not allowing that pressure to just have an effect on his play, and he really showed up for his team when they needed him most.
You look the better team, very clean.
Absolutely, and I think it's on 2 things, right? Secret being on basically here on the top 8, and I think they thought it was enough.
Yeah.
It seemed like they were not combative enough, especially in that map 2. I felt like they kind of gave up. I'm not gonna lie. I've known some of these guys to be a bit more fighters, and I think maybe they didn't believe that they had it in them to make it to the top 4. Whereas for GK, they're fired up. They're still riding that momentum from EML, and they've been looking so good. And I'm just wondering, you know, at what point do we stop the dark horse story? At what point are they able to beat some of the biggest teams here? The answer answer will be in the semifinals.
Yeah, that semifinal, obviously, right? Nobody is going to think that anybody in that semi is not ready to win a championship. FaZe Clan and Liquid Alien, where our final quarterfinal of today and of our quarters, they are going to book their ticket. One of those teams will be going into the semis, one going home. It is a battle that you do not want to miss because there are so many different bonds that tie these two teams together, including family. All of that coming up on the El Clasico shortly in a moment. So we'll take a break, switch out our talent. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for our final series of the day.
This is Xenox's Confessions. We did actually re-roll it. I said your name wrong. But well, you know, I'm actually just self-sabotaging myself there. But we'll get it right over the course of the week. Don't worry about it. So these are your confessions. This is something we've done with some of the other talent already.
Okay.
Kind of going through it. We're just going to ask you some questions, mate. I wouldn't worry about it. That much.
I'm a little bit worried. Not gonna lie.
That's fine. I'm a nice guy. You just need to ask any of the other talent. I'm all right. You ever played any other games competitively before casting, and any old flexes that you're still proud of?
I did play one particular title competitively, which was a game called Paladins, which is like a Overwatch clone, if you will. So it's like a makeshift Overwatch game back in 2018. I played competitively in the Oceanic region. And I ended up giving it away because of my casting career starting to take off, and quite frankly, I didn't like scrimming. So
yeah, it's probably for the best.
Probably for the best.
Yeah, I mean, Paladins.
I mean, who likes scrimming? Come on.
Yeah. Do you ever used to get tilted in video games though? Like they're really tilted. Like what's the most you've ever been tilted?
I mean, I get tilted all the time, to be honest. I'm a pretty competitive guy. Like, I want to win. There was one time, and I'm starting to maybe get an idea as to where this was going. I was playing a 5-stack of Siege with the other Aussie boys, and I got so tilted that they were, asking me to communicate.
Yeah.
And I just typed in chat, "I'm tilted." And that was it. So they got the message. They weren't getting anything else from me.
So you've been casting for a while. Are there any of your old calls that still get brought up, especially from other games?
I actually don't know how to answer that question, to be honest.
So I have a big background to these questions.
Okay, background.
The background to this one is that you stole one in particular for your call in a PUBG final.
Okay, so I did a PUBG final 2019. We were in Oakland for that event, and it was the second time that I'd ever worked in an arena environment, and
so much better, isn't that?
So much better, crowd involvement. And so back home in Australia, we have the Australian Football League, AFL. I don't know if you've heard of it, Chris.
No, I haven't.
No, I haven't. Okay, awesome. And this is why it's fine. I ripped a call from a commentator from the Australian Football League that happened back in 2005 as well, mind you.
Oh, that's, yeah.
So by that point, okay, it's a free game. It's a free game. And so, yeah, I did rip a call that applied at the time pretty well to what happened in the game. And I still get ribbed for it to this day.
Yeah.
This was 7 years ago, by the way.
That's fine. That's so long ago. In esports, that's like literally a century ago. You're fine.
Thanks for making me feel old.
Yeah, well, no, I'm right there with you. Don't worry. So, yeah, we'll talk about the AFL, right? I mean, how'd you go with the Lions last year? And what did you get up to on Grand Finals Day?
So, in the Australian rules football, Brisbane Lions, that's the team that I support. Yeah. We've actually made the grand final in the last 3 years. So to help you out and maybe those at home, it would be akin to the Super Bowl in the NFL, or maybe the FA Cup in the Premier League or English football. So my team has made the grand final last 3 years. We actually lost the first year, and then we won the second year, and we won last year. Last year's grand final coincided with one of our APAC broadcast days for Rainbow Six Siege. And I went straight from the grand final, which was at the Melbourne Cricket Ground, straight to the studio. And I was very excited, let's just say. But we had a very good broadcast. It was a very good day. We actually had a pretty big upset. Daystar beating Elevate, and that's all I'll leave it at.
Yeah, I often wonder how I would cast excited. You ever ride many of the e-scooters that you see around in Paris?
I have ridden the e-bike.
the e-bike?
The e-bike. So 6 weeks prior to the Six Invitational in 2024, Sao Paulo, Brazil, I actually broke my arm on an e-scooter.
It doesn't surprise me. It's Larry and Paris, never mind Sao Paulo. So, I mean...
No, I was in Melbourne, Australia.
Oh, all right.
Flying to Sao Paulo in 6 weeks. So I broke my arm, straight to surgery, fixed it all up, and then I actually had to get the cast off 2 weeks earlier than they would have liked to allow me to fly. So fun little story. Ended up actually going and casting the grand final for the Six Invitational at that event. Fortunately, by the time we did the grand final, 3 weeks had passed. I'd taken off the wrist guard.
Chilling.
But yeah, haven't ridden an e-scooter since, but I did make the exception to ride an e-bike here at EWC.
I would think an e-bike is a little safer. I haven't actually been brave enough to jump on the e-bikes yet. I can ride a bike.
Feels a bit more comfortable than the e-scooter. I don't think I'll ever do the scooter again.
No, the scooter does not feel as safe. What is the house situation like back at home? Do you have plenty of space? Any big purchases in the new house?
I did buy a sim rig.
Oh, okay.
I'm into sim racing.
Yep.
So when I obviously got my new house, more space, and that was my first big present.
I worked Rensport last year. I know that is not a cheap thing to do. All right, listen. No, I enjoyed that. That was good. It's always a bit awkward to kind of come over here and do these kind of questions, but you answered them very, very well. And
no, thank you so much.
You were
I didn't know where this was going, to
tactical
be honest,
with some of them.
And now that I know how this has gone, let's just say I've got some getting back to do.
Yeah, you've got some ammunition now.
Yeah.
That's going to help. Okay, well, thank you very much. Thanks. Oh, well.
Zoom it in.
We might just end there.
Well, stay tuned on our content scheduled, I guess, relaxation time, because you're going to get confessions like that from Xenox. It was awesome to see, Chris. Thank you. We got more in the works, so don't go anywhere if you want to learn more about your favorite talent, your players in the Siege community. Welcome back to the desk. We've got a matchup for the ages, El Clasico. When you hear those two words, especially if you're a soccer football fan, you know it's going to be a great match. But we're not in Spain. We're in Paris, France, and it is two teams who hail from Brazil, who know each other so well. And I bring in, of course, iconic, but my man Laxing to talk about this. Lax, you weren't with us on the first set, but it was a great series, and now we get one that people around the world have been looking for as a marquee matchup today.
Yeah, I would definitely say this is probably the most anticipated match of the day by far. I mean, these two teams, these 9 players, with the exception of Maya on that Liquid roster, have gone head-to-head at some of the biggest events, the 6 Invitationals. I mean, and especially when you look at the pride for both of these teams, they really can cement their legacy more than they had before. We've already talked about it. These teams have won the Invitational, FaZe doing it back-to-back. They've won majors where the Liquid roster was dominating all of 2023, but none of these players have won an Esports World Cup, so they can just cement their names and etch their names even further into Siege's history's books.
And as a player, I mean, there's nothing that gets you hyped up more than something like this, I would imagine, Iconic.
No, I feel like, too, if anyone's going to stop FaZe, it's going to be Liquid being a few years ago. The team started their core beating them in that final, so I feel like it's going to be just a test of both teams here.
Well, the interesting part about this dynamic is that you've got 2 hammers on one team, that's FaZe. You've got 1 on the side of Liquid, but in one household, you've got 3. How does that work out? Well, it's because of our PS5 story of the day, Battle of the Brothers. That's right. When I was first kind of getting caught up on this scene, this story to me struck out as one of the most incredible in esports. And the fact that you've got 2 brothers on opposing teams going up against each other today, but also the emotion that goes with that, the pressure, the experience, it's just an amazing thing that we get to see here.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And on your left side, you have Nate. On your right side, you have Handy. But it's such a cool, unique experience. I mean, for someone who has a brother like myself, to just be able to think of looking across the stage, knowing that you're playing against your sibling for a title shot. I mean, it's something that you can't even imagine. And the fact that these two have done it so many times now, that they're at the top of Siege's history books, that they're at the top of accolades in players as individuals. I mean, it's such a cool dynamic to see. And again, for both of these two to just live in these moments and be present with one another, such a cool thing to say.
I mean, you really get to take your trash talk home. I mean,
oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
You get to take some of the emotion. I mean, it's a great moment on stage, but the rivalry lives on. I mean, there's no way to separate from it, but that's kind of what makes it great, right?
No, I feel like that's what you want in this rivalry too, especially Handy saying that they're really here only for the championship. And if any player is going to be putting that statement down, I trust Handy to act on it. So
this is going to be an exciting one for sure. Handy, one of the players we mentioned, as well as brother Nate on the other side of things. Handy, a clutch performer here for FaZe. And FaZe, obviously, back-to-back Siege 6 Invitational champions. Can they do it again here in Paris? That would be pretty record-breaking in terms of accomplishments. But KDS, Cyber, Vidaking, Handy, Solzy, who stands out for you?
All 5 of these players.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not one singular player on this team that you can choose to talk more than the other. All of these players are well respected in the scene. Again, 2-time world champions back-to-back. I mean, there's a reason why they've been able to do it, and it's because all 5 of those excel in their roles exceptionally well. And you would do a disservice if you aren't talking about all of them in the same sentence.
I would say Vita Kane, the captain, you know, since he came to this team, you've really seen that consistent level of ag.aling and just game knowledge just really show through their play, because they always stay calm, they stay tactically engaged in making sure they have the gunplay, but they also have the right operators and the right utility to deal with these positions that you can actually deal with. So I'm looking towards him to really lead the squad.
Championship marquee, no doubt about it, but the team that many think can be the ones to take them down is Team Liquid. Those are their opponents today, and we mentioned Nade, the brother, on the other side of things, trying to take one away and maybe even up those hammers. We'll have to wait a little bit for that, but obviously the idea is still there with this championship. Iconic, tell me who stands out on this Liquid Alienware roster.
KZ, I mean, he's one of the best players in the games, holds multiple records for kills in all types of series links. You saw him against M80 being a vital piece to get them through that. And obviously, too, Philippe Pox being their main ag.al, just one of the best players in the game. He's been playing since Xbox all the way through to PC, and he's just a staple and one of my favorite players to see play.
I love the conversation that we have here. So player focused, but Lax, you had mentioned earlier that this is really players that know each other. They could be great, but when you play and you scrim and you're in the same region and you've gone 40, 50 times against one another, it's hard to talk to analytically about it.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I will drop all analysis aside. I mean, you know this, Dave. When you come into a tournament, and granted this tournament's a little less matches that these teams have played, but you love experiencing the international play. You love playing against the different regions. And I always found it hard in my career, and maybe you can attest to this, but once you come back to the very end, you get into those playoffs, semifinals, grand final, whatever be that may be, once you get to that domestic matchup, those are always the hardest because your opponent knows all your little idiosyncrasies. They know what every individual does. And it's less about being the better team and who can do this, who can do that. It's really on the ag.als, in my opinion, of who can adapt, who can shot call quicker, who's quicker to the punch to take control of a round, take control of a series. And for me, that's why I put the analysis aside, because these players have played against each other. There's not going to be enough prep in the world that they're going to surprise each other.
No, of course, I feel like exactly to your point, they're going to know. So it's almost like a shadow boxing match where you have to be able to just move with your opponent and just keep them guessing in the round, because they're going to be thinking you know what they're doing. But if you keep throwing them off, throwing that curveball, you're going to get your advantage.
I mean, I think about it during even the Charlotte major playing against you guys. Like, I was like, okay, we get to the semifinal, then boom, straight into Astralis, and you guys just read us every step of the way through, and we got knocked out. Where I would have much rather fought someone else on the other side of the
You know, in games, I actually find that the most difficult battle for me mentally is when a game forces me to fight myself. Like whatever build I am, they give me a clone of me and they force me to try to do that. I find that difficult, and some people can get up for that matchup, but to me that's always been tough. And when you look at these two teams, it's impossible to not talk about how close they are. I mean, literally sharing DNA, Handy and Nade head to head. I mean, it doesn't get much closer than that.
No, it definitely doesn't. And for both Handy and Nade, I mean, they are a tremendous piece for, and really, I mean, when I'm looking at Handy specifically here,
Was this him after the 6th Invitational?
I was going to say, with him already winning
This is after 6-year-old birthday party or something.
2 hammers back-to-back. Not only winning 2 hammers back-to-back, undisputably, he is the best player in Rainbow Six Siege right now, because he also had 2 MVPs back-to-back.
Wow.
Sure, that doesn't, Nade, it's not to take anything away from him, but he just hasn't reached those levels that Handy has consistently.
Of course, Handy just being, again, one of the best players, but obviously Nade coming through. Obviously, I heard about him too before when he was on Black Dragons, being one of the best support players, because they do sort of play a different role. Nade really being the backbone of his team, being that support anchor, but obviously still finding the success that you wouldn't really expect from that. So I'm looking to both of them to really show up today.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. They do play something different. Handy a little bit more out in front early, right? And obviously, this is going to be interesting with both of these brothers in the same building half the time, whether it's just playing on stage or whether it's back at the hotels preparing. They know intimately exactly what the other are doing. We'll see if it translates into the strats in game. Either way, we had a chance with Ann to sit down and talk to both brothers for an interview before this set.
Well, we don't often get to see twin brothers playing against each other on a main stage at Siege. So we have to take the opportunity here to talk to both of them. And unfortunately, my Portuguese is not that good. So we have Rocco here with us to translate our questions, speaking to Handy and Nate. Starting to you, Handy, your teammate said EWC normally isn't the greatest tournament for you guys because it's rather short. Now that the tournament is longer, do you feel like your chances are better so far?
EWC sendo pouco mais longa, né? Dessa vez, não sendo tão curta quanto ano passado. Você prefere esse formato? O que você acha?
Eu prefiro esse formato porque é um formato que permite mais adaptações e não é um formato muito curto, então os times conseguem melhorar durante o campeonato. Então é um formato que eu me sinto mais confortável e o meu time também.
So I really like this format, like the long one, so you can adapt more, so the teams can train a little bit more and you can feel the opponents. So I really like this format.
That's awesome. And for you, Nate, this is your first tournament as a team in the international stage. How would you rate the tournament so far?
É o primeiro campeonato de vocês nesse international stage com um time novo. O que você está sentindo? Como é que você está sentindo com o time?
Acho que está sendo um bom campeonato para a gente. Como está sendo o primeiro campeonato, a gente tem sentindo um pouco mais o campeonato. Então, o começo foi meio frio ali, mas a gente está se adaptando, tá se adaptando ao ritmo do campeonato e acho que a gente está bem preparado.
So yeah, it's our first tournament as a new team, and we are doing good. We had like a little bit of a cold start, but we are feeling a lot more better and more comfortable with the whole team. So yeah.
All right, this is also the El Clasico, of course, as we know, FaZe and Liquid against each other. For you, Handy, and El Clasico is always good, but playing against your brother, does it make it extra special?
Então, o clássico é sempre legal, né, de jogar, de assistir, mas jogando contra seu irmão é especial. O que você acha?
Sim, é sempre muito especial jogar contra ele. A gente joga junto desde quando era criança e começou a se enfrentar ali a partir de 2022. E todo confronto é um confronto especial, independente do campeonato. Mas com certeza quando dentro desse clássico que é FaZe e Liquid, é um confronto um pouco mais especial ainda. E acaba que coisas boas acontecem, independente da vitória ou da derrota, a gente continua a mesma relação de sempre.
So I really like the classic, and we've been playing together since like we are kids and against each other since 2022. And like between like all the classics, doesn't matter like the winner, like we always maintain the same relationship, and all the time like someone is the winner and we are happy. So yeah, I'm super happy to be playing it again here.
I love that, especially for you, Nate. I mean, both of you have won Hammers before, but have not won an EWC before. For you, Nate, it would be kind of like the big three, right? A major, SI, and an EWC. What do you feel like the team has this time to actually get the EWC as well?
Como é que você se sente podendo ganhar a EWC esse ano e completando o Big Three dos campeonatos, do Major, do SI e da EWC? Como que seria isso para você? Quão gratificante seria?
Pra falar a verdade, eu não penso muito nisso, de completar esse ciclo de todos os campeonatos do Rainbow Six, mas parando para pensar, com certeza é um grande feito, então seria gratificante conquistar todos os campeonatos do Rainbow Six e botar mais uma vez o nosso nome, o nome da nossa line no topo.
So I really don't think that much about like completing everything and all the tournaments, but that would be like great, an amazing goal for us to complete like all the 3 most important Rainbow Six tournaments. And yeah, I'm super happy and super confident for this tournament.
All right, and then final question for the both of you, really. What is this like for your parents? I mean, this must be so difficult for them. Do they have to pick? Do they support the both of you? What is it like talking to them about these events?
Como é que é para os seus parentes, para os seus pais? Como é que eles se sentem quando esse jogo rola? Eles torcem para algum escolhe um, eles torcem para todo mundo junto? Como é que é essa dinâmica, né?
Então, quando é o nosso confronto, os nossos pais eles só torcem para os dois jogarem bem. E independente de quem ganhar, vai ficar feliz pelo outro e com certeza vai ficar triste porque o outro perdeu, mas infelizmente não tem como escolher esse lado e acaba ficando assim.
So they all gather and they watch together, but they just cheer for like us to have like a good game each one of us to have like an amazing match. And sometimes it doesn't matter who wins, who loses. One will be happy, the other one can be like a little bit sad, but in the end, everyone is happy.
A mesma coisa que ele falou, eles torcem pros dois jogarem bem.
So yeah, it's the same thing that he said. They just cheer for us to have like a great match.
All right, that's awesome. Thank you guys so much for your time and good luck in your match today.
Well, it's great to see. I was wondering where the parent conversation was coming in, guys, because, I mean, it's like you got these twins. Where's mom and dad? But I love the idea of how they're watching in a group. I mean, hello, if you guys are watching, good luck to both your sons.
Listen, I was going to say, if I was a brother in this situation, I would definitely be absolutely roasting my brother if I had more titles than him at the dinner table. Forget what my parents are talking about. But yeah, let's focus on the maps here. Obviously, Fortress coming out first. I mean, this is kind of an interesting one for me, not for the side of FaZe. Obviously, they didn't pick into it. Liquid did. But if you remember, FaZe got beat on it pretty bad by virtus.pro 2-7. So it does make sense in terms of just having that VOD, seeing where things went wrong and trying to pick it apart. But even for the side of Liquid, I mean, that was a very close series. They had to come back from a 2-6 against M80 in order to close out. And that's when KZ, dropped 25?
Yeah, and that's not something consistent on Fortress.
Absolutely.
So, too, going into this next map, Lair, picked by FaZe, one of the pioneers, like you said, on this map, really establishing when it came out, the meta, and that's what FaZe really do. They really set up what's new, what should be run, and they're really good on this map, 6-1 coming into this here.
Decider going to be Border. How do we feel about that?
I mean, it's not as strong of a map for the side of Liquid, but in terms of FaZe, again, I would say this map pool favors them in a way, but again, I'm not looking at it from an analytical standpoint. I'm looking at it from these two being always head-to-head with one another. What really, again, is going to shine for me, you already talked about one ag.al and Vidiking. I'm going to be looking at Felipox as well. Those are going to be the two stars that I'm focusing on, is how are they facilitating these rounds on their attacks? How are they getting that advantage? How are they going to proceed into those executes and push that, what's the word I'm looking for? Just to push that goalpost even further to get to the very end. And again, that's the biggest thing that I'm looking at in this matchup is those ag.als.
They call Border the casino, so let's see. It's a 50-50, it's a dice roll, so I'm excited if it goes that. It's anyone's game, honestly.
All right. That could be a little scary for some of these guys, but you know what? They probably are just like that on the bench, relaxed, ready to go. This is El Clasico, something they've been involved in for so many years, since 2022. Nade, and Handy talking about this rivalry. It's a blood battle, man. You love it. The battle of the brothers here in Paris, France. Can't wait to see it. Let's kick off our final series of the day. It's FaZe versus Liquid Alienware.
Oh, Milos, buddy. What an incredible, amazing quarterfinal that was. Yeah. You know, GK securing their place in tomorrow's semi-finals. And we say goodbye to the reigning EWC champions here with us. But, you know, there's lots to play for. So I'm just thinking, talking to Gruby there as well at the end, from Poland, no less. I mean, this is the great thing about the Esports World Cup, this international affair. Players from all over the world, fans from all over the world as well here. Maybe think about the countries that I want to visit one day. Different continents.
Where?
One continent I haven't really visited much, South America. Okay, I love the sound of South America. Amazing. One country in particular, Brazil. Imagine samba, festivals, coffee, food, the people. I'd love to go so bad. One day I'll make it happen.
My friend, Adam, you know, I love you very much.
I love you too.
And I think this is the moment that I break the news to you, because the saying goes, come to Brazil or Brazil will come to you. In this case, Brazil has come to us here at the Esports World Cup. And guess what we're getting? El Clasico. You never want to miss Team Liquid versus FaZe Clan, no matter where you are watching this, and especially if they are on LAN here. They have never looked better before, and I'm very much looking forward to this, because I think it's going to set the stage for our semifinals in a perfect manner.
Oh yeah. I think we beat the teams. I can't wait to get them out and get this thing started. Paris, are you ready for this one? I said, Paris, are you ready? All right, I think they're ready.
They're set. Let's introduce our team, starting with the reigning world champions, FaZe Clan! They are the best to ever do it. Dynasty achieved. Domination in Brazil achieved. Domination all over the world achieved. You know what they haven't done just yet? Victory at the Esports World Cup. a step closer to it today should they have this victory over bitter rivals of Team Liquid Alienware. But this is their moment, and they have seen 1,000,001 stages all over the world. Today is just another day at the office.
To face them, they're ready and waiting in the wings. Please welcome Team Liquid Alienware! Their cavalry has arrived. The iconic Liquid are heading to battle right here, right now. They've beaten FaZe to qualify for EWC, and they are ready to cook once again to knock them out once and for all. A new and improved roster. They haven't looked this good in years, and they are ready to make their way into tomorrow and the latter stages of this competition.
It's an excellent way to put it. Of course, going through changes on one side and on the other, it's been stability for years. So please, let's get this done. Players, you may head to your stations, both FaZe and Liquid, but we're going to bring in our friends of Vita King and Nate.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Face off. Let's have a final bit of words. Anything to say to Vita?
Você vai tomar na cabeça, rapaz. Aqui é a tropa do Vini Júnior. Vou matar você.
We're the Vinny Jr. gang. We're gonna destroy you.
All right, and Vita King, coming to you now. Anything you want to say to your opposition right here, right now? Final words.
Vocês sempre serão nossos filhos, você sabe disso. É só olhar nosso histórico. E hoje não vai ser diferente. A gente vai ganhar mais uma vez.
As far as I know, it says, we've been your daddies, we are your daddies, and we'll always be your daddies. I'd love to see it, guys. Please shake hands. Best of luck. This is it, Milos.
I've been waiting for this for quite a while. Every single time, if there's a match not to miss, it is this one. It's happening here live in Paris. So ladies and gentlemen, get ready. It's FaZe Clan. It's Team Liquid Alienware. Let's get it on.
Well, if you're watching right now in the crowd at the Paris Expo Porte Versailles, Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, Stage 3 of EWC, you're in the right spot. If you're watching online, you're also in the right spot because this is El Clasico, FaZe versus Team Liquid. The battle of blood, I mentioned, the brothers, the pride on the line, but also, gentlemen, the battle of two organizations, a region in Brazil. One will go home, one will move on to represent in the semifinals. And what a way to do it. The sounds from Liquid already setting the tone.
See the cavalry coming out strong right now. Raza flags in this crowd. It's amazing scenes right now.
I mean, it's always fun to see these Brazilian matchups. I mean, you always see the passion from the community, from everyone online typing. I mean, these are always the series that you love to watch. I mean, even the beef that we heard with Vita King saying that we'll always be your daddy. I mean, these are the things that really hype up before we get straight into these matches.
And they understand that they're here to engage in that type of back and forth. This isn't something that you could ever hope to, go 30-0 in. Some type of rivalries just always have chance, always have a little bit of a moment, a little bit of magic that separate them. We used to see the great stars. I go back to Spain and you see Messi or Ronaldo or these moments of brilliance that determine who takes home the pride that day. But here, are we looking for something just like that to settle the difference?
I mean, you got to take risks here. You have to take those gambles. I mean, we saw KZ even in the series versus M80 when they were down, where they were almost one game away from being knocked out, and you saw KZ taking risks, taking gambles, and those were the big plays that were pushing them one step further, which is now locking them down here, again, one step closer to a grand final.
Player to watch for those special moments, KDS. Have to look for him.
Okay. Question is, can Liquid play FaZe's game? You said they're their daddies.
Listen, this is one thing where I would say the only team that could match the tempo of FaZe and do that dance is the Team Liquid Alienware roster. They 100% can do that dance. It's just more of that mental game of being in these moments where they've had to go against these players. They see these situations and are quickly able to adapt and understand what FaZe is trying to throw at them.
FaZe, how do they start this round, Iconic? How do they go into this map?
They just need to start with confidence. I feel like they're just a well-oiled machine, and they just have to get going, get the machine burning, and make sure they can just stay in this game. Liquid need to make sure they can break, stay the mental game on them, not let them really feel like you're playing against FaZe Clan. They're going to make mistakes, play to make them make the mistakes, and play to just go for them.
Because Handy has 2 hammers, and Nate only has 1, and you can't win that here. Neither of them have an EWC title. Does that motivate Nate and Liquid a little bit more?
Absolutely. I mean, these guys have been winning everything for quite some time. And again, we talk about Handy and the rest of FaZe winning 2 back-to-back world champions. Handy also having 2 MVPs. I mean, everything is motivation for these guys in order to be better than their Brazilian brethren and to be able to bring home yet another title for the region of the SAL.
It's been an amazing showcase for SAL recently in Rainbow Six Siege. What has got them as a region, if you're just coming into it and checking out, hey, wow, Brazil seems to be on top here. Why?
Their tactics, I really feel like they play a very nice style of Siege with the counting. They look to just see where you are and always put the bodies where the weak zones are. And that's a very consistent theme, because if you're not playing to that style, trying to match, okay, they're taking information here, they're going for our weak zone. We need to make sure we're flowing with our information, we're killing their information, and we're stacking zones to throw them off. You're going to be able to play against them. If not, they're going to be hitting the weak zones on you, and you're always going to be in a disadvantage.
For me, it's whenever it's came to Brazil, it's always had to be that arrogance, that they know that they're better than their opponent. They know the players that are in front of them don't mean anything, that they have to play their game. They have to focus on themselves. They don't let any of the outside stuff affect them. And again, these players, this roster, it's just another day for them.
Sensibility rarely wins championships. You have to believe that there is something great in store for you before you see it. And obviously that arrogance, that confidence, you could look at it and say the source is the crowd. These types of supports that we've seen not only from Liquid today, but Furia yesterday as well. Also representing the region, booking their ticket in the semifinal, but just maybe from the players and the history that they have succeeded in so many different moments. This stage, for some people, you look at Oscar in the game that we just saw before, coming in from stage 2 to stage 1, the lights are bright. This is a moment that maybe wants to look at and say, I need more reps here. When you look at these two, they're like, they have all the reps.
Yeah, they're going to be comfortable right now. It's going to be able who shows up and who takes it right now. Going into the map, let's see bans.
Big bans on your screen here for our first map.
Monty Thorn, standard issue. Getting rid of that pull pressure, getting rid of the trap here. Expect to see Liquid hitting the gaps hard. See if they go for that double trap ban or if they go for a wall denial or maybe the mirror here. Expect FaZe to get rid of an info op, maybe the Doker Damos. Probably the Snake it's going to be though. Go for the glass. That's good.
Getting rid of the traps, getting rid of the execute ops on those attacks. I really like the take from here from FaZe, getting rid of those operators, alleviating a lot of that pressure, like I said, for that execute, removing the Monty, taking that away, getting rid of the glass for those late round executes, and then for their side, removing that Thorn to making sure that they can get into sight. They don't have to worry about these traps, and then the Blackbeard's going to be up, the Blitz is going to be up, so they can still utilize some of those shields.
So much is up right now for Liquid. They have to make sure they utilize it fully.
Well, so much is up right here in Paris, France, as the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet with these lights bright on 2 teams that deserve all of the stage and your attention as they begin their fight for what will be the final remaining semifinal spot here with Rainbow Six at EWC. And of course, to kick us off our final series of the day, El Clasico, we've got Xenox and Guz.
Yeah, El Clasico time, and what a time it is for these 2 teams. A storied history, but it's always about this core. From 2023, it is a big split in favor of FaZe Clan, but internationally, it's actually the Liquid core that has had the better of their brethrens back in SAL. And as we now are at an international event with semi-finals on the line, we expect this to be one of the top El Clasicos.
Oh, let's jump in. Fingers crossed that we get some good quality Siege. And that's the expectation. So difficult to split these 2, whether it be locally or at the international level. As the boys alluded to on the desk, double trap ban. Indicative that Team Liquid Alienware will be looking to exploit gaps explosively here.
Oh, but it's KDS that goes down early. Very early. We saw a very fast-paced Fortress yesterday. And as this map gets played more and more, teams starting to figure out advantages, certainly on the attack. Good start for Team Liquid Alienware. The overall premise should be on this map, defensive-sided in nature. But once you get down to playoffs, finals, a semi-final on the line, you can throw a lot of the defense and attack out the window.
And you factor in that it's these 2 teams that know each other inside and out. This is an ag.al battle. Vidaking and Philippox with their work cut out over the next several hours to remain as focused and as dialed in as possible to then marshal the troops
around the strategies that they wish to execute. And that to and throw and that counterplay over the course of the next few maps is going to be very intriguing to track. It should be a seesaw battle between these two entities.
Again, FaZe dominate locally. Look at the record back home in SAL over the last 3 years. They've beaten this Liquid core 13 times. Only to 5 times for their opposition as KZ will fall early. Evens things back up 4 versus 4. Just over 60 seconds remaining in the round. That's a big pick for FaZe. Needed that when the attack had the extra player advantage. Nitrocell ripped from Cyber inside a bathroom. This one should hit the back of the Blackbeard. Philippox will go down. Crucial kill again for FaZe. 2 kills over the last 30 seconds, changing the course of this round.
Yeah, Team Liquid are gaining decent information courtesy of that Grim, but actually executing upon that, proving to be a challenge.
Oh, Maya dead, no RAUs. The purpose of the sentence now null and void. Down to Nade at JB92. Big pick from Nade. Finds the head of Vidiking. Of course, the focus in an El Clasico like this is always going to be highlighted by the brothers themselves. Nade finds one, but Handy, who's established himself as one of the greatest that this game has ever seen, he's going to be a thorn in the side of Team Liquid Alienware. 15 seconds now for the duo. Kid acquired by JB92. Faulty unsuccessful. Souls and Cyber get the last 2. FaZe always look comfortable. They take the opening round on Fortress.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a shaky start, but only temporary. A one-sided fight on the exterior did net an early advantage for the attack. But then with all that util layering still on offer on the side of the defense, despite a double trap ban, we saw just how precarious it was to take map control, then transition that in towards site. The likes of the Mirror and the Fenrir in particular combining really nicely and opening up some of these playmaking opportunities. The Blackbeard was dealt with in a clinical fashion. And then late in the round, FaZe were incredibly disciplined, forcing the play forward there from Team Liquid. And it's a solid start for FaZe Clan.
This FaZe roster not missing a single event in the last 3 years. On the flip side for Team Liquid Alienware, of course, didn't make Salt Lake City. Also missed Montreal back in the day when they were with Furia. But despite that, in terms of overall event wins, which this is kind of intriguing when you're the back-to-back SI winners in FaZe, it is actually 3-2 in favor of this Team Liquid roster. 4 if you want to count Reload, but no, I don't know if many would.
APAC made the grand final, we count it.
It's still a trophy in the cabinet. Of course, back in the W7M days, first in Copenhagen, Atlanta, SI24 winners. And with Furia winning Reload. Indeed, I say just, but it is just the 2 SI hammers for FaZe Clan. They'd love to add the Esports World Cup to the trophy cabinet. Good start. Taking out Command and Bathroom. Second round will be Dorms games.
And once again, it's the Fenrir in play for defense. Likely to be a mainstay for FaZe in this first half. Just the stall-out potential that it has on offer against the attacking lineup of Team Liquid Alienware. Given their bands are looking to find pockets of space and lurk avenues, I wouldn't be too surprised if that is a mainstay. Potentially even a ban going forward post round 3, but it's direct this time.
Good cover from JV at the window. And a clean synergy with Philippox vaulting in. JV finds the opening kill. Back-to-back opening picks for Team Liquid on the attack. Over towards the main stairs. KZ goes down to Handy. Sorry, the other way around. Handy will go down to KZ. And it's a 2-player start for Team Liquid. If they want, they can slow the pace down a little bit. There's so much time on the clock.
Yeah, Philippox did go searching initially over towards Bathroom, but in response to finding that follow-up, they'll consolidate this position. Now try and force out aggression from FaZe. They need to try and play make on this side if they stand any chance in the round. But easier said than done. Tough positions here for FaZe.
Souls firmly entrenched in the site of Dorms. KDS is at least keeping that corridor over towards Courtyard covered. Vidiking then split towards Game, so it's a pretty isolated defense right now for FaZe. In a 3 versus 5, that does make sense. It means Team Liquid, they can overload, but Souls double with a DMR onto the push from Philippox and Nade. Search together, but Maya finds an angle. Still, a little bit more winnable now for FaZe as KDS also shuts down JB92. These are the kind of rounds you must be winning if you're Team Liquid now, 2 versus 2.
Maya did slip side. Can KZ offer protection? He's a long way away. Isolated bedroom side. 35 seconds for Team Liquid.
And KZ can't call either of these two players. The Jugger payloads have been eaten. Maya Souls has gotten 3. It's only down to KZ. It's got 25 seconds, so still a little bit of time inside of Dorms. With the kid at his feet as he acquires it. He doesn't have the chance to plant. It's 4 from Souls. What a round stolen from FaZe Clan. A 5 versus 3 start in favor of Team Liquid, and they walk away with nothing.
Yeah, a great highlight of how strong the DMRs can be in the right hands. Team Liquid Alienware failing to close that gap, activate the blitz, and playing into Souls, who heading into this match, 4th rated here at the Esports World Cup, 123 EPS. He's been a formidable force both on attack and clearly on defense. And that's now back-to-back rounds where Team Liquid Alienware have had win conditions. They've actually been in a pretty good position, got the open of round 1, had decent pressure in towards site round 2, and on both occasions, FaZe have been able to stand tall.
Yeah, back-to-back opening kills for Team Liquid, and haven't been able to capitalize. Huge round from Souls to find 4 kills. He starts 6-0 from the opening 2 rounds. Those are the missed opportunities. This is, of course, Team Liquid Alienware's map pick of Fortress. And Lair to follow after this, guys. It's not a great map for Team Liquid. 1-3 record. On the flip side for FaZe, 6-1 record over the last 6 months. That actually included, it started the streak with a 7-0 over Team Falcons back at the 6 Invitational. For Team Liquid, the only win that they've had on the map of Lair to follow after this was an 8-6 over M80, of course, here at the Esports World Cup. FaZe will know, though, that they do need to probably do a little better in the early parts of these rounds because they are providing opportunities to Team Liquid.
Yeah, in terms of that opening kill conversion at the event for Team Liquid Alienware, 72%. They do find themselves straggling behind some of the top performing teams in that conversion rate at the event so far. FaZe Clan, though, even further behind at 63% conversion rate. So that'll be an intriguing little battle to watch over the course of this series.
I'm reloading!
Team Liquid currently posturing top floor. Probably looking to employ limited vert and then hit Dawn infirmary side, rather. We'll see what they shape up for, though.
Handy does need to be a little cautious if Philippe Hawks makes his way on the clear, and then that is what's happening. Handy pops the extinguisher, gets a little bit of aid from the environmental. So the nitrous to fall back, but then caught by his brother, Nade. Opens up the account for another opening kill to Team Liquid Alienware halfway through this 3rd round. Mind you, with that multi-ban, Blitz or Blackbeard could be banned next after this. Team Liquid need to make the most of the Blitz. Maya, though, also very low, joining Philippe Hawks. So even though it's a 5 versus 4, the attack is quite wounded.
Well, they are, but I feel like we've been in this position before. And Philippe Hawks is so low on HP. He'll be under threat from the Nitro, from Vidaking. Can Team Liquid Alienware problem solve themselves into the site this time around? It's a matter of conversion and capitalizing upon this opportunity.
Souls lurks. He's been impactful so far. Haru goes up. Oh my goodness! Found the angle onto the low health Philippe Hawks for the 2nd round strike from Souls. They lose Nade as well. Souls finally dealt with, though, by KZ. So the boogeyman has been eliminated. That DMR in the grave. But here comes Cyber and the rest of FaZe as he combines with Vidaking. JV92 needs a 1 versus 3. Well, he starts with 1, 2 to go in the next 20 seconds.
He's such a good player, but breaking this cross will be a challenge, especially into the mirror.
15. Time running low. Has still got the diffuser in the pocket. Step up shot. Gets him quite low. He's expecting a swing. It never came from the direction he thought. Make it 3 straight to start for FaZe Clan.
Whoa. And that's the way in which these 3 rounds have played out, where towards the tail end, FaZe finding win conditions and being able to extrapolate advantage. Team Liquid Alienware, in terms of their structure and the overall macro so far, has looked pretty strong, but converting late round, posing problems, FaZe, and their ability to anchor on site has been phenomenal.
But one thing we haven't seen in these 3 rounds from Team Liquid is we're going to get the bans, Deimos Wamai, and it looks like we may actually get a tactical timeout as well on top of this from Team Liquid. Igor is ready to chat.
Só que, tipo assim, a gente tá fazendo o mais difícil, que é o início de round muito bom. A gente tá buscando as open. Só que depois vocês estão esquecendo de fazer um pouquinho da parada que, tipo, é o mais básico do jogo, tá ligado? Então a gente foi fazer o split switch, depois só falou, Case, agora fica aí de boa, prepara as trap ali pra gente conseguir jogar um pouco mais pra switch, que os caras estavam de Denari. Ali no W-List, 5v3, só faltou a gente contar e jogar todo mundo junto, tá ligado? Mas tá passando a cal, só que, tipo, na hora o cara tá desmolcando. Aqui a gente tá numa vantagem, a gente tem que jogar, tipo, botando mais superioridade numérica nos caras. E agora também fudeu um pouquinho essa C4 ali pelo sapão. Então, tipo, aqui agora, vamos fazer uma foco bomb com o nade de Zofia, tá? Eu quero que vocês fiquem jogando ali, dronando pra ver o range. A gente tenta pegar o penkill com a HE, domina aquilo ali, só nós vamos tomar o win e a gente arranja uma killzinha de Zofia. Qualquer coisa a gente splita pro colchão, subir do meio, tudo aquilo que a gente conversou.
So 3 rounds straight for FaZe, an early tactical timeout from Team Liquid Alienware. What I will say, guys, though, in the 3 rounds that we've seen, 3 straight opening kills for Team Liquid. The early battles they've done well, but where they're lacking, of course, the on-site execute. Where's the utility layering? A lot of it is just dry swing after dry swing. The DMRs then for FaZe are quite favored. In terms of actually on-site, there's not a lot.
In that example, the util layering was somewhat there, right? You think about the ROUs down the corridor.
Yeah, but that's off-site.
It was FaZe's ability, though, to cut that cross and then weaken the on-site hit. FaZe are just responding really well positionally, and just the read that they have on these pushes has been spot on, which is a frustrating feeling because Team Liquid probably aren't in the mindset that they're playing all that poorly right now. It's just that FaZe are outmatching them.
Yeah, I mean, they're starting the rounds well. They've had all 3 opening kills. None of them, of course, have been converted, so it means nothing. It clearly shows, though, that they're having a rather comfortable time getting into the building, getting into good positions, win the initial battles. Where they're struggling then is that mid to late game adaptation has been much better. FaZe, good positioning, good shot taking. And again, though, I just feel like Team Liquid could utilize some of that utility a little bit better. Command Bathroom coming up into the 4th round. It is Fortress, though, and the most defender-sided map of the tournament. It's the kind of map that a 5-1 half for FaZe could easily then be replicated by Team Liquid into the second half. It wouldn't be completely that shocking.
Noting as well that FaZe have taken the Deimos out of play, limiting a bit of info gather, and Team Liquid elect to actually go the Wamai route. So trying to enable more of that util layering and clearance.
Well, the Wamai wasn't even played in the first 3 rounds, but it means you don't have to worry about that becoming a problem.
They didn't go the Fenrir route, though, which has been quite damning for the attack.
3rd time we're going to see the Fenrir up. No kills yet from Handy. So it hasn't been needed. KZ's taken very, very low, and this has also been a common theme in this first half. Team Liquid Alienware, while they're getting the opening kills, what's not noted is the fact that FaZe are also getting them quite low in a lot of these rounds. We've seen Felipox on the Blitz twice now be taken down to 1 HP. That makes it a lot harder then for the shield play executing into the site.
It's the mirror deployed here as well from FaZe once again to help offer on-site support. Felipox will be relaying the message. You can see him calling furiously. A triple impact attempt down below from Nade, though, will not. And that is a successful result.
It does make holding behind that mirror a little bit more difficult and challenging for FaZe. Obviously would have liked to have found a kill, but it does open that up and denies the position to be held. Good swing from Cyber, though. They get active. First opening kill for FaZe. Another one around the corner, though. Cyber wasn't ready for it. Nade got the free kill. Mirror window popped. Was broken anyway. Souls, by the way, taken down inside a bathroom. This is much better from Team Liquid in terms of their on-site attacking play. Bitter King's down as well. So does go JB92. It's a flurry of trades with Bitter King still on the floor. Handy, though. He's gotten his brother. Maya quick trade. 1 versus 2 with Souls and KDS quite low. Newest member of this core team, the former Liquid man himself, Imaya, can't stop KDS! It's a bloodbath to begin on Fortress as FaZe Clan make it 4 straight to start.
And again, so close for Team Liquid Alienware. But FaZe and their ability to maintain the trade tempo in that round was absolutely spot on. It's got to be a frustrating start, though, especially for Leapox, furiously making these calls and just not able to withstand the pressure on site that continues to be delivered here, courtesy of FaZe. Cyber responded nicely down below, but that was immediately traded. Leapox there, Dynaviticking again, also traded. But then Handy was switched on his particular position, left Maya in a very tricky 1 versus 2. And great discipline and positioning late round. Both players were low, both susceptible. One shot to that DMR. But it wasn't to be for Team Liquid. FaZe 4-0 up.
Team Liquid's going to need something to turn around quickly. 2 rounds to go in this half. But we said this plenty of times, guys, with these kind of maps, 4-0 start FaZe, absolutely perfect, haven't done anything wrong. Still, you lose the next 2 rounds. And it ends up being a pretty even half for a map like Fortress. So they must stay locked in for FaZe Clan. Heading into the 5th round, it will be Dorm's games once again. Back in the 2nd round, that was probably the closest Team Liquid have come to winning one of these sites. Of course, that was the 4K quad round from Souls. That really stopped them in their tracks from taking Dorm's game, so we return once again. Virtually the same lineup that FaZe Clan have been running for the majority of this half. They've been really leaning on the Azami, the Fenrir. Smoke, Rooney has seen a lot of play. We actually do see the Kaid now for the first time in this entire half.
I'm reloading!
As for Team Liquid Alienware, we will see the Maverick employed.
And Team Liquid potentially posturing for this triple Zoe from below once again, but maybe with a little better protection, courtesy of Maya on the Nomad. Some of that has been heard, though, by these defenders on site, courtesy of the hatch being breached. And so Handy will call that to the rest of the team. FaZe could elect to once again invest down below to contest that or trade, or otherwise just be aware that it's potential set play here from Team Liquid.
Casey trying to play off those yellow pings with the impact trick down below from the Zofia. Handy's sitting and waiting, catches out KZ. They also got rid of Felipox. It's a double kill strike from FaZe to begin the round. Maya does find a very critical trade though onto Handy, just to offset some of that early damage. But really, 5 rounds in and the tempo has just been maintained from FaZe the entire time. Maya able to get some space towards Old Tower. Cyber headshot on the JV92. Well, this is starting to look really brutal to watch. FaZe are just on another level right now. 5-0 start Fortress. This has not even been close. For an El Clasico match, this has been all too one-sided. Final round of the half. Team Liquid on the verge of being flawless here on their map pick of Fortress.
Well, Jake, you and I know better than most that Team Liquid have that comeback potential, but as it stands right now, FaZe are well and truly in control of this opening map. It's so one-sided.
The bigger picture, though, is the actual gameplay that we're seeing. There's not a whole lot to suggest. I mean, for Team Liquid, needed to make the most of it in the first 3 rounds when they were finding early kills. Certainly the round in which they had a 5 versus 3 advantage. The last 2 rounds, though, coinciding with the timeout call from Igor. Since then, FaZe have just gone whack. They've done the next 2 rounds even more brutal, even more dominant. Back-to-back opening kills, one from Cyber, one from Souls.
Team Liquid have tried different avenues, right? They tried they played Shields throughout, but early was the main focus. Didn't quite work out. They pivoted to the Sense. Again, didn't quite work out with the layering. The Zofia in the last 2 rounds, not netting anything. They continue to try these different ideas, but FaZe are countering in terms of their positioning, contesting this vert down below, contesting the utility prior to that, and having the means to deal with the shields at the opening of the half as well. Team Liquid, they're trying, they're testing FaZe, but FaZe are up to the challenge.
Goes without saying, really, this is a must-win round for Team Liquid Alienware. 5-1 half is a little bit more salvageable on a map like Fortress going into defense. 6-0. Well, it will be close to impossible, but funnier things have happened. Not the way that they wanted to start here in this quarterfinal. And if we're going to be completely candid, I think the winner of this is probably favorites in the next matchup against GK. Certainly would be if it's FaZe. Maybe GK versus Liquid would be a little bit more of an even match. Hitting Cafe. Goyo for the first time in the half from FaZe, so a little bit of extra on-site utility to deal with for Team Liquid Alienware. They bring double hard breach at the window. Cyber, how free is that? Too easy. And then gets rid of Maya. Well, Philippox was able to get one back, but if we're being honest, FaZe are just in total control.
Yeah. Damage done, you take the double for the trade there every day of the week, especially with preset util. As we see FaZe now peel back to site, final reinforcements deployed. The mirror once again, of course, in play. It's been a mainstay for them in the half. It's providing really, really good on-site pressure, presence and info late round. Can FaZe achieve the 6-0 half?
I mean, very doable. Now 4v3 minute left, and what we haven't seen from Team Liquid is the ability to execute into site. That's the next step here in this plan for the 6th round. It's going to take something very special. KDS Souls eating the jungle payloads. Oh my goodness, Handy doing the doorway swing from Infirmary. KZ just eats that to the face. Nade and Philippox look a little lost and out of ideas. Someone split looking to double push inside of Infirmary. Not going to be given or afforded any kind of space. Handy wanting to meet them head on, and even if he falls, plenty of defenders still further back. Nade has been winning the brother battle, but the war has been going the way of FaZe. Philippox too wins his 1v1 and suddenly more doable.
Souls on a flank elsewhere, keep that in mind. Will that catch the attack off guard?
Very well, Nade hasn't crossed yet. If Souls goes all the way Infirmary, Doorway's going to catch and cut off Nade. Nade needs to be ready. Vidiking, huge Nitrocell. Nade is very much now aware, but nothing he can do. Indeed, 6 straight rounds on the defense from FaZe Clan. A statement that the back-to-back SI champions are here for another trophy.
O cara quitou lá, o cara quitou.
Só pegando as
tá discutindo
com os caras ali, velho. Fala aí, mano, fala aí. Tua mina tá discutindo com o torcedor dos caras ali.
Eu vou falar depois do banho.
Tá dando dedo dos caras.
Rápidas, né?
Nossa, 7x0, mano. Outro for 7x2 vai ser uma delícia, mano. Só quero aceitar, velho.
Que isso? O cara tá pensando em ir embora já.
Ah, não, esse passadeiro
Passou desse cara ali só?
Com a cabeça.
Balinha no coco?
Mano, os caras tava. O primeiro cara tava. O primeiro cara tava panguando, que era o JV. Morreu lá fora do termaitável, longe. E
eu tô vendo a tela dele aqui de trás, tá ligado? E tudo parece muito fácil pro cara, pô.
Não, eu tô abrindo os caras, o cara tá morrendo só.
Não, o cara fica vantagem, tá ligado? Tipo, eu senti falta da gente tomar a atitude de ir lá e querer matar, tá ligado? Beleza, tipo assim, vocês entenderam errado a call do Maia ali, do cara full esquerda, só que combina o que a gente tá querendo fazer, tá ligado? A gente pega um 5v3, a gente joga 2 caras, vira 3v3, depois tá, guys, o que a gente vai fazer, tá ligado? Isso aqui não é um time que tá se entendendo, tá ligado? Tipo, então acho que isso é uma parada que a gente tem que tomar cuidado agora pra defesa, tá ligado? Agora vai ficar foda, vai ser a mesma coisa lá da outra vez. Tipo assim, vamos pelo menos vender caro isso aqui, tá ligado? É uma série, tá de boa, só que, mano, não tá nada demais.
Oh boy, what a half from FaZe Clan. Guys, that is an all-time display. A reason why going into the next 6 Invitational, they're going to be hard to stop. If they're just picking up on form, I mean, this is what they're capable of. Look, defense fortress. So adding the context, there is a level of expectation to defend well on this map. But they didn't just defend well, they defended incredibly well. 6-0 against a high-quality outfit in Team Liquid Alienware. El Clasico match, Team Liquid map pick. A statement as to how good they are. When they're on form, there's not many that can stop them.
No. I don't know if my ears were deceiving me, but I don't think FaZe were really talking all that much at the halftime break. Understandably so. A strong lead, and now a matter of just getting the job done. Getting prepared and ready for Lair. Who knows if that's going to play out in a similar fashion as the bands roll through. Kai, Goyo, accompanying the Monty and the Snake. All 10 players back inside of the server. We temporarily only had 9, but it would appear as if we are heading to Bathroom and Commanders up first here, courtesy of Team Liquid Alienware now being on defense. And I wonder what's running through their minds at the moment as we look back at the replays of the final round of the half. Cyber aggressing early, and whilst eventually he did fall, took 2 with him. A strong advantage afforded to FaZe, ruthless in their ability to deny that site control. Philippox desperately trying to get that diffuser on the ground for the first time in the half. Was denied courtesy of that Nitro Cell, and it was a straightforward conversion from there. It's pretty rare you see a 6-0 half, and I really did not anticipate it between these two.
You know what's even rarer that you don't see often is a 6-0 comeback. It happens though, and it has happened before. Well, at some point in future, will happen again. I'm not saying it's going to be this game, but it is always something to keep in the back of your mind. Statistically, it is incredibly likely it'll happen again at some point. Well, what better way than for Team Liquid Alienware to do it here and now at the Esports World Cup quarterfinal, El Clasico. They go defense. It is their map pick. Don't be too surprised if they do get a couple of rounds in a row. But the problem is they cannot even afford 1 round to go against them. And that's the difference between like a 5-1 half, certainly 4-2, where you're afforded a little bit more room. They have to be perfect, as FaZe were. And boy, FaZe were perfect. For Team Liquid, guys, I mean, if you really want to look at the half, you can almost break it down into the first 3 rounds and then the second 3 rounds. The first 3 rounds, Team Liquid, all 3 opening kills. They got good entry, they got good start to rounds, good advantages. Certainly one of them was a 5 versus 3. Couldn't capitalize. Then the next 3 rounds, 3 straight opening kills for FaZe, always in control, super comfortable, and very, very dominant. For Team Liquid Alienware, it was the first 3 rounds where they really messed up, needed to probably walk away with at least 1, certainly 2 were possible. They couldn't achieve that, now find themselves in this predicament. We do have a tech pause to go into the second half, as you can clearly see Igor having some communication issues, so the game has been paused, but it is still 6-0. The bands Kaid, Goyo, Monty, and Solid Snake. For reference, Bathroom Command will be the first site choice for Team Liquid. Of course, Lair following after this, and for those at home that want a little bit more information about Lair, as I mentioned it earlier, I'll repeat it again, a 6-1 record for FaZe on the map of Lair over the last 6 months. For Team Liquid Alienware, a 1-3 record over the last 4 months, with losses being to NIP, Furia, and FaZe Clan. The only win 5 days ago against M80, that was an 8-6. It's not a high-strength map for them.
Yeah, never a nice feeling when you're the one experiencing the tech pause as well, when you're facing a 0-6 deficit, but always an element here in the LAN environment that needs to be contended with. So a couple of fist bumps fly, and so I presume that will be resuming proceedings. And that will be the case. The question now remains is, how many rounds will it take for FaZe to get the job done here on Fortress?
Yeah. I mean, you don't want to get 7-0, do you? Like that, you've got to get at least 1 here. Although 7-1, I think in Brazilian law terms, isn't much better anyway. So really, you probably got to lose this at least 7-2 at minimum if you're Team Liquid Alienware. You've got to get at least 2 rounds. If you don't, it's going to look really awful. At the end of the day, teams do take each other's map picks. That does happen, but Lair has not statistically at all been a good map for Team Liquid Alienware. It's going to be a very, very difficult series. From here on out now, the series is going to be almightily difficult for Team Liquid. If they come back and win from this point right here, right now, the entire series, oh, that's an all-timer.
Hey, like we said before, we have seen that previously. Or at least a variation of it. I think Team Liquid will have the ability to reset and come back stronger on that second map, but it's no guarantee up against this FaZe outfit that up until this particular point have played phenomenally well. Again, Team Liquid have thrown so much at them. They didn't just play one set strat the entire first half. They were continuing to experiment, and FaZe had the means to counter it, which put them in a really awkward position now. Trailing significantly on defense. It has to be a 1 round at a time approach for Team Liquid Alienware.
And as well, when you're 6-0 down, like, you know, you want to be a little bit aggressive. You want to be able to take fights, have no fear, kind of like what we saw from FaZe in the first half, swinging opportunities, clearing out certain positions, holding more aggressive positions. Mentally, that's a little bit more difficult to do if you're Team Liquid, because you know you cannot lose a single round. But at the same time, if all 5 just completely fall back, play bunker side, boys, that's so much easier than for FaZe. So they're going to find a good middle ground where they feel comfortable to take certain fights, to still be somewhat aggressive, but also not do it in a reckless manner. So far, slow start to the round from FaZe on their attack. KDS taking a little bit of control towards lobby. Versailles is command bathroom. On the second floor, it's Cyber that shuts down Nade. Well, that's what I'm talking about. That's the kind of move from Nade. No gas bait usage, it's a dry swing, and it's an easy kill for Cyber, who's now on 9 kills. That is a little bit reckless from your smoke player.
And now puts the spotlight onto Philippox. Does he eagerly contest? Does he try and fall back? The keep it barrier is a success. Good coverage, but elsewhere, KZ does fall.
FaZe continue to hold the advantage. Philippox dead by Handy. This is going to be a 7-0 smashing here at the Esports World Cup. This could cause scars for Team Liquid Alienware. And El Clasico is supposed to be the best match that you can possibly have, the best matchup, but this has been anything but. JB92 needs all 4 kills, and they're sitting, waiting, and ready. Well, he gets 1, and that's it. It's 7-0. Flawless from FaZe Clan. Total domination against their Brazilian brothers. And their map pick of Lair is up next. It's going to take an almighty team to shut these guys down. For Team Liquid, not out of it yet, but Lair will prove to be very, very difficult. How do you mentally come back from 7-0?
You're asking the wrong person, Jake. I don't think I would have it in me. Team Liquid will look to recuperate. But even mental aside, it's just the ability of FaZe to find so many good win conditions and shut down what their opposition present. It's why they're such a brutal team to face. And this best of 3 is not playing as I anticipated.
I did not anticipate that opening map at all. Not the result. FaZe certainly were always going to be a high contention. But 7-0, I almost feel as if I'm in a dream. This feels bewildering that was even a possibility. And this series now is on a knife's edge for Team Liquid Alienware. They must respond on Lair. The FaZe, 1 map away from a semi-final appearance tomorrow against GK Esports. They'll be absolutely heavy favorites. For a team that hasn't won anything out of the 6 Invitational in the last 3 years, EWC's seemingly in their sights.
It is, but the job's not done yet. That's why this is the El Clasico. Sure, a 7-0. We did not anticipate that. It's as one-sided as it can possibly be. But Team Liquid, can they respond on the second?
We'll have to wait and see. For now, though, back over to the boys on the desk.
Hey, gentlemen, it was a great run from FaZe. It was almost a non-existent run and response from Team Liquid Alienware, who do not get a single round on Fortress. FaZe come into the El Clasico and, like Xenox said, make it look anything but laxing and iconic.
I made a cup of ramen in the green room, and I turned around, and it was 5-0. I don't really even know what happened. I blinked, and the series is already over. We're talking about a map, too. I mean, great call from you going into this. You said we're talking about Vidaking, we were talking about the ag.als, and I mean, absolute dominance, great adaptations, just great way to shut down the Cavalry.
Yeah, they couldn't really even get a footing into that game. These rounds, our defenses, our setups, they had so much utility ready to stop their plays, and you saw them playing so well off each other, too. Have to highlight Souls and the DMR. Really just been an anchor for this team for so long, one of the most experienced players, support players in this game, really showing why he's still here.
What made FaZe so successful in that? Because, you look at the quality, the caliber of these teams, the awareness, you would think that there would be at least one moment that they could capitalize on FaZe's weakness, but they didn't show any.
I mean, my biggest thing every time it comes to FaZe, and again, it's the reason why they're the 2-time world champions, is everyone is so quick to respond at what's in front of them and what the next step is, how they can help their opponent, how they can help their teammate, how they can win a round. And you see it with every single round. Every player is moving with a purpose. You will never question the rotations, the angles that are being held by FaZe. They always are perfect in their timing, in their pacing, in just the momentum that they carry.
especially too on the defensive side, you have to look at when they're in these trade games, if they're able to trade out of these 5v5s, get into these 2v2s, but have the composure to not give kills back and play the 2v2 with each other and in sync, and actually force those deep win cons like the casters are saying, making sure that Liquid is always having to solve that next step.
And that's a difficult thing as well. I mean, any advantage in a matchup where your teams know each other so well and they're so experienced against one another, it's going to be heavy to go against. But this felt too lopsided, I think, even for the expectations from many of us who knew FaZe were coming in as just such a successful team.
I mean, this is the FaZe that you don't want to be going up against when they are on form. I mean, when they are in sync with one another. I mean, I have to feel bad for the Team Liquid Alienware guys because they were trying to make these rounds swing into their favor. Even in the first 3 rounds, they had the opening kill, but they were not able to convert. And then when you look on the side of FaZe, they were able to convert their opening kills and then get into the single attacking round that they needed. And then, as you were talking about, they play those 2v2s, those 3v3 scenarios of constantly putting themselves in the winning advantage where they are always leaving themselves with that man advantage.
Yeah, and I feel like, too, honestly, if you're a Liquid fan, it can't get worse. You know, 7-0 happens.
Yeah, that's true. It can't get any worse.
Reset, go map 2, and hopefully get back in this game.
There's some reality to that, and I think there is some salvation to the idea that when things are going so bad, you gotta just like, well, I mean, how, you know, take it all away. Fine, I got nothing. But from that is clarity, because you get to see, okay, well, we need to get 1, and 1 is better than anything that we did in that last round. I want to talk Souls, though. You were talking about some of the graphics here that we put together for matchups in it. So we prepared something. Let's throw it up if we have a chance to do it. And hit me up with what this storyline for you means, guys.
I mean, he's just been a staple of the scenes for so long, going back to even when I was looking to aspire to be a pro player, when I became a pro player playing against him. Just a solid backbone. You see him on this DMR getting so many crucial kills, and not even crucial, but just stopping the main push, stopping the shields with the DMR, making sure he's always in the right position for his team. And you see too with the cost, he's finding that impact not only in one round, but consistently over the game here.
I mean, I spoke with, I believe, KDS after their series and like the quarterfinals of even getting them here, and I said, you know, what's it like being able to know that you have Souls on your back line, that you can do everything in the beginning of the round, but you have Souls laying in wait? And he said there's no other player that he'd want in these positions, and rightfully so. I mean, you said it best. He's not just only impactful in one round, he's impactful in every single round, and he makes his name known. He makes his plays heard and observed by the other team that you have to question every single time. Is Souls in this room? How do we go about this? Do we set up this 2v1? But again, I mean, Souls just consistently performs for this FaZe roster.
It's a dominant roster. You mentioned playing in synergy, playing together, making 2v2s harder than they need to be. Souls obviously 8-2 and an 83% cost. This is a guy right now that needs to be dealt with, but you can't really deal with him by himself. You have to look at this entire roster and where they're getting the edge together. And so, Iconic, now that we go to map 2, does this look like there's no hope for anything but a 2-0? Is there a way to turn this back around, guys? El Clasico? I mean, you had to disappoint these fans back there. I don't think they're going to be disappointed. I think they'll have fun either way. But how do we do it? How do you get back into this?
I feel like it's leading towards a 2-0 right now, but if you are Team Liquid, like I said, it can't get worse. So you really have to come into this next match with nothing to lose. You have to come to attack FaZe, make them uncomfortable, break their defensive lines, break their utility, just push them to the edge. And I feel like if they can do that, they can come back in this.
We mentioned a little bit about what Nade was fighting for, not just his brother, but the fact that he has a chance to win EWC, which neither of them have won. But if it goes the way map 1 went, that will be ending shortly. However, another major on the sites. I mentioned Coldplay sings a song about this. Lovers in Japan, one of my favorites, and I know the Osaka major is going to be one of your favorites as well a little bit later.
This train is bound for Osaka. 本日も大阪メトロをご利用いただき
Elsa.
皆さんこんにちは APL のマリックです
New Osaka Major Takoyaki Crunch. Taste the excitement.
ねえまた会えるよな
勝ったら会えるさ大阪メジャーで
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. Half and blow the house down.
Did I just see Dev get slapped by an octopus promoting Takoyaki Crunch? If that's the way you guys are starting off the Osaka Major, I'm excited to see how it finishes. November, that is really soon. I'm excited for Siege fans as well. I've been to Japan 4 times. It'll be my 5th coming up in January later on. It is one of the best places to host an event. The fans are electric. You will love it.
I mean, out of all the fans that I've experienced in my career, the Japanese crowd by far is the best. They really make you feel and every team is their home team.
Here's a bunch of Parisians right now. They're going to jump up and start attacking the panel. Iconic. He put us in danger.
But I want to go so bad, so let's hope.
It's going to be a great time. No matter who is there, you know that Siege will be representing with some great storylines. And speaking of here in France, an incredible crowd, but also an incredible story. 2 brothers now looking at Handy taking over what we expected. The game, the situation, 1 more win. They're into the semifinals. They won on Liquid's map pick. Now it's FaZe's map pick here. How do they respond with these picks and bans?
Again, I mean, for Tila, removing those shields, removing that pressure that Monty really can take, especially on those top floors, removing those shields. So a very great take, but very standard on the side of FaZe, removing the wall to now. They're going to be able to open up a lot of those walls, especially our 6th room. But when we get to that other side, once they swap halves, I am going to be curious if Liquid does try to remove that Tachanka, does try to remove that smoke, so then they can go for those executes, where we know in that R6 room, especially the smoke and the Tachanka really can thwart off those attacks and those site executes.
First 2 rounds are crucial here for Liquid. They have to get the momentum back on their side and just flip the narrative.
Yeah, you cannot go down 2-3 more to FaZe. That is going to look like a fast series. It's El Clasico for a reason, guys. Let's see if Liquid can respond here. Send it back over to our casters, Xenox and Gus.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Well, if it is to be an all-time great El Clasico, it is set up for Team Liquid Alienware. 7-0 down on the opening map. They go defense to start here on Lair. It's not a map where they've had a lot of success, Gus. We'll see if they can enter this series into the history books, or does this just end up being one that skipped over, ends up just being another page as FaZe Clan look to run all over them after what was a dominant display on the opening map. Now Lair, they start on the attack.
Now we have seen the scriptwriters push the limits with these 2 in the past. Is there another one to add between these 2 juggernauts? Double hard breach ban from FaZe and double shield ban on the side of Team Liquid. Does mean that FaZe are going to have full info gather available. And Team Liquid Alienware on the side of defense will need to be reliant on traps to fight against the lurk. It's an upside presence early here from FaZe gaining info.
I mean, I know this goes without saying, but Team Liquid Alienware probably need the first round, right? Just to get a monkey off the back, get a round on the board. You still haven't won a single round. Now, start well. You want to obviously try and build up a decent little lead. And more importantly, it's Master and R6 defense. This is the site you need to be winning defensively too. You lose this round, and any kind of mental scars that were maybe patched over during the break between the first map and the second will immediately then be ripped back open. Need to start strong. FaZe have got everything to gain, though, in this opening round.
Drone active.
Bit of util layering as well over towards lobby stairs, potentially facilitate a push late to connect with this push over towards Ops, which is developing for FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, somewhat developing into a defaultive side of the map around Ops. Vidiking, of course, in his position on the attack towards Ops and Mezzanine. Philippox is at least defending Mezzanine at the moment still. Vidiking's drone will get shot out. He's also still defending towards main stairs. He throws out one of his gas babes. Handy's all the way on the other side of the map, though, lurking bunk on that first floor. That's the intriguing part for me. What's going to be the goal here for Handy? It's actually making his way up green stairs. So they've got a little bit of other side of the map pressure at the moment from FaZe. There is only 55 seconds left. They're still barbed wire. They haven't really dealt with Mezzanine at all. KDS towards Bathroom. Nitrocell from KZ will not find the opening kill of this round. He's now full white KDS towards Bathroom. And FaZe have not done a whole lot of objective work towards the side, and there's little time left. This is a good round so far that's developing for Team Liquid Alienware.
Can FaZe hit the crunch late? Low potential still down below as Vidiking does slip into sight.
Surely someone's watching this mask position. Mostly Nade is close by, does have a Nitro, throws it out, but he doesn't connect either. 20 seconds left, still 5 versus 5. It's Handy the first one to go down, caught in the hallway. Philippox to fall as well, but it's Team Liquid Alienware that are winning out the majority of these battles, and it seems as if they will finally get their first round in the quarterfinal. It's only taken 2 maps, but they've got it.
And it was a good round at that from Team Liquid. FaZe trying their best to cook around the map, find an opening, find an entry, find potentially then a route in towards site. Vidiking was left to his lonesome. Lots of moving pieces elsewhere for FaZe across the chessboard, but Team Liquid do a good job in reflecting that pressure.
I wonder if that was a bad thing, though, for FaZe. You say pieces on the chessboard is actually a really good analogy, but they were everywhere. They were scattered. They didn't really have one common goal in mind. One pushing up green stairs, one Bathroom, one Ops. They're kind of a little bit everywhere. They weren't really focusing on the overall objective, left themselves little time. That makes it a lot easier then for the defense to pick them apart. We go basement. Of course, it's going to play out very differently to the top floor. The last time these two teams met on this particular map was back in April. It was a 7-2 victory for FaZe Clan.
10 seconds left before insertion.
To add a little bit more context to that as well, Gus, because the context is important in that particular result. FaZe actually won 4 attacking rounds straight to begin on this map. Of course, ended up, as I said, closing it out 7-2.
Oh, was that a learning experience for Team Liquid?
Maybe.
You would have to think so.
They actually got, in the 9 rounds that were played, FaZe got 8 of the opening kills.
Wow. Highlighted that number earlier as well.
They did get the opening kill in that round too.
And their conversion rate, as I highlighted back on map 1, at this particular event actually hasn't been in the upper echelon. They've been mid-pack from FaZe. Maybe more so a testament in their ability to find win cons elsewhere, even whilst trailing, to still produce results, but notable nonetheless. Let's see what the game plan then is for round 2. Do they go for that split attack? Do they maybe consolidate a little bit more? They do have double vert, so expect
pretty obvious.
Floor early.
They're not going to go direct here. You're not bringing the Bunk and the Ram if you want to go horizontal direct into the basement.
Wait, threat detected.
And because they've got so much vert, they can go completely top down if they want. And there is 0 pressure, though, from Team Liquid Alienware on first or second floor. Philippox will hold blue stairs as the main anchor position.
No enemies detected nearby.
So I was getting information, but this is information that should be well known at this point in the round. Halfway through, you're going to get this first floor control. Boogie auto breaches will go out from KDS once he gets into the map. Handy's over towards Armory, and he can get the skeleton key to open up the floorboards as well. But such is the case with basement on layer. It's a very, very big basement, so it's hard to really capitalize on this vert control for FaZe on the attack. Blue Stairs is going to be a big battle as well for Philippox. He throws out his first gas babe just to delay. But at some point, you imagine FaZe will look for a double swing to clear that position.
Yeah, the defense has been somewhat successfully scattered on the horizontal, courtesy of that vert from FaZe. But this is, as you mentioned, the next key battle. Philippox filter, what can he do? Does he elect to contest or perhaps fall back to site? Just the one gas babe remains.
They found nothing. All this vert, nothing. Gas babe out. Clears out top of Blue Stairs. Again, good denial here from Philippox. Has the option if he wants to hold or fall back.
And with the window still up, there's so little perceived pressure onto this position.
Frag grenade, Philippox to hold the angle, but he loses out to the Bailiff of Souls. Another opening kill for FaZe. But the time is running quite low. Nade to fall as well on the Warden. They lose the glasses, flashes out. KZ, pistol, but he's down to 1 HP. Time, though, somewhat on the side for Liquid, but the plank going down from Souls. Cyber dead, same as well. KZ's found 2 with a Vulcan canister. That's Kid on the ground. And it's only KDS as well. Team Liquid will snatch it at the end. FaZe were building. Found some crucial picks, but hadn't cleared out any of the site utility. And when they were going for that plant, once that Vulcan canister was popped, they were low enough, double kill, Liquid take the round.
Well, it's always the risk that you run. If you leave the push too late round and you haven't exchanged that time for that util clearance onto site, that can happen. Cyber, Souls, both called out. Great presence of mind from the defense to identify that that utility was still standing and to extract value from it in the late round. Team Liquid have come alive here early on map 2.
That's probably the best round that we've seen from Team Liquid. I mean, not a surprise when they got 7-0'd on the opening map of Fortress. Bear with us, a little bit of a loading in bug, and I think we might get a tech pause. Which is probably not ideal if you're Team Liquid, guys, because they've started really, really well here on the second map. 2-0 on the defense. Not going to be a worry, though, for FaZe, with the first map already in their pocket.
Yeah, it should be pretty simple to get all 10 players back into the server pretty promptly. It's a bit of a shame for Team Liquid building some meaningful momentum in the early stages of this second map, but certainly a great start and a testament to the resilience that this team has on offer and their ability to respond. FaZe, honestly, in these first 2 rounds, haven't shown much. Time management poor. Split pushes not producing results.
Well, look at the opening kill times, guys. To add on to that, 16 seconds in the first round, 31 seconds in the second round. And they did find both of those first picks. Funnily enough, Souls onto Philippox back-to-back rounds. But when you're doing it so late in the round, there's not really much of an ability to use that as much to your advantage. 4 alive for Liquid, then 3 alive for Liquid in the 2 rounds too. So they've been pretty comfortable. Bunk's briefing will be up next as we're just getting a rehost.
Well, as you can see, all 10 players are back into the lobby. Settings should be good to go in a moment's time, and we will resume proceedings. Bunk's briefing to be the expected site of choice up next. I love this objective. One of the most dynamic that we see in the game across the 9 maps. So much counterplay on offer for both the attack in terms of the routing and then defense in terms of the win con that they want to play into, whether it be denial in towards the objective or playing for denying the plant, or even the post plant as well, which is certainly high risk. So eagerly anticipating this 3rd round.
Now, hot start as well for Maya and KZ, especially if you're Maya replacing someone like Hertz from this all-star lineup. It's not going to be easy. Hertz has been doing some really good stuff as well for Furia, but Maya starts 4-0 in the opening 2 rounds here on Lair. The Bunk's briefing is going to be a whole different test now for Team Liquid Alienware. You win this and you go all 3 sites 3-0 start, and maybe then mentally you can switch on and feel as if you're a good opportunity to get back into this series as a whole. Curious to see if FaZe will elect to change up the attacking lineup. Typically, we'll see the sends get played on Bunk's briefing if they want to go for a green stairs push and go for a fast plant attempt.
Or the Capitao, and it looks like they may even elect to go for neither in this round. Hard breach heavy, so probably a top floor flush.
Ash into the mirror.
Yep.
Double hard breach. To me, this lineup screams they want to challenge top floor.
Yeah. Absolutely. Green side and direct is very, very challenging.
But very rewarding if you can pull it off.
I don't think they can with this lineup.
No, not with this lineup.
Into Ward and Solace. Eat your heart out, it's not going to happen. And so a large emphasis of this round will be away from the direct objective itself. It's going to come down to FaZe and their ability to clear the map across top floor. And then for Team Liquid, how eagerly do they look to contest? At what point do they then decide to peel back towards the site? Because they will be vulnerable on the objective itself.
Reloading.
I'm curious to see for Team Liquid Alienware, they've got KZ playing by himself in bunks. FaZe can still put pressure towards him on the first floor without over-investing. Cyber into Ops. Of course, the focus overall for FaZe of the attack will be this top floor.
This is active from Team Liquid, though. They are not shying away from the fight over towards Mask. Drone might eventually start to force them back, but instead a double down here. Does that open the route for the triple impact?
I like this for Handy. On the triple impact, it will open an angle, but he doesn't find what he's really searching for.
And Fleetbox can actually still play behind desk. I don't know if we'll see his perspective. You can see alongside Mai, it doesn't matter. Cyber just walks up and kills him anyway.
Cyber through Ops finds the angle onto Fleetbox. You said it before, they wanted to defend this Mask position, but Fleetbox goes down because of it. Opening kill for FaZe, 3 straight rounds to begin here on Lair. KZ, though, shuts down Cyber. He finds the angle. Bit of a split push right now for FaZe. They've still got Handy lurking around that first floor, but it's top floor for KDS and Souls. JB92 defending towards display. By the way, no one in sight now for Team Liquid. They have vacated that first floor. KZ's made his way back up to R6.
It's just flashes for the dislodge, so into the ward, and this is a poor position that FaZe find themselves in.
If FaZe want, they can go for a plant while taking the fight top floor. Draw the attention away of the defenders, as there is no one horizontally close. Oh! Vault in! Double swing! KDS with the bailiff again, but it's KZ with the Nitrocell. He'll look for a swing from R6, trying to bait out a few shots. Takes, though, one too many, and he's now very low, forced to drop Hatch. Well played from Maya, but he too will fall, stuck in the corner. KZ back to site, leaves Nade by himself on this top floor. 2 versus 2, with Souls in Handy, not having the diffuser. 30 seconds, need to go grab that, and now turn their attention to the site.
Has the mirror window, but his position known courtesy of the concussion, now forced onto the boost.
Handy takes a bit of damage. Nade will defend top floor. KZ's come back to help out. Neither of these teams are fighting towards the site, and we're getting low on time. Liquid, you can fall back. Force them to play plant. 10 seconds. KZ's back into bunk, and now the drop as well from Souls. Looking for the plant. Gets off it. Noisemaid. KZ can open up the soft wall. Nade gets rid of his brother. Souls looking for the plant, but runs out of time. Liquid manage a third. That's the closest round we've seen in this series. And Liquid walk away with it. 3 straight to start on Lair.
Well, I said before, how much limit testing are the scriptwriters going to do for this series? Cannot believe that map 1 was a 7-0. And for Team Liquid, who were on the receiving end of that demolishing effort on map 1, are off to a near flawless start. 3-0 on the scoreline clean. And the overall Sage good as well. It's attack timeout from FaZe.
Claro, tá. Vamos fazer as play verde com rede de ribbon ali pra subir o principal. Só que o KD, em vez de ele pegar o Black, ele vai pegar o Snake.
Eu não pego o Snake na play verde.
Não, sei.
A gente vai fazer essa citada ou a play
verde? Tu vai pegar o
verde?
Snake porque tu vai jogar do exit e depois tu vai virar pro banheiro pra poder ajudar o Range a subir a principal lá com a entrada do cara que vai ficar marcando costas, fechou? No vamos de baixo, a gente só vai matar o cara lá do... Como é que fala? Lá do barril que a gente tinha combinado. Isso. Só,
tá,
tipo,
mas você quer que eu pegue o que nessa play verde?
Cara, pode pegar Blitz, pode pegar o próprio Demo se quiser. Fechou? E no bomb do quarto, já que os caras estão peitando muito TV ali e tal, vou fazer o hand tentando subir a escada principal lá com
Well, can't help but feel, guys, there's a little similarity. First map, Fortress, 3 straight rounds to FaZe, but it was all Liquid with the opening kills and then into their timeout. Well, second map, first 3 rounds all Liquid, but the opening kills have all been FaZe into their timeout. Definitely the most contestable round that was winnable for either of the two teams. And as we saw back on Fortress, it was at this moment, right? So we were 3 rounds in, FaZe win the first 3, but they were close. Liquid were looking okay, they were winning the early battles. But it was from this moment then FaZe just go bang, bang, and bang. They dominate the next 3 rounds. Can Liquid do the same?
Yeah, can they just run away with it here on the second map?
Back to top floor. This is a good sight for the defense. The bands Grim and Wamai. Wamai and Grim both were played twice in the opening 3 rounds.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Well, let's jump in then for the action phase of the 4th round. Can FaZe find their footing? They'll be eagerly looking to get info from the Deimos, but right on cue, KZ, a huge nitro.
That's massive. KZ having an impact. First opening kill as well for Team Liquid Alienware. On a very good site, getting rid of the Deimos, removes the pressure off the death marks. Less information available for FaZe on the attack. And out of their timeout as well, it's Liquid that strike first.
KZ was shut down on map 1. He has a grudge on his shoulders. 2-7 back on Fortress, and here on Lair, a 7-0 start.
Don't forget, FaZe have a 6-1 record on this map. This is a strong start from Team Liquid.
Mirror trick. Not the worst result from KZ. That breach now, I don't believe, can be traversed. Team Liquid Alienware in a very strong position. The kind of round that you need to convert. Goyo util up, barbed wire for stall. Hard breach denial's been sound so far. FaZe are well and truly on the back foot in this 4th round.
Well, even more with the double down from KZ. He finds his 8th kill in the 4th round. No Solid Snake, no Deimos, a lot less pressure coming the way of Team Liquid Alienware. It's just double hard breach and a gridlock. In terms of utility, it's mainly going to be this flash dump. That's all they've really got getting into the site. And especially when, in contrast, the defense still has all of the gas babes, impacts available, Vulcan canisters still haven't all been dealt with. F-Not mines, there are Kiba barriers still in pocket for Maya. With only 60 seconds left, this feels inevitable in the way of Team Liquid Alienware. Cyber now looking to open up Mask. That was his final Selma as well, just to create an opening as Handy will push up main stairs. Mezzanine control established for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, they've given FaZe a lot of space, but there's nothing they can do with
Cyber
it.
called to the mask wall. As soon as that was opened up, Maya playing behind the desk finds the headshot. And Soul's Handy both split opposite ends of the map. It's a solid push through bridge for Souls. Handy having to walk through the fire to get himself close to the mask, and that gets them blocked by the Kiba barrier. More time denial available for the defense. The swing from Souls unsuccessful. This may even end up now being flawless for Team Liquid Alienware, unless Handy can find a kill just to basically deny said flawless. He will not. Maya defends vigorously. 4 straight rounds for Team Liquid Alienware out of the tactical timeout for FaZe. They still cannot find an answer.
Yeah, despite map 1 being a 7-0, the man count in a lot of those rounds was fairly close. There was not a single flawless round back on map 1, and that will be the first of the second. And can you believe it's the team responding after such a devastating loss on the opener?
Right, we've played 11 rounds of Siege. We've only had 1 attacking round. I mean, to be fair, it's literally the two of the most defender-sided maps. I think Consulate being maybe slightly more than Lair, but still, neither team has had really any success on their attacks. The irony then is the 3rd and final map, provided we get there, Border will open up plenty of opportunities for attacking.
It sure will. And as it stands, it feels fitting.
But Border, like Lair, 6-1 record for FaZe Clan. The last time they lost it was back at the 6th Invitational against Falcons. 1-1 record for Team Liquid, but lost it a month ago to FaZe 3-7.
So then how can FaZe fight their way back into this map? They'll be eager to get more value from their info gatherers. So pressure on Cyber on the Solid Snake. They did have a pre-placed warehouse early, and so FaZe may look to tease that initially, and could be the stepping stone for the rest of this attack. Keeping in mind, though, looking at the player card positions here from Team Liquid, heavy emphasis on the first floor hold from them.
But FaZe's lineup is less one-dimensional compared to last time for Labs, where they brought both the Buck and the Ram, and they very much wanted to play the Vert. You have the Ram as an option. You don't have to really play the Vert, though. You can go direct with this lineup. That might be the thought process for FaZe to give themselves an extra avenue into this round. Handy's probably the only one that really needs to go first floor, but like you said, a lot of first floor presence was there for Team Liquid, but they all fall back to the site now. This opens up space for Handy. He takes a little bit of damage. It's KZ that falls though towards Missile. KDS finds the opening kill. Is there a follow-up? And there will be. JV falls. Now this is looking good for FaZe to find their first round here on Lair. But it's Maya who's got up to his 8th kill. Was holding the right side angle. Needs to be cautious. Quite a lot of attackers in his vicinity. As he pushes, Lock is one prone, catches Cyber on the floor. A 9th kill for Maya. And I'm pretty sure heard the footsteps as well coming his way, but Handy catches him from the first floor.
That's a good catch.
Huge kill from Handy, controlling the floorboards as Nade falls to KDS. It's only Philippox left.
Surely Philippox cannot win this 1 versus 3. There's 60 seconds for FaZe to get their first round win here on Lair.
It's been flawless so far from Team Liquid. It's going to take a mighty effort though from Philippox in a 1 versus 3. Flash, full white. Just trying to play around Lab and create a couple of 1v1s, but he never got the opportunity. Immediately got pinched, and finally FaZe will break through on Lair, their first attacking round.
Yeah, had that early info initially over towards Warehouse, and they committed to the play. Team Liquid unable to really activate the early vert they had with that first floor pressure. And FaZe back alive here on the second map, and such is the nature of Siege. 2 rounds on attack. It's a good enough platform, and they now have that opportunity. There's a great catch early there from Maya, as he tried to respond, then got caught on his peel attempt back towards site. And Philippox on an island for the final 60 seconds or so in that round. Dorms up next.
Final round of the half coming up. Punk's briefing for the final. 5-1 is really what Team Liquid Alienware will be seeking here to give themselves the greatest possible advantage heading into the second half, where attacking for them likely won't be that easy either.
5 seconds to insert.
We do see a switch up from FaZe Clan, but no sends employed. Capital brought this time around. Punk's briefing last time, they went double hard bridge. They'll do it again. It was that top floor contest that did not work out. Really, the main change, they do, of course, not have access to the Grim anymore, so instead bring the Capital. So a forced change for FaZe, attacking into this site. But I honestly like the Capital maybe even more than the Grim.
Yeah, it's a flexible operator traditionally used on the direct approach when you get green side control to try and counteract the vert play here, but also can be used on this top floor clear as well. You think about some of the mirror positions in particular that are being deployed here by Team Liquid up above. That can be a good dislodge tool, and it's always high risk playing into both the Solace and the Warden and relying solely on that Capital for coverage. And FaZe aren't complementing that with maybe like a Thatcher that we've seen from some of the NA teams, for instance, to directly counter that. Handy now on the lurk. He'll be looking to activate just the 1 kill for Handy so far, and 3 Deathmark targets available here in the final round of the half.
It's a rare quiet game from Handy, but KDS is the one that finds the opening kill again. 2nd round in a row from him.
And they drop the Warden, such a key operator late round.
Especially into the smoke play that you've got from KDS on the Capital. A couple of flashes still remaining too. Deathmark activated from Handy, and it will be on to Maya.
Maya needs to be so careful. so careful. He's now a key part of the defensive unit for Team Liquid in identifying and denying plants.
Oh, what a shot from KZ! Breaks the barricade and finds the head of Cyber. Brings it back 4v4. Another death mark, this one onto KZ.
Target.
Vidiking just sits inside a bathroom as Handy now pushes in front of him. They edge a little bit closer. Clearing out this top floor. It has pushed Team Liquid back to the north side of the map. Maya shut down from Souls. It's been a really good half from Maya, but plays no further part.
What do they do now? Do they go back to site Team Liquid, or do they continue to contest up above? This now puts them in such an awkward position.
They do have Green Stairs control though, so they have the ability to go up and down how they see fit. It'll be hatch drop play from FaZe, but Green Stairs still in control for Team Liquid Alienware. There is little time left as well. Vidiking has to start making his way towards the site.
They go for the 2-1. KZ briefing with that Nitro. 30 seconds for FaZe.
No more gas babes remaining for Philippox. Early Nitro cell from KZ. Doesn't get anyone. Spots a headshot onto Handy. Huge kill from KZ. More pushing towards his location. The site now still defended by Team Liquid. Makes it very difficult for Vidiking to find a plant opportunity as KZ defends the site again. It's only Souls left. He's got no time, no kit. Even with that kill, it's Team Liquid that make it 5 here on Lair.
Oh, can you believe it? What a response from Team Liquid, and a lot for FaZe to now discuss in the halftime break.
Tá, tava vendo?
Aham.
Cara, os ataques a gente tava tendo progressão boa e tal, só que a gente tava, tipo, assim, tirando a etapa de dominar esse cara principal, o resto tava de boa, tá ligado? Então, para caso de um hotel, que eu acho que vai precisar, a gente faz com... A gente tenta repetir a play verde sem ninguém morrer. É a mesma play que eu tinha combinado com vocês. Fechou? Aí pode ser que eles queiram... É isso, na verdade, né? Só vai ter uma defesa dos caras, provavelmente vai ser essa. Todo mundo lembra das defesas? Tá de boa?
Lembro. Só do jogo, a defesa que eu faço aqui mesmo. Se tiver mira, vai de mira, com mira em cima.
Até pro KDS, vai de MP. Tu tá com uma MP em cima e...
Mas e o Vault ali da janela do banheiro que eu tô abrindo?
Oi?
Que eu abro as duas janelas do banheiro, lembra que a gente mudou e coloca o air jab?
Mas o JV tá jogando do teto ali, se eles der a win não vai dar nada, tá ligado? O cara não vai pular lá fora.
Tá, e você quer que eu ligue pra quem?
Pro KDS. Eu acho que ou liga pro KDS ou liga pro Vini Júnior.
Tá bom.
Eu acho que eles vão ficar um pouco fodidos. Aí, guys, eu acho que no mergulho a gente pode começar com um 3-1, que eles vão estar um pouquinho mais em choque, se pá, não? Ou vocês
pode ser.
Acho que é uma boa.
Acho que é uma boa.
Ou vocês preferem a full domínio, tipo
assim... Eu prefiro um 3-1.
Um 3-1 tá jogando bem, acho que vale a pena.
Um 3-1, só vamos ficar atento com os caras que tem que preparar as coisas bonitinho. Mesma coisa, eu acho que a gente também começa com aí, ou a FOD verde ou um 3-1. A Kickbox, do teu critério.
Well, a very dominant half from Team Liquid Alienware. 11 kills from KZ and 9 from Maya. They've been the star contributors. On the flip side for FaZe, a decent half from Souls, KDS as well, having some big moments. Interestingly enough, in that half, guys, 5-1 opening kill advantage to FaZe Clan. Only converted one of those. They got 5 opening kills and only a single round win. Missed opportunity.
It has been maybe the one weakness for FaZe up until this point at the Esports World Cup, and it's rearing its ugly head here in the second map between these two, as it feels like we creep closer towards that third and final map.
Yeah, but don't discount FaZe. Going defense now, and what we saw from their defense back on Fortress, Lair can very much follow the same script. But for Team Liquid, it's a different proposition now. With 5 rounds already banked, you only need 1 more, guarantee overtime. You know, there's a good opportunity for them now to get us to that third map. But yeah, FaZe are not going to be easy to push over. They're at death's door, but they haven't gone through it yet. Monty Grimm, Kaid, and the Wumai are the bans. Master R6, no surprise, will be the first site choice.
Eager to jump back inside of the server. In terms of FaZe and their ban selections then for this second half, pretty typical. Monty is their most banned attacking operator, and Grim as well has seen a couple of appearances on the side of Team Liquid Alienware with the Kaid and the Wamai combo. That for them will be a little bit left of field. The Kaid is their most banned, but typically, in fact, this will actually be the first time the catch is taken out of play as well. Normally looking at the Azami, Smoke, Mirror, Warden. So a small change up for them into this second half.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, I thought Team Liquid might actually opt to change the attacker lineup. They have not. They will bring the Sens, the Glass, the Capitao, a lot of utility that can really help them take this top floor. And if they're bringing Sens to top floor as well, guys, if we get Bunk's briefing, they'll probably look for maybe a Sens play as well. So the comeback begins now for FaZe, though, so they go defense. Expectation is certainly for them to win a couple of rounds in a row and claw this advantage back. It's been a very, very defender-sided series across both Fortress and Lair.
Well, util layering seems to be the name of the game here for Team Liquid in this round. Comes down to placement, being synchronized, and achieving the same objective. Is this a direct R6 hit?
This is going to be aggressive now. Philippox couldn't quite get the flash to connect, so they can't play off for the blitz immediately. The ROU, of course, obscuring that left side of the vision. Philippox getting a lot of information. Now goes Pistol! Catches Cypher trying to fall back! Double kill start for Team Liquid, but KZ has now been finished off by Handy. Won that 1v1 battle. JB92 still outside of the window. Maya, by the way, into the hallway. Pops one of the smokes, doesn't find anything, but inside of R6, Philippox should get this plant down successfully. Will manage to get it. Holding in the window was JV. Got 2 crucial kills. It is an absolute statement from Team Liquid. One of the top rounds you'll see on that site from an attacking team. They go 6-1 up. Porte feels destined.
That is quality attacking siege. Team Liquid not concerning themselves with the map clear or the util clearance. None of those shenanigans are required. An ROU deployed for Philippox blitz front line, and he did his job wonderfully well. Stayed alive with that first tick of damage, and then critically, a massive shot right here. Had to land the kill onto Cyber, does exactly that. And whilst he was then on a bit of an island to the mid portion, he had the Glass on the back hit, you had coverage from the window outside. He had to be patient, was then eventually able to go for the plant, force movement from that FaZe defensive unit. And Team Liquid looking really, really good here on Lair. 1 round required, and it's Porte on the other side.
I mean, that is just a really, really good set play round. That's when the strategy and the workshopping that you've done throughout the last couple of months comes and pays dividends in a match such as this. On the verge of a 7-1 victory on Lair. The perfect response, really, to 7-0 loss on Fortress. It's one of the
not far off it.
stranger El Clasicos that we've seen, but maybe Porte will be close. Because it seems as if we should be getting there.
We'll get all 15 rounds in the final map, surely.
Wow, I hope so. Very different map too, the way that Porte's going to play.
Oh, yeah.
But not giving up on FaZe yet. You'd be foolish to write off the back-to-back SI champions. Defense lit, not impossible to go on a run. Saw that from Liquid in the first half. This Liquid team looking far stronger on Lair than what we saw from them on Fortress. And a huge showing as well from Maya. 10-3, KZ 12-3. They've got 22 kills combined.
Drone ready.
Warehouse side info gather early here from Team Liquid. But unlike their counterparts in FaZe, they won't elect to go for the full commit early. Unless Maya's rotation here is indicative that maybe that actually will end up being the case.
That's good.
Shot drone from KZ. Good work there. Double Goyo taken off. And that will alleviate some of the time pressure later in the round for Team Liquid Alienware.
Yeah, I mean, that's crucial, especially this early in the round. 2 Vulcan canisters pop. Yeah, Nade's got himself over towards barrels. Think this will be rather direct from Team Liquid. KZ as well lurking towards that missile hallway. Cyber, first death. JB92 gets an angle on that first floor. This is going to shake up the defensive phase because they've still got Souls that has forced his way back to site. So now it's a 4-stack in sight for FaZe. They give up top floor and first floor. Nade has the angle. Another one peeks in. He wasn't expecting it, but then is able to swing himself
This seems as if it's done. Surely it's only King and Handy. But crucial as they both got one apiece. Nate shuts it all down. Handy needs to get all 3 remaining in the next minute. And even for one of the game's modern goats, this should be too difficult. He's flamed off. Philippe Box is planting as Handy makes his way forward. He can't even walk through the fire. The flames are too hot, and Porte will be required in this El Clasico.
My, oh my, it's a speed run of the first 2 maps as FaZe and Team Liquid trade blows. It felt like we would get all 3, but certainly not in this fashion. Fingers crossed we got all 15 rounds on Porte.
In Brazilian folklore, which is worse, 7-0 or 7-1?
Take your pick, either or. It's a smashing.
Well, it's a response from Team Liquid, Alienware, that shows their resolve, that shows their mental fortitude. They did not just bow down after that 7-0 thrashing. They forged ahead, their own path, their own plan, and did to FaZe what FaZe did to them on Fortress. Sets up the deciding map of Porte, and hopefully that map will be close.
And there's a demonstration as to why after that first map, there was certainly worries for Team Liquid, but not at any point did we expect it to be easy going for FaZe. And Team Liquid from the offset absolutely switched on here for map 2, and it culminated in quite the dominant victory.
Not a lot worked for FaZe. They tried as they did, but everything was going the way of Team Liquid. FaZe had opportunities in the first 3 rounds. They got the opening kills. They had chances. And again, the similarities drawn to the first map are very stark. It's almost as if they've just completely flipped the same script, but then changed the sides going into the second map. It's a wonderful bounce back game from Team Liquid. This attack as well, especially, was really, really clinical. It all sets up now for Porte. I cannot wait to get into it, but we'll have to go back to the desk first.
Thank you so much, Xenox and Guz. It was a great matchup, El Clasico. A little bit different than we anticipated. Not quite competitive on either of the maps, but in general, as a series, extremely competitive. It's like 2 heavyweight fighters. You're watching Tyson and Holyfield, one knockout punch to the other, both standing dazed. But now, who's going to get the land the final blow?
I mean, I love the analogy that you said. You know, this was kind of like shadow boxing for them. It's going to be blow for blow. Who's able to react? Who's able to counter? And I mean, from one map to the next, it looked like they really understood their opponent. They understood where their flaws were, how they could abuse them in a 7-1. I mean, I don't even think the casters thought it was going to happen. They were talking about it, and sure enough, it did happen. So maybe they casted that into the existence.
I feel like you have to give credit to Igor CTG really being able to get his team back into it mentally. And you saw them come out, flip that momentum coming off of a 7-0 and really just steamroll and get that engine going, find that confidence, and you just see a different Liquid in this match.
Incredible from the coach's side, incredible from Liquid's side as well. The bounce back, a lot of people obviously doubting it because you just see FaZe come out and absolutely stomp them on their map. But Liquid to have the wherewithal and to have the confidence to come back out and then do that again on FaZe's map, well, it's exactly what we expected. These 2 teams evenly matched on the day. Iconic could be the difference. One person coming out and making a big play. What was the difference here as we looked at map 2?
I think it's just the momentum. I feel like you saw Liquid coming out fighting, not letting FaZe be comfortable, and obviously too KZ having a staple, just a consistent map, being there for his team, and then obviously just the whole unit too flowing and just playing their win cons extremely well.
Again, when your back is against the wall, your tournament could possibly end after this next map. It's about getting those rounds into your favor. It's about getting hype. It's about building that momentum, and that's what we were seeing from each and every single round, especially in that round 2, which I think really started carrying that momentum for the rest of the series.
Yes. Liquid also had some very loud fans in game 1, but I started to see the chat. I saw a little bit of you guys watching. You said, there's one woman screaming that's louder than all of the men that they've seen cheering on the side of Liquid, and even the drums included. That just shows both of these team sides, whether it's FaZe, whether it's Liquid. I mean, the fans are here. It's going to be uproarious whether either of them win. And as we transition into Border, which they set up the new question, the final map, designer map, do you think it starts to tilt? And if so, which way?
Border's a casino. I feel like you can never call it.
Roll
no matter
the dice,
even being in the server, playing it, it's always on the edge. Every round is so intense.
What makes it like that?
just the map, it's so small that once the round starts, it's just a snowball. There's so many trades happening, and then you really have to be extremely composed. So when you get your advantages, you have to be able to reset and play the layer game against the team. But then obviously too, you can't play too much layer game because then you become too consolidated. So there's always a catch-22 happening on Border. It's one of the smallest maps and the best maps.
Oh, well, what an interesting way to start it off. I know, Lax, you took a look at some of the plays that really stood out for you in that map too. Walk us through them.
Yeah, I mean, I said going into this series, you know, your map point, I mean, your entire tournament is on the line, and you have to make risks. You have to be able to make gambles, and KZ absolutely understood the assignment in round 2, where I talked about this momentum is what carried them throughout the rest of this series, for everyone to be able to get behind them, to light the fire from underneath them. But in this map, in this round specifically, you understand KZ is inside labs, and he knows that the only win condition being in the man disadvantage is that go-yo canister on that lab door, and he has to make that play, because if he doesn't, this round does not go in their favor. They don't build that momentum, and he swings into here to be able to pop this canister, takes a very early gunfight with KDS, again, putting him to 1 HP, but he doesn't falter. He doesn't back down. He still goes for the only one win condition here, and that is popping that go-yo canister, downing the 2 players, putting the man advantage back into their favor, and then ending that in a 3v1 from a 5v3. It's rounds like this, it's plays like this that instill hope, instill the momentum for them to be able to carry from one round to the next, and it's the exact reason why we saw a 5-1, and it's the definite reason why we saw a 7-1 map.
You can see a little bit of fluster too from FaZe. 5v3, you need to make sure you have that flame cleared, you have the time, you have the vertical, you can make that pressure, or even if there's a flame there, you can play it in a different spot. Just really going through the motions and making sure what they're doing makes sense.
We think coming into this, I mean, were FaZe caught a little bit off guard by how strong Liquid responded? Maybe that's why?
I mean, knowing them, you know that Liquid, they're a team that's not going to back down. They have a lot of fiery players, so I feel like FaZe known. They should have expected them to just come back with that fight, and they just weren't ready for it.
I was going to say, even when you look back at SI 2023, I mean, FaZe realistically could have been the 3-peat world champions. But if you remember in that series, that W7M roster, the same 4 players on that team fought tooth and nail from a down 6-1 deficit and was able to constantly bring it back. So I'm sure when you're in moments like these for the side of FaZe, it kind of rings back into your head like, oh, we've seen this before. Now they're gaining the momentum. Now it's going to be so important for FaZe to understand where they went wrong and how they can switch the tempo and swing the map into their favor.
I like the dice roll analogy. I like, you know, just kind of the cards coming up maybe on in your favor. What game do you play? If you're somebody who loves a little bit of poker, maybe a little bit of, you know, rolling with blackjack, whatever it is, what game do you try to go for? If it's the side of an aggressive tempo, trying to get those early trades, what do you try to do if you're FaZe to close it out after you were in the lead and now you're tied and going to Border?
I feel like for FaZe, they don't need to skip their steps on the attacking side, making sure they're actually applying the pressure and putting Liquid on the back foot. And if Liquid can just stay off of that back foot, always throwing that punch first, landing it, getting a kill, and being able to just pull back, they're going to be able to stay ahead in these rounds.
Now, I like the card analogy, but I'm going to have to completely switch the game. I feel like this is a chess match for me. It's a battle of the IGLs, of understanding who's opener, who's the defender, how you can take the piece, how you can then retake position, take control of the board, and that's exactly what they're doing here. I mean, you get a 7-0 into a 7-1. Now everything is for all the marbles. Everything is to get that checkmate here to push you to one step into that semifinal.
The Battle of Brazil. We've seen 2 dominant performances across 2 different maps for 2 different teams. Now will we see something a little bit more evenly contested? You mentioned chess. I love that. Over at the Alliance Vault, we also have some chess going on. They just finished up the day, and I know that Chris Tunn actually has a club championship update for us. Let us know what's going on in the CC as of this evening. Chris?
Down here at the STC Arena, around some disappointed TM fans, Ginny. Of course, over Rocket League, we're kind of getting through the competition now, but TM just suffering a big loss for them, considering they're coming in as one of the favorites of the tournament.
Yeah, they just lost their game against NIP, so unfortunately for them, they are not in the top 8 just yet. Fortunately, there is a lower bracket, but when you're looking at the teams that are CC relevant, that have already qualified for playoffs and are locked into that top 8 slot, it's Falcons and Vitality. So automatically, they give themselves 200 points. And with with the win that Falcons had earlier today against Gentlemates qualifying, they are now 50 points behind ag.al. So they're in a lovely spot.
I mean, this was a really good week for Falcons anyway.
Absolutely.
We kind of looking at some of the competition that they have in their specific games. They have a real good opportunity to take that lead again, looking more and more likely. I mean, over in chess especially. I mean, they got like 2 people who potentially could make top 4. That's going to hold them as much as 100 points at their first place points, right? I mean, so Falcons, huge week for them. ag.al not competing in much either. It's a massive week.
Yeah, it's for Falcons, great time to be alive right now if you're a Falcons fan. If you're an ag.al fan, I just want you to cover your ears because it's not looking good right now. Out of PUBG Mobile, when we're looking at chess as well, not doing too great.
Yeah, it's going to be next week for them. Crossfire, etc. are going to kind of be coming through. That's where they're going to have to make all the points. Janine, thank you very much. We'll be checking them in the rest of the week. Guys, back to you.
Well, thank you so much, Chris and Jenny. It's been a great CC update across all of these weeks. You guys have kept us in the know. And now ag.al only 50 points in the lead on Falcons. That will be important. We'll check in with them tomorrow as well to see how things go. But guys, turning into the picks and bans coming up soon for this final map. It's Border. It's our final series of the day. We opened today talking about these 2 brothers who have, invitational wins and majors, basically star-studded performances and histories. But now, has that story shifted? I'm curious, since we've seen such dominant performances, different players you guys have mentioned, KZ showing up. Where's the story now in terms of the 1v1 or the head-to-head that you're looking to most?
I mean, I think it's still playing into the exact same narrative that we had going into this moment. Again, this is now do or die. You guys respectively won each other's maps. Now it comes to the decider where once you get to this 3rd map, and you can speak into this as well, every player, every coach, every ag.al should understand where everything went wrong and how they can play the absolute perfect siege that they possibly can. Everything needs to be left on the battlefield today.
I feel like it's a battle of the coaches right now. Who can keep their players mentally in it? Who can actually see what needs to be adjusted inside of this last map and being able to actually call the timeout, call the precise moment for the timeout, and be able to give the actual advice his team needs to pull through here.
Sometimes there's not too much to say with a matchup that everything's already been said. 29 times these fights have gone the way of FaZe, 22 the way of Liquid, and that has proven to be the way that this series is already shaped up. Map to map, heavyweight blow to heavyweight response, and now only one will move through as Border picks and bans come up on your screen.
I'm going to expect Shields to be removed here. I mean, Shields can really be a strong piece of the puzzle, especially when you think pushing into top east, pushing into break, getting any bit of that map control. So it's no surprise to see a Monty already taken out, but the why, that's a good one as well.
Yeah, really going to hurt the east extension right now. Warden, expect to see a lot of Ying play coming out too here. Lash is a standard issue, getting rid of that utility, making sure that they cannot post up outside of archives and have that plant potential.
I mean, the one thing I really do love about Border, especially now that this is the last and final decider for both these 2 teams, when you think of Brazilian teams, you think of that aggressive nature. And if there is one map that is going to feed heavy-handed into that aggression, it is a map like Border. You are going to be met with combat, with fights already straight out the gate, just trying to get into that map. As I was saying, trying to get into that top east, trying to get into that break. You are going to be met with a battle of attrition for both of these teams.
Well, it's going to be one map that decides the fate of 2 Brazilian superstar teams. One spot in the semifinal left. It'll go to FaZe or Liquid Alienware. Who will seize the moment? Let's fire it over to our casters for our final match here in Guz and Xenox.
10 seconds to go.
Well, it comes down to map 3 for the El Clasico. That is very much fitting.
5 seconds left.
It's even more fitting. It's the least played map at the Esports World Cup thus far. Only played 3 times. But good news, ladies and gentlemen, it is the most attacker-sided. Sits at 67% attacker win rate. There is not a single site objective that is in favor of defense. Good news if your Team Liquid starting on the attack in the first half. 7-0 into 7-1. Now the hope is it's into 8-7 one way or another.
Good news if you want to see some attacking siege as well, because over the course of this series thus far, it has been super defend-decided. Map 1 going the way of FaZe, a 7-0. A flawless victory, and Team Liquid Alienware not trailing by much over on map 2 of Lair. 7-1, KDS with the opener.
That's the defense that lands the first blow though. KDS gets rid of Maya, who was incredible back on Lair. That's also one thing to keep in mind here on Porte, FaZe have dominated the entry battles. Oh, there's a good chance here though on the Souls from KZ. He gets the down and he knows that he is very much down. East airs control, swing from the Azami of Vidaking, catches the head of Philippe Pox. Souls finished off by the Jugger payload call of Nade, because he was down on the floor courtesy of KZ. Fiery start on Porte, not to be surprised.
Yeah, both teams are going to eagerly take as many trade fights as possible, not going to shy away from the occasion. And will look to capitalize on any moment of weakness that the opposition may present. But at the moment, it's FaZe in the advantageous position at the midpoint of the round. A player up, Vidaking low on HP, but still one more gun for the trade. Double Razor Bloom as well for Handy, Nitro for KDS, good util. Still up here for FaZe. A tricky position now for Team Liquid.
Jugger payload call on to Handy from Nade. Handy should be able to answer the call. And chooses to eat the call, so he gets taken down to half health. And of course over towards Archives. Otherwise though, good fountain presence established from Vidaking. Cyber and KDS a little bit more freedom to move around. Finally JV92 able to get in towards break. Nade just outside security. Testing this mirror window position held by KDS. There's the one and only Nitrocell. 40 seconds remaining in the round. Team Liquid need to start heading towards the side.
KZ has one Salmo rotating across, maybe to try and counter this mirror window.
Yeah, throws it straight on to the mirror window. Nade to then play off it. KDS still holding. KDS will take the fight, but Nade wins it with the DMR. 3 versus 3. Heading into the final 20 seconds. Cyber finds a tight angle. Huge for FaZe, but then Cyber 2 will go down. JV92 to try and clutch up, heading into red time. We haven't seen a lot of big individual moments. Vidaking's gone security side. JV off the player to take the battle with Handy. Finds the kill, needs to shut down Vidaking. Can't find him, time will expire. FaZe will take the opening round.
Oh, fair effort there from JV. Almost had the read there at the end, but ultimately not enough time to hunt for the final kill. FaZe to claim round 1, but hopefully a positive sign of what's to come in terms of the closeness of this final map.
Well, a very fun round. The fact that it came down to 1 alive, that did not happen at all in the first 2 maps, guys. There was not a single round across either Fortress or Lair where it came down to a single player left alive. And in the opening round of Porte, it was a 1 versus 1 and time expires. Hopefully, that just gives us a glimpse into the script for this 3rd and final map. That the rounds will be closer, that the scoreboard will be closer. That's all we ask for, it's not much.
So down below then for round number 2. Event Workshop. The selection of FaZe and the Solace brought into play for the 2nd round. We'll see what kind of impact that ends up having in terms of drone economy for Team Liquid. And then don't discount Handy's ability to identify and aid in plant in our late round as well. That can be both up above on the vert, but even horizontally late depending on his positioning.
It's been a very...
Oh no, they lose the Rayora!
KDS will get rid of Philippe Pox on the Rayora, so they lose a big part of what they wanted to do in this round. Another opening kill from KDS for FaZe.
And if they were cooking for maybe a direct hit through front door, or at least maybe drawing pressure with that util set, that plan A is completely out the window.
0-5 in opening battles for Philippe Pox in the series. Team Liquid have been dominated in this area. FaZe are constantly 5 versus 4, but Maya gets a big kill. KDS wants to keep swinging, but he shuts him down.
Handy is in a compromised position, 2 projectiles.
Do they know about him though? Because the way that Maya's kind of just scoping around, he may not be fully certain.
I think they are.
Seems like they got some kind of an idea. Chance on the souls from Maya. Handy still stays tucked in. He starts to move around. Cyber is below him. Can't really help out. Soul's taken down to 1 HP. Needs to be cautious on the next battle. Handy, by the way, has now moved out. Team Liquid have pivoted away.
So a semblance of control for Team Liquid, but it's fragile. FaZe still with 2 players on the second floor. At what point do King and Handy think about rotating, but they take the fight instead?
Handy's patience pays off. Nade was able to eliminate Cyber. And then Nade falls to King. It's a scrappy border to begin, but Handy, from what looked like a trapped position earlier, has found and netted 2 crucial kills for FaZe. KZ needs a 1 versus 3. This has been a series, though, in which we've not seen any clutches.
We'll take an almighty effort isolating all 3 members of the defense. FaZe remain disciplined, are separated, but still in positions where they're not going to present direct ones for KZ. Forced into the drop.
And dead immediately as King was waiting. 2-0 start for FaZe Clan on border. Defense has looked really, really sharp. Worrying signs for Team Liquid Alienware. And it looks like we will get a tactical timeout.
Só vamos ter pouquinho de atenção nesse início de round. Tá faltando pouquinho de capricho, não só, eu digo, em questão do pique, só que vamos definir exatamente o que a gente tá querendo fazer, tá ligado? A gente já trouxe o round ali depois. A gente tá entrando leste, só que tipo aí os caras estão batendo, tal, tá ligado? Dá pra gente calmar o round, dá pra gente fazer muita coisa, tá ligado? Então tipo assim, ó, só vamos respirar um pouquinho, ver o que eles estão fazendo, tal, a gente conseguir jogar, tá ligado? Porque os 2 rounds até agora, basicamente, a gente não conseguiu. A gente trouxe o round, mas a gente ainda não jogou o round. É isso que eu tô tentando falar pra vocês.
Concordo.
Então agora a gente vai começar aqui com a banheiro. Vamos fazer a lobo, abre as coisas ali bonitinho e tal. Deu pra ver claramente que o Rafadel comeu o cu deles pra ele jogar um pouco mais peitando e tal, tá ligado? Pra não deixar a gente gostar do jogo. Então só vamos punir. Fechou?
Beleza.
Bora. Se ouvir todo mundo, bora.
Tactical timeout expires for Team Liquid Alienware. An early one call from Eagle, 2 rounds in. But again, attacker-sided border, you need to be getting some of these rounds. FaZe showing their aggressiveness, though, here on their defense. Happy to take fights, make it more difficult for Team Liquid to get into solid positions. And a big round from Handy. At one point looked rather trapped over towards Armory, but then finds 2 very important kills. And we never even really got to see Team Liquid attempt towards Vent Workshop.
Yeah, tough pill to swallow for Team Liquid in that round. Losing Philippox on the Rayora at 2 minutes 41. Completely unraveled their plans. The fight back, the plan B attempt, certainly valiant, but FaZe minimizing mistakes and not allowing them back into the round. Over to the tertiary then for the 3rd. Is this an opportunity now for Team Liquid to get around on the board? Shields now in play. Philippox will resume what we have seen over the course of this series so far on the Blackbeard.
Well, they've just got to be a little bit more cautious with their approach. You know, they know that FaZe are going to want to play these window positions, doorway positions, take the fights out in the balcony. Team Liquid will need to adapt to that. You know, maybe the way that they're going to drone, get information. Do have Maya on the Solid Snake, so he's someone that they can kind of lean on to get some intel. They've got Philippox on the Blackbeard, so they've got operators that can help them get into the building, get good position. The way that FaZe are playing this bathroom teller site, though, is all around the map. The entire map of border is going to be in play in this 3rd round.
I'm reloading.
Sometimes the most difficult part of border for the attack is problem solving your way into the building and finding a way to get the entry battle your way without then forfeiting it. That advantage to the trade.
Well, that's what FaZe do so well, though. They don't really leave a lot of gaps in their defense, especially when they've got 5 up. Makes it very difficult. Of course, you're going to give them the respect as well in terms of straight-up gunfights. Handy's going to eat the Jugger payload call from Nade. King, Nitrocell, that should be great, and indeed it is, onto Nade. Another opening kill for FaZe. And again at the window. But this time it was from the Nitrocell.
And the kind of play that Team Liquid can't trade. Now in such a difficult position with live info still being relayed onto their positions, courtesy of KDS.
And for a team on the attacker border, Team Liquid just look on the back foot. Oh, JB92. That got a little bit careless over towards East Stairs. Has allowed Cyber to escape. Oh, and a chance of that again.
He's had 2 opportunities, has JV92 to find that kill onto Cyber, but the Frost continues to escape him. Slips away, then back up, he stares. This would be awful if he finds a kill. Turnaround shot onto the Blackbeard of Philippe Box, but the Blackbeard will survive, courtesy of that shield. And then Souls will fall to KZ. Liquid with the advantage, but time starting to expire.
Triple radar from the Solid Snake. Team Liquid with a perfect read.
Got the information, but it's got to play off for Vidiking to fall to JV92. He finally collects the kill. The Blackbeard dealt with, though, from Handy. He's got 4. No surprise to see the cream rise to the top. And now with KDS, they have the chance to again. But here comes JV92. But Handy, one of the great clutch players, shut down. It's a quad from JV. Finally, Liquid breakthrough on border.
We know how good JV can be. A little quiet over the course of this series, 10-12 up until that point. And he had a pretty dodgy battle over towards top east as we picked up through the mid-round. Then almost got caught on a timing as Cyber reclaimed control top stairs, but got great coverage courtesy of Philippox.
What a strange round, though, if you're JV92, when he ends up in a position at the very beginning to get that clear onto Cyber. He stares, okay, doesn't take the first chance, peeks over waiting, gets another chance, doesn't take the shot. And despite that, ends up having a crucial round when he was able to net 4 kills for himself by the end of it. It started with this Nitro Salvo from Vidiking. And I thought, honestly, bad internal thoughts for Team Liquid, but they found responses.
And it will go down as another failed conversion from FaZe in this series. And if they go on to lose, that will be a big talking point. Back on Lair, they had the overwhelming majority of entry battles go their way and still were very unsuccessful.
It was finished with 4 straight on Fortress as well. In terms of the overall series summary, good point to kind of give a bit of a highlight. For FaZe, it's a very even spread performance. 10 kills for KDS, then 12 for Cyber, 13 for Handy, 14 for Souls, and 15 for Vidiking. So a very team-orientated performance for Team Liquid. 17 from KZ, 15 for Maya, 14 for JV92, 10 for Nade, 8 for Philippox. Armory and Archives again for the second time here in the 4th round.
Zofia banned from FaZe Clan. Team Liquid taking the Azami out of play. FaZe potentially feeling threatened by the potential of the triple impact, despite Team Liquid not playing the Zofia across the first 3 rounds.
Azami, though, has been played by FaZe Clan, so will not have access to that.
It's going to make the mirror very powerful, though, without the Zofia counter from down below.
Well, look at the positioning of Team Liquid, right? So they've clearly adapted after the first 2 rounds. They're sitting back a little bit more. They want FaZe to keep playing this aggressive style. They'll be a little bit more ready for it. But what that also now does is reduces the amount of time that you have in the round when it comes to the side objective. Nate has been able to slip in through customs. Full top floor hold for FaZe, except Cyber towards main stairs. It's KDS that found another open kill. There is that Cyber bottom main swing onto Nade. They strike again and find 2 kills at the same time. Despite the patience from Team Liquid, guys, where they're sitting back, expecting this swing from FaZe, they can never just get the timing right. FaZe again with another early advantage from the entry battle. This has been the biggest downfall for Liquid across all 3 maps.
Not a ton of map control to show for it either.
Threat nearby.
Philippox still in a position to shot call live. Maya and JV92 to try and isolate picks as best as possible.
I'm reloading.
60 seconds, and it's a stack office side from Team Liquid as they look to try and trade their way back into the round. They have a decent belt of util that they can deploy, but into this Fountain Cross, good luck.
Cyber as well can push through the hallway too. They can go for a bit of a back hit. They can afford to. Handy dies, and so does Souls. Cyber's on the flank over towards Wading. Hasn't found an angle because of the ROU that was up in the hallway from JV92. So he will fall back over through break. Cyber's going to make his way back to site rather than going for the flank. 3 versus 3. Suddenly more winnable now for Liquid.
KDS with Nitrocell though for defense as we enter the final 30 seconds of the round, and they're still stalled out off a side.
Cyber, oh, what a shot from Maya! I thought Cyber was in the wonderful position, but Philippo's caught on the close hold with a shotgun. Vidaking gets a huge double kill. Heartbreak for Liquid. They thought they were getting themselves back into that round, but FaZe was still standing strong in sight. Vidaking has been crucial. FaZe take a 3-1 lead on defense border.
Oh, false hope in that round for Team Liquid. Utilized the util really nicely on this offside stack and initially found success, had then a player advantage, but forced then into KDS and Vidaking. The latter, one of the best anchor players in this game, often regarded by some as being one of the most ruthless players going around. Massive moment.
Has 3 opening kills on this map alone.
Yep.
What a performance. 5-1 on the entry across all 3 maps from KDS. Really setting his team up. 4 straight opening kills for FaZe. Liquid need to do better earlier in these rounds.
The most entry kills from an individual across this series so far in a single map. It was Cyber, went 3-1 on Fortress.
So 2 rounds to go in the half here on Porte. It is starting to slip away from Team Liquid Alienware. But can they strike back here on Vent Workshop to try and keep this map close? We've already had 2 very one-sided maps. We don't need a third. FaZe wouldn't mind that. Spot in the semi-final tomorrow against GK on the line. Most importantly for these 2 teams, the bragging rights. Well, FaZe have dominated locally against this core roster of Team Liquid. It has been this core roster of Liquid that have had one up over FaZe internationally.
We're going to see the Candela dump sandwich and the hit front door. This could be big if Team Liquid lay the util correctly.
Cyber captures out the blitz.
And again, they've foiled the plan early.
But they're traded by Maya. But as you say, with that plan foiled, this now means, do they want to continue on?
I think they can commit. They still have the util to commit.
JB92 has collected the case.
No Candela's top floor, though, makes the disruption difficult for Team Liquid.
Vidaking's the one that's close by inside of server. You can see the angle that he's holding. Provided if Team Liquid want to go in for the plant, they've still got one outside of the window. Also, Maya in a very intriguing position. Main lobby. It's Souls that may also push from East Air's side. Plant attempt from KZ.
Oh, JB hit the Thatcher.
Hasn't got a Nitrocell. Doesn't know where the plant's going down. Oh! They both go down handy. The Soulless play is so good. It's going to be 4-1 to FaZe. Liquid's already used their timeout. They can't talk things over again. This attacking half has been foiled. And even with Maya finding this kill, he needs 3 more. He needs the ace clutch. If Liquid are to win this round, it's all down to Maya.
You probably need to traverse top floor to contest Handy.
He does have a minute. He's got the time, and he almost got the chance onto KDS. And then at the hatch, Handy times it to perfection. What an impressive round from Handy on the Soulless to disrupt that plant attempt. 4-1 lead for FaZe. All 3 maps have been so one-sided. Final round of this half coming up, but guys can't help but feel for Liquid. They are in some deep trouble. Their attack on border has been stopped.
Yeah, FaZe are playing a suffocating brand of Siege at the moment. Once again, foiling the early plan there from Team Liquid with the direct attack. And there was the play from Handy, despite some, lack of a better word, handiwork from JV92 on the Thatcher. That wasn't quite enough to help get that plant down. And without the Candelas for additional flash support back up above, because they invested that early, Team Liquid were in such a precarious position. And the scoreline now, well, that too, a precarious position.
Oh, it spells trouble for Team Liquid. Even if they can find a second round here, Border's been the most attack-sided map of the event, but you can, of course, do well defensively too, depending on how you want to play. But the way that
as it has been played by FaZe, is of aggression, confidence. They look like the attacking team. 5 straight opening kills on board a defense. The attack has not found any avenue of success early in the rounds. Hence why probably Liquid just thought we might go for a fast plant attempt. Catch them off guard, but no, FaZe have just been on the front foot every single round. They're not going to be caught by surprise. And with the Solus available, it was always going to be difficult to get that plant down quickly and safely.
Electrosensor active.
Bathroom Towers, the only site that Liquid have been able to win in this first half. They'll need to win it again.
This is where you need to dig deep if you're Team Liquid.
It's a big lineup change as well, by the way, for FaZe. They only bring the Sentry again. It's another opening kill for FaZe. 6 straight on the defensive border. Maya peeks and dies. The Solid Snake eliminated. But a trade onto the Solus. That's pretty handy if you're KZ and Liquid. Needed that.
Yeah, and a little bit of map control over towards East Stairs. So certainly now not the worst of opening thirds here for the attack. Do they commit to the clear above, or do they find a path for the plant? That's what Philippox now will be pondering as the leader of this team.
Like this Selma to put some pressure over towards that main hallway. And he's going to fall over at top waiting, but he's not dead, still just only downed, and they're going to get KDS to rotate over, looking for a revive as well. Then Bitterking catches out JB92. It's a big swing, but the plant going down from Philippox inside a bathroom. He gets off the plant. He gets taken low. FaZe starting to get in control once again. This looks really awkward right now for Liquid. And it's a double kill from Souls. Nade's the only one left as Bitterking puts him to bed. FaZe go 5-1 up. Total domination on the defensive border.
Eu tô bem agora, só...
Agora a parte bem difícil.
Pode relembrar as paradas ou você já tá de boa?
Não, eu lembro. A cena explitada que sai pra baixo. Play também dá pra fazer. Ou se dá resumida aí, que tá
deixa eu falar uma parada. Um boneco que eu vou mudar, eu não vou pegar a Ribana no bomba da cidade, porque eu quase nunca uso aquela porra daquela Ribana.
Consegue pegar?
Não, pode pegar lá, eu pegar a Doka, tá ligado?
Pode pegar lá? Faz tudo de Lion e o...
Doka é melhor.
Tá, pode ser então.
Porque aí eu ligo por causa da tripla e se pá eu tento comer ele também.
Tá, beleza. Aí o Oficina a gente vai fazer a Open Kill PC, lembrando, a Open Kill PC, o Cyber não vai estar jogando no cara de baixo, ele vai estar jogando no leste.
Isso.
Eu vou estar comendo corredor com o Cadê, em vez de chapéu.
Isso eu lembro, tipo, a gente vai começar
ficar deitadinho lá?
Essa mais pra leste e tal, se o cara estiver peitando, as kills elas vão rolar, tipo, antes desse cara, tá ligado?
É que eu me lembro, cadê? O JV é bem cagão, acho que ele joga só da porta no C4, nem vai abrir tanto. Ele fica fazendo...
No banheiro. Eles vão querer provavelmente fazer a play deles horizontal por causa do Ace Open, tá? Então, tipo assim, ó, tryharda bem nos pixels lá de cima, coisa e tal, e tá de boa. Guys, de novo, agora é o momento que tá foda. É a mesma coisa que foi ali no Covil. Se a gente começar a fazer o nosso jogo, mano, as coisas vão dar certo, tá ligado? Os caras cagaram um pouco, teve round que a gente vacilou um pouco e por isso que o placar tá 5-1. Só que, mano, a gente já trouxe 1000 vezes esse border aqui defendendo, tá ligado? Vai começar a ficar difícil um pouco pros caras também. E aí, no mais, acho que é só a gente se entender. Cox, eu acho que isso aqui vai pro AT. No AT, primeiro ataque, tu vai fazer uma bait plant com o cara marcando a oficina e esperando a Zami vir fechar lá de longe, que eles vão querer bater.
So the halftime break, is it starting to come to an end? Is it also coming to an end of the Esports World Cup for Team Liquid? They're 2 rounds away from being knocked out. FaZe Clan have absolutely torn them to shreds here on border and get to now go on the attack. It's been a strange El Clasico. 7-0 into 7-1 into 5-1. None of the maps have been close.
We have seen the 5-1 comeback once before. But I don't sense that Team Liquid Alienware can do it right here, right now. FaZe look phenomenal. They look formidable. I don't know how Team Liquid will contain them.
Armory Archives to begin. Mirror, Smoke, Deimos, Capital will be the bans. And then Liquid just have to go for broke here. They cannot play in their shells. They need to be aggressive on the defensive border. Look for these early battles. 6-0 in favor of FaZe for opening kills. But this time they converted. That was the difference back on Lair. They just failed to convert. They had the early advantages but couldn't do with it anything. But if you're Liquid, and especially the way that you want to play Armory and Archives, you can't just fall back and play site. Not on Border, you don't get that safety. You have to take the fights.
5 seconds remaining.
FaZe 2 rounds away from a semi-final appearance tomorrow.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Adding some protection from grenades. Secure.
Again, in the international record of these two teams, the rosters themselves, not necessarily the organizations, 3-1 in favor of the Liquid core in the W7M and Furia days. The only time FaZe actually has beaten this team internationally was back in Boston in the lower bracket final. Went on a course to win that hammer.
This is a cheeky lurk position early from Cyber. It's Maya on ping. W so courtesy of the Lion that will force his position back, but now
Maya looks scared.
Workshop.
It's KZ that finds the opening kill though, at least onto Cyber, and that gets rid of some more information to be gained later in the round from the radar. Good start for Liquid. They get their first entry battle.
Also allowed Maya to get back to the second floor. Handy in a position to lurk below though. Double impact still up. Regardless, a strong start for the defense of Team Liquid. Conversion expected to be high here on Border, and they'll be relying upon that here in round 7.
Now, Vidiking looked as if he was bolstering for a potential Voltium, but it's just not possible when you've still got E-Stairs held by Philippox. KZ, of course, there directly. By the way, the side is completely vacant right now from Liquid, so it's a good sign that they're happy to play the aggressive nature of Border on the defense, spread out, take key positions. They got rewarded with the opening kill as well. KZ will eat the first chug of payload, and it's Nade that falls to KDS. KZ knows there's pressure at the window, but loses to Handy. Huge kill for Handy. Removes the goo mine. Maya! Oh! Big play from Maya! And then another one! Maya makes that his moment! That Liquid will not go down quietly on Border.
Fair play. Very, very strong play. Philippox wasn't really in the best of positions to render support and wanted to play into his utility top E, so it was reliant that on Maya over towards break to be that supporting arm, and that's exactly what he was able to do. 5-2 now the scoreline as we look back at this play. Great work from Maya.
That's a huge round. That's a confidence-boosting round individually for Maya and his team. He has now become the top fragger for Team Liquid across all 3 maps, sitting at 22 and 17. He knows that he needs to perform. When you're replacing someone like Herds, you need to be top level, a top line addition to the core roster, and he's done just that in this series. He's led the way. He needs the others to help him out.
10 seconds to go.
That's 1 round down for Liquid, but a lot more to go to forge the comeback on Border. As we go Vent Workshop, it's these sites. It's not Armory Archives, guys. That's the one you probably should be winning. It's the others that will be difficult. Vent Workshop, Bathroom Towers. Those will be far more difficult to defend for Team Liquid.
And speaking of Team Liquid, electing to go denial-centric with this comp. The Tachanka and the Solace to stall out space and then to help in preventing that diffuser from being planted. FaZe with the kind of lineup and positionally early here, maybe shaping for what we kind of saw Team Liquid try to attempt with direct front door. Ultimately, it wasn't successful for them, courtesy of those denial tools. So we could see a similar dynamic evolve here in the 8th round. I like this addition though, a bit of lurk potential and pinch pressure. KDS and Cyber posturing elsewhere. Can they maybe catch Philippox off guard?
Philippox needs to be very careful towards East Stairs.
Oh!
It's Cyber though that catches Nade.
Nate thought he had the angle covered, and Philippox now dead to right to the bottom of East. KZ at least got a kill onto KDS to offset some of the damage caused by FaZe, but yet another opening kill for FaZe. And then as KZ falls, it seems like maybe hope for Liquid will fall with him. Maya and JV92. We have not seen really any big clutch rounds in these kind of positions in this series. A 2 versus 4 would be a massive round for Liquid if they can win it from here. But it's going to take an almighty effort as Cyber catches Maya, pushing out of security. And the Blackbeard in the face of JV92 says it all as FaZe goes 6-2 up. 4 match and series points for the back-to-back champs, looking to make the semi-final here at the Esports World Cup.
Well, that is relief for FaZe. 4 opportunities in regulation to send Team Liquid home. Great round played there. Loved the adaptation with the clear above. They broke the cross from Fountain.
It's just not happening for Liquid today, is it?
Gave him so much supremacy on that top floor, and Team Liquid are fighting, but
I think they're fighting a losing battle.
They're fighting on fumes.
They've just been completely outclassed up until this point. Then Workshop goes against them. Now to Bathroom and Tellers. 4 match point opportunities for FaZe Clan. And we'll play GK tomorrow. SAL versus EML is a guarantee. It's just a matter of who from SAL, and right now looking like FaZe.
Attacker's objective is to defuse the
Zero in play for FaZe. The Argus launcher, great at gathering information, and given the vert nature here of board, it can also be used for really effective util clearance alongside that Twitch. So Team Liquid will need to be ultra aware of that over the course of this round, and it may compromise the likes of some of that catch from Philippox. JV92 and his Goyo canisters and the Razor Blooms as well, courtesy of Thorn. Interested to see how Handy actually directly uses that first one. Bit of info gather onto KZ. Security currently. And if you're Team Liquid right here, right now, you cannot afford to put a foot wrong. A singular mistake here could prove costly.
I've just been absolutely shredded in the entry battle, 7-1. I mean, that is just something you cannot allow to happen in a quarterfinal at the EWC. You need to be trying to split that a little bit better. That's a big reason why they find themselves in this position. Spreading around the map on the defense for Team Liquid. Does leave the site vulnerable for Bathroom Towers, except for Nade. Nade's going to be the one to try and, of course, get info if anyone's playing close outside site. He hasn't found anything yet. Actually, just spots one now in Vidiking. Cyber creeping through main lobby. And there's a lot of presence here for FaZe up close. Nade is not going to be ready.
Oh, the help from Maya watching the vert. Saves Nade from getting stabbed in the back. Maya with a crucial opening kill for Team Liquid. No more radar, but then KZ to fall from Souls over at the balcony. KDS looking to take the vert battle. Handy loses out to JV92. Philippox low inside of Office. They still have Nade towards Bathroom. 60 seconds left.
Double Nitro and the Pulse. Surely Team Liquid will be able to confirm this round. Surely no shenanigans on offer. KDS in a position to start posturing for plant though.
Philippox finished off. He was low on health. Vidiking able to eliminate him. They 3v3 and into towers for a plant attempt from KDS. Is there anyone even there to stop him? It doesn't look like it. This will be a successful plant. The Nitro Cell too late. But it doesn't even find a kill from Nade. It seems this will be the moment for FaZe to finish off Team Liquid. But a crucial knockdown onto KDS. Vidiking around these stairs. Passport for Souls. They've got this covered as now Nade thinks about getting on the kit for JV to cover. But Nade caught from Souls. 1 versus 1. 20 seconds and Souls to finish it off. FaZe Clan are semi-final bound of the Esports World Cup. Looking to add to that trophy cabinet as they knock out their brothers from the SAL region. The back-to-back SI champions are top 4 at EWC, and they don't want anything but that trophy.
Such a formidable force. I can't help but shake the feeling that FaZe might be grand final bound.
Who's going to stop them? GK? Furia? Dark Zero?
They are eager to get that Esports World Cup trophy for the first time.
Getting better and better. This team in the middle of their dynasty. And while the Esports World Cup trophy is only a few days away from being in their grasp, can't help but feel, and the overall bigger picture of this FaZe roster, it's the 6th invitational that they've got their eyes on as well, looking for 3 in a row. This feels like a stopgap. Why not add another trophy to the cabinet along the way?
Well, the thing is, there's no signs of them slowing down, Jake, and that's the scary thing about this FaZe outfit. Such a great roster and so much longevity. As we said before, it doesn't feel like there's another team that might be able to stop them. I think DZ have a chance, but even that at this point in time feels like it could be a stretch. FaZe are just absolutely in their element right now.
Completely murdered Liquid in the entry battle across all 3 maps. Clearly the better team when they dominated on Fortress 7-0, dominated on Porte 7-2. Forget about Lair, that one doesn't matter. In the grand scheme of things, it will be GK that have got an almighty task tomorrow from EML to try and stop this Brazilian juggernaut roster, who undoubtedly are one of the best of all time, maybe the best by the end of their dynasty, but such a long dynasty still to go for them. Top 4 bound. Let's go over to mibr.los on the stage.
Yes, my friends, you've heard it here first. FaZe Clan are victorious. Once again, KDS to join us here for a quick chat before you crush that TL key. At some point, it has to happen, right? You've had this back and forth with Team Liquid Alienware on the other side. What does it feel to get revenge after they beat you in the online phase to qualify here?
I think always a pleasure to play with Liquid because they are the strongest with us and Fury. So every time we play against them is a cool match, and we finally won in a super event like EWC against Liquid, and so the feeling is amazing to beat them.
Well, we go back to the game itself. It was very much a one-sided affair on the first 2 maps, especially of Lair and Fortress. Can you talk to me about what happened there? Because you both won one another's maps. 7-0 for you on map 1, 7-1 for them to go into border. Walk me through it, please.
I think this is both maps. We just destroy each other, you know, like the Lair, they destroy us, and the Fortress, we destroy us. So I think this is the... We just play our game and it's working, so...
Is it because you know one another so well that this is happening, or did they outplay you in bans or strategy-wise?
No, I don't think because we know each other so much, but I think the map, the style they play in the map was very strong against us. We are not expecting that, so I think this is the main problem for us in Lair.
Okay, well, you went to border. You start off really well on the defensive side. What do you owe that to? What were you doing that Liquid couldn't really adapt to on your defense, in your mind?
So when we saw Liquid playing very fast, we start to play aggressively in the defense side. So I think this is the difference we made in Lair to border. So I think this is we do kill the key, yeah. The key.
The key, well, speaking of keys, you're going to be crushing one in a second here, but you're going to be going up against GK Esports, which are dark horses coming from EML. Nobody would have expected them to make it here. What do you want to say to them ahead of that game?
It will be a very difficult match because they are playing very well. They are good players. So I think it will be very good to play against them for the first time. I think we are going to play with this roster. So it will be very fun to play against them.
Very much looking forward to it. One more time, FaZe Clan on to the semifinals. They'll be playing GK tomorrow. We're going to call in the rest of the team over here to join me for a key crushing. It always is fun when you come to EWC because you get to crush your opponent's key. Is Team Liquid your big rivals? Are you going to be the one to do it, or is it one of your teammates?
Oh, Vita.
Cyber or Vita? Cyber, you want to do it? You want to crush the key?
Yeah, of course.
All right, come on in. Let's get this done. This is one for the history books. Huge rivalry between these two that, at least for just now, goes FaZe's way after it went the Liquid Alienware side not too long ago. Approach, our Keymaster will explain to you how things will go. That'll be the king himself, Vita King, going through the crushing. The whole family's joined here on the FaZe Clan side. It feels incredible to have this happen in front of you. Team Liquid Alienware smashed the bits and eliminated from the Esports World Cup here live in Paris, France. Shattered to bits their hopes and dreams. They gave it their all in a one-sided affair on all 3 maps here in the series. But it's FaZe Clan, the best team to ever do it in Rainbow Six, that brings it and comes out on top. Our panel on our desk is going to close this one out. Let's see what they have to say in breakdown.
Thank you, Milos. It is a sad day if you're a Liquid Alienware fan. It is a great day if you are a FaZe Clan fan, especially Cyber there with his son, watching that key get crushed. Great opponents, tons of respect to them, but it was FaZe's day. Iconic. And Laxing jumping back into this conversation as it closes. You know, it was El Clasico, and in many ways it gave us a different version than we expected, but it was still 2 juggernauts of the scene going head to head.
Absolutely, and what I really love what KDS said is that they understood on Lair that Team Liquid was playing aggressive, and then what were they going to do heading into that border? They were going to meet that aggressive nature on their attack with an aggressive defense, and sometimes the best defense is a better offense, and they delivered every single time.
And like KDS said, they obviously know that they're a great opponent. They have respect for them. And then you saw that here. It was a great matchup. Even though the matches weren't close, I feel like the series was a lot closer than the matches were.
1.19 rating for Vita King, who came into this as a player of note that you guys mentioned would control a lot of the narrative of how this map went, and he was dominant across the board. But all of FaZe Clan really put together a game that felt dominant in a way that although Liquid won that second map, I don't know if I ever in my gut felt like, man, this is going to go the way of Liquid again. It just felt like FaZe kind of had something on them today.
I feel like it's the mentality too. You know, you see just how well they were able to adapt and keep adapting to them.
Yeah.
And like KDS said, that they saw they were playing really quick. They started to play more aggressive, and you saw Liquid never really adapt to that. So I think that really threw them off here. And it's great on FaZe being able to still be in this tournament, still be this deep, and still find those solutions and new play style.
And the question too is now, like, who can stop them? I mean, he mentioned Dark Zero, he mentioned Geeke, he mentioned Furia. I mean, I don't know.
I think the last 2 that you said, the Dark Zero, I mean, if you were watching SLC, the way that they beat FaZe was a statement. They took them to one of their best maps, Chalet, and I believe 7-0 them. There would be no team in their right mind that would take the 2-time world champions, give them their best map as a decider, and end it the way that they did. But you also heard the respect from KDS saying that Furia is another team that they go toe-to-toe with. And again, those would be the 2 that I would say do have the grit and the tenacity to bring a good match to their doorstep.
How important are these picks and bans right now? Because I think we've seen several narratives, and Alphama brought up one with Furia and not having played it, kind of maybe bait and switch there. You look at Geeke today as well. You mentioned this Iconic. When you look at the maps, they just kind of had an advantage historically, the way that they played it. FaZe also, when you look at trying to figure out a way to go against them, is it getting the better end of that map draft pick ban, or does it have to come down to play because they're just that good, that experienced?
I think it's just a full scope of it, making sure you're actually picking a map that you're strong at and they're not that strong at.
Yeah.
And if they're picking a map that they're strong at, you're obviously going into it with the preparation to know how to break them and to beat them on that map. And obviously too, on the decider, you need to make sure it's a comfortable map for both teams. So it's about having that balance in the pick ban phase and also having the balance in the operator ban phase to get the narrative that you want inside the actual game.
Yeah.
And as we know, I mean, as much as, you can look at any single map, you're not going to pick a map that FaZe isn't going to be comfortable on, but you have to play your game. And Siege is all about being able to adapt. It's who's quicker to understand their opponent. And that's exactly, just even in that series, as KDS said, he understood the aggression and what was their reaction, what was their response to it, was to get aggressive. And that's what it's always going to be for any opponent. Doesn't matter who's in front of them.
Yeah, I mean, figuring out how to adapt, it's such a big part of this. You mentioned the narrative inside of the game. When you look at what happened with FaZe and Liquid, what was the narrative inside of the game?
Like he said, the narrative was they banned the Warden, that you were using the unit to catalyze to go fast on the site side, and with that, you have to just be aggressive on the defensive side to break their split pushes, and after that, you were seeing them play just consolidations together, play for kills. When they wanted to give the space, everyone would give the space, and they would give Liquid with nothing, especially too on the bathroom side. You were seeing Liquid have the site, but they were playing a retake, they were active and stopping the plants, and they were just making them extremely uncomfortable.
Well, I mean, this is a thing that you can go so many layers deep on in terms of analysis. We only have so much time before we have to get some of our brass tacks done here to close out our day. But Vita King was a performer that we'd mentioned earlier on. Lax, this is our MVP of the series so far. Talk to me about what's making and has made him so successful.
Because he's the one that is reading the game. He's the one that's taking all the information and able to understand, okay, this is what they're playing for. This is what the defense is. This is what the attacks looks like. He was the one that was making the call going into border. We need to play an aggressive defense, so play these possessions with a teammate, get ready to double up, have these trades, fall back into those layers, as Dave was saying, so you don't have to consolidate and get stuck in situations, get that early aggression, get those picks going in your favor, and fall back. And he is going to be the one that is making those calls. And there's nothing better when your ag.al is not only calling perfect, but he's also playing exceptionally well and being at the top order. It kind of gives you that little bit of extra oomph to just push through and get the job done.
I mean, this head-to-head graphic is tough when you look on the side of Liquid.
Yeah.
0-8.
Very tough map, though. I feel like it's hard.
It is hard, man.
Being an ag.al, I've been there, so I feel like you can't really discredit Philippe too much. He still led his team into the shadows, and I feel like, too, it's a strong showing from Liquid. They're only improving, only up from here for them.
Yeah, this isn't like, again, we mentioned punctuation, a comma, or is it a period, is it an exclamation point? I think for FaZe, definitely an exclamation point. I think for, Liquid, not a period. It could be a comma. There's more to this team. There's more to do it. One moment, one head-to-head does not define you. Obviously, that last map, though, did define the direction of this series, as FaZe will move on and meet in your semifinals. We had a chance to catch up with Team Liquid Alienware after the loss to see what they took from it.
We're speaking to Philippe after their elimination at the Esports World Cup. I'm sorry for your loss. I want to talk about the game chronologically. First off, your map Fortress, but you don't manage to get a single round on this map. What went wrong in your opinion?
Yeah, we picked it, so we were pretty confident in it. But our attacks, we were getting the opening kills, we were getting the early round really well. But we couldn't finish it. I don't know if because of nervous or something like that, but we just couldn't play our game. And then it's like a snowball. Everything starts to go wrong, and the other teams start to gain confidence. So it's hard to come back to the game. And I think that's it.
But then still you managed to turn around on the second map. How do you manage to get such a comeback?
Yeah, Lair is a map that we are really confident, and we knew that they were going to pick. So we were really well prepared. And I think it happened the same with us, with them, because they couldn't attack, just like us. So we got the momentum. Like I said, it started as a snowball, but then on our side. So yeah, we were defending well and playing like a team.
And then there was a big difference on the final map. Do you feel like it was the entries that FaZe were getting that were costing you guys, or was it something else there?
I think so. And also the mental. Like, I really think that we weren't playing our game. And I also didn't enter the map. Like I went 0-8, and that's not common for me. And I know that I wasn't there for my team.
Is there any time now to rest up, or is it straight back for focus in phase 2?
Yeah, now I think we have 2 weeks before the phase 2 or 3. So it's really little time. I don't think we're going to rest. So yeah, just come back to work.
Philippe, thank you for your time. We will send it back to the studio.
Philippe acknowledging that he didn't come up for his team the way he wanted to, but still only 2 weeks before they get to the next stage. Lax, it's a quick turnaround for them.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I kind of want to just go back and do his interview. I mean, I don't want him to take the brunt. I mean, it's a lot of what good ag.als do is they can recognize that maybe they weren't giving it their all, but it is a team game at the end of the day. It's not just on his shoulders as much as he's putting it on himself. I mean, everyone on Liquid just wasn't able to find their tempo, wasn't able to find their footing. Yeah. And it is really hard. We've been in there in moments like that where everything you're trying, anything you're trying to do just keeps getting shut down, and it just feels like you're sinking further and further, and then you ultimately just succumb to the pressure.
I mean, I was curious, how do you get out of a snowball? Because he mentioned it happened, and that they lost that map. They went around, had a good game, but then when you go to Clubhouse and you start to see the snowball again, you've been in that position before, I assume, Iconic. How do you get out of that? What's the problem? What's the kind of problem solving that goes in your head to like, I'm sensing it's happening, we need to do this?
it really is just dependent on the game and the narrative, making sure you can actually find a way out of it. And a lot of the time, it's too on the coach being able to call a timeout or the player to see the way through. And it's usually just a complete play style flip a lot of the time, just having to just go and really attack them and change a complete play style and just play to what you're seeing in the moment.
Are there some light bulb moments that you've been a part of? Somebody goes, all right, guys, wait, here's what we're doing. Just sit, listen to me. I got it, and do it. Yeah,
for sure. Definitely on some moments on the Stralis Invitationals, been in the scenario where on the stage and your first few rounds of prep doesn't go the way, and you really have to make sure your coach doesn't burn a timeout, and you have to be like, okay, guys, we're going to do this, and this, and then it completely changes the game because you're playing a more active game. You play for more 3v3s and more executes, and you just scrap the game up.
I love that, man. I love getting the inside look at your guys' experience. We'll bring that to you throughout these days. We got a couple more here as the semifinals are now booked. Let's take a look at our bracket because this should tell the story of how we got here. Wildcard and Furia were our first matchup. Dark Zero and Weibo Gaming would follow, and Furia and Dark Zero would win those 2-1. Dark Zero taking Weibo Gaming to the distance and finally finding a win. FaZe Clan, you just saw them book their ticket, our last series of the day. And then to kick off today, it was GK Esports who found a 2-0, a very fast win against Team Secret, who did not show up the way that many people were hoping they would after taking down Falcons in the stage to get here. Coming up tomorrow, it is Furia and Dark Zero, and then FaZe Clan and GK Esports. It is our semi-final day. That is a great one. Both of those matchups from Furia to DZ to now, of course, FaZe Clan again. The question being, who can stop them, and also who's gonna get to that grand final?
I mean, so many great matches. I have ex-teammates on all sides, from Furia, from Dark Zero, from GK. So I feel like I have just a lot of people rooting for. So I'm excited to see it. I feel like the semifinals is always a battle of who shows up on the day, who's most prepared mentally and physically, and I feel like who can go the distance. So I think it's going to be Dark Zero going through and a FaZe Clan.
I mean, GK looked clean. I know Alphama's not here, and I know he's sad because it's 3 North American representatives. So, Alphama, I'm going to give you some GK love on that one. We'll see what happens, though. Stay tuned for that. Speaking of, we got a club championship update. Chris was able to catch up with Trav, who knows a little bit about what's happening with chess as they're about to finish this evening. Guys?
Back at the Allianz Vault with chess ongoing. I mean, look, today it has kind of been a bit more of a lull in the CC update side of things, but there's still some big things happening in chess, right?
Yeah, so it's pretty much set up perfectly to be ag.al versus Aurora. Denis Lazovic has so much weight on his shoulders at the moment to try and get through for ag.al, considering they're out of PUBG Mobile now, which was their kind of other big heavy hitter this week. So a little bit disappointed on that side, and as I said, so much pressure on him to perform, and he's not against a bad player either. It's Aurora Gaming over the other side, so they're kind of in a position where they desperately need to get some more points on the leaderboard with such a small amount of games left. But when we look towards the playoffs, people who are already confirmed to be in tomorrow's bracket, you're looking at Magnus Carlsen as the favourite, obviously, for Team Liquid, and they're in a similar situation of needing points too. Yeah. Team Falcons have got 2 players as well, in Hikaru Nakamura. It's like the position that Falcons are in to overtake ag.al is just ridiculous, because he's going to need to outperform so many players to get it done.
And it feels like it's a super crucial week for Falcons, right? I mean, ag.al taking the lead by, what was it? I think it was 450 at the start of the week. It's now down to 50. Yeah. I mean, Falcons having the 2 competitors in chess is a massive, massive thing for them. They could not finish first and still take home more points than Liquid might do. So, I mean, that's the position that they're kind of in at this point. Let's see if they can go on to do it. Massive week. For ag.al, I think, you know, we're kind of looking towards Crossfire being one of the big ones for them as well. Is that on this stage? I think this is on your stage as well.
Next week.
Hey, look, I'm learning something new every day. So that's a massive moment for them. They're going to probably have to win it, realistically, to see if they do want a chance to go in the club championship. It's been nice to see it actually be competitive, though, all the way through, right? I mean, they're not too far away. They still very much have a chance to win it, right?
Exactly, yeah. ag.al are in a great position, and I think they're only in like 1 or 2 less games left than Falcons. So, as you say, if they can get a win in Crossfire, they're going to be in a great position, but it still kind of comes back to this week of Team Falcons still being in Rocket League, still being here in chess. It's going to be difficult for ag.al to hold on to the top spot.
Yeah, this was always going to be a tough week for ag.al after what was a brilliant week last week, but they'll have their opportunity to maybe catch up next week. There's a lot going on in the CC. We'll be keeping you up to date throughout the rest of the last 2 weeks. Guys?
Thank you, gentlemen. Here's a look at our Ramco Club Championship leaderboard. To give you the rankings, as they mentioned, it was a 50-point difference. It's now a 3550 to 3300, so 250 points stands between ag.al and Team Falcons. Interestingly enough, those 2 members, Hikaru as well, going up against Magnus. We have Liquid, who is needing 1,000 points, I would say, from Magnus. So I would expect to get a win there. However, Hikaru and the other member, that could be a major turning point. So Falcons going for back-to-back-to-back. Big shout out to Trav and Chris and the entire crew, Lauren, Jeannie, because they've been telling the story of this club championship every day for the last 5 to 6 weeks. So this is a narrative that is building. So big shout out to them for keeping us involved in those stories. Okay, guys, as we turn our attention to tomorrow and close out today, some final thoughts from you, Iconic, and then Lax, you can close us out here.
I feel like tomorrow's just going to be another great day of Siege. I feel like you're already seeing just a momentum building.
Yeah.
And it's really just going to be a battle. I feel like it's nobody's game right now. Every team in left has a chance to take it. So it's just really who believes in themselves and shows up with that confidence.
Yeah, I mean, to piggyback off of what you're saying, we're also going to have a brand new Esports World Cup champion no matter what, so that's always going to be exciting news. But I think the match, if you were to ask me, which one am I looking forward to the most, as much as I love the DZ guys, as much as I love the Fury guys, I really want to see what GK is going to bring to FaZe's doorstep, because you were asking who's going to be able to stop them. Unfortunately, I did say GK, but I'm always for putting my foot in my mouth and being proven wrong that a team can show up and be the victor. So I'm definitely looking forward to that series.
Well, it's been great analysis from you gentlemen as well. Alfama, who's been on the desk also. All of our casters, our crew, and everyone in behind the scenes to make this happen. We thank you. It's been a great day here. Our semifinals are booked at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet for Rainbow Six Siege. Tomorrow, we'll see our 2 grand finalists and see who will have a chance to be a champion here at EWC. All of that and more from everybody here. We remind you to never give up, never stop gaming. My name's been Rain Day. Stick around for the EWC Spotlight and enjoy the STC recap to close out our night.
EWC Spotlight, where we're here to kind of recap everything that we have seen so far. I'm Amelie, and joining me on the, I was about to say desk, but it's more of a couch. Girlies, we've got Hercules and Glitter Explosion joining us. Glitter, you're here with us all the time, which I absolutely love. Yep. But can we just like pay attention to how cool Hercules' outfit is?
Top to bottom.
Top to bottom.
Thank you.
Nails,
I
hair,
wanted like the
makeup,
ballerina
fit.
Frenchy vibe. Thank you. I appreciate it.
It's a vibe. Although I've been told from I think half of our guests at this point that I've been rocking Halloween colors because it's always orange and black. But look, pink.
No, you're changing it up. Yeah, you're switching it up on them.
Oh, switching it up on everybody. And speaking of which, we've seen some switch ups in these games.
Oh, yeah.
You were over at the STC Arena with some Rocket League. Girl, what have we seen so far?
Oh, my goodness. If you guys did not watch Rocket League today, you missed out. We got to officially start doing all the key crushing. R8 actually just crushed 5 Fierce keys. After, earlier this morning, TSM, everybody was like, oh, yay, APAC finally gets to win. It's so heartwarming. And Vitality was like, stop talking. You're in France. Just go home. And other than that, it was the same old, same old. Falcons are still surviving. The Gentlemates are still in. Sure. Nothing too out of the ordinary there. I think the only big shock was SSG taking down Carmine Corp. If you missed that, you definitely should go back and watch it. I don't even think Carmine Corp expected it themselves. The fans were shocked. The players were shocked. But there's one more chance. It's the lower bracket starts tomorrow, and so a lot of time left in the week.
I love that. I feel like KC fans have been in shambles multiple times throughout the year.
Oh, is it rough for them in other places?
Yeah. It's been a little rough. League of Legends handed them a pretty difficult loss. But
Gentlemates, they've been strong. Yeah,
the whole summer. So I love that.
Drum's ready to go.
All right, but over on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet stage, we did have some Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah, we've got 2 mostly big stories coming out of that stage, right? The first one being that our defending champs, Team Secret, just went out against GK Esports. So, that's kind of a big deal. We won't be getting a back-to-back out of them. We'll be getting a new title holder on that stage. And then on the other side of things, we're also looking at the Liquid and FaZe matchup. Obviously, we're talking about Liquid a lot this week when it comes to CC side of things, but there's a little bit of a family rivalry going on between these 2 squads. I think it's going to be a really, really close one.
Family rivalry? I love that. I love that aspect.
Twin brothers.
Wait.
You haven't heard of this?
I'm sorry.
Do you not know
Fill
this?
me in. Clearly, I'm living under a rock. Twin brothers?
Yeah, go facing off against each other. And do you think this is an ideal situation or a less than ideal situation? They've done this before. They've already faced off against each other in the past. So they're no strangers to this.
I think that I want to be there at that Thanksgiving table.
Need to.
Right?
Get your invite in.
Just like mom and dad sitting at each end of the table, the boys there, and just being like, so, one of you guys is a winner.
And it's quarterfinals too, so it's a big match. Oh god.
Oh my god.
I might have to run away and go see that.
I love the family drama already. That's amazing. But then of course over on the Alliance Vault stage for chess.
Yeah.
I mean, Hercules, we say it's our most physical esport here so far.
I think it is. You know how smart you have to be able to do that? Like physically, a lot of us might not be smart enough.
We had misclicks previously. Crazy.
So crazy.
But Glitter, what's been throwing down on the chess stage?
Well, we had drama last time in the form of a misclick, right? Oh. Yeah. Wait, T. Yeah.
T.
This time, we have more drama, this time in the form of an upset. Okay? Because world number 8 in Rapid, I want to make sure I say this right, and China's number 1 player, Wei Yi, has been eliminated in the group stage for the 2nd consecutive year of EWC. When you are that good at your game, to come in here and have that type of performance, it has to just be devastating knowing that you can do so much better than that.
Yeah, is it a choking situation? Right. Is it like the pressure getting to you?
Hey, these are big prize pools, all right? This is like, what, Rocket League alone is like 7 million? This is our own like unofficial worlds too, so I can't even like fathom the chess people. I was in the makeup studio with some of them. The talent were like, we never get to see this. So I can't even imagine the players. I feel like there's so much more drama coming out of chess than we would have ever guessed. Every single day it's something different.
I really want to know if there's any like meet me in the parking lot after, and then like they both show up ready to brawl. Yeah, and it's just like a chessboard in the middle. sit down on the floor and be like, oh, okay, that was a good move, brother. All right. But either way, as we get closer to the end of the week, we do have to talk about the club championship points and implications that we're seeing so far. And at the moment, Glitter, do we have anyone who's looking like a front runner?
We do, and it does tie into chess a little bit because we still are watching Aurora and ag.al. ag.al, obviously one of the teams at the top of the leaderboard, so we'll have to see how all of that unfolds specifically for chess. But then, like you were just saying, Herc, I mean, we've got Falcons in the running, Vitality in the running for Rocket League. Could either one of them win? Because right now, when it comes to club championship, they are the teams that are very high up there and are looking to get even more points.
All the Rocket League fans in chat just made the same face I did when you were like, could they win? We're like, unfortunately, it's probably going to be them in the finals. Going off before all of this. If the bracket plays out the way it should, there is a world where they do. I do know the Falcons are they're like in top 3-ish right now, or 4, which is like the lowest we've seen them in years. So our Rocket League team, they've won for the last 2 years.
Okay.
So they could be the ones to do that push.
100%. All right. Well, still so many incredible and exciting games that we get to see throughout the rest of the week. But before I let both of you go, any last thoughts that you want to throw in here?
I'm a major fan of the both of y'all. They asked me if I wanted to jump on here, and I was freaking out. So thanks for having me. Yeah, they did. They told me they'd follow me back on Twitter.
Good job. It's true. It's accurate. It's accurate. Glitter, anything for you?
I'm ready to see how more competition unfolds, because I think by the time we get down to finals day for all of these titles, it's going to be crazy.
And I'm ready to find the Twitter accounts of both of those R6 players, and then maybe like DM the mom or like maybe a crazy aunt on the side and be like, so what's family dinner looking like and how can I get an invitation? But for everyone else, thank you so much for watching the EWC Spotlight, and we will see you all next time. Look how high it's going.
It's going up.
We're so
such a cute angle. Aww.